Tonight, we begin the legendary saga of the Wild West, a time when dusty trails, booming towns, and untamed frontiers gave rise to unforgettable figures. It's a story shaped by bold pioneers, fearless lawmen, and notorious outlaws, a world where survival meant grit, and every name earned was etched into the myth of the American frontier. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available, wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes, who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent, it was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open-range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers, and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society, and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California, and then to the eastern United States, and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boomtowns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The Foreign Miners' Tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the Lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs, or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes, or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd: gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls, or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, the American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang, who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs, and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 US soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, it galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted US and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, they connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys, and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, But much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, the stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, they were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men 2007 and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it. Over 5,000 years ago, along the fertile banks of the Nile River, one of the earliest and most remarkable civilizations in human history began to take shape. This land, later known as Egypt, was uniquely suited for the growth of complex society thanks to its predictable agricultural cycle, natural geographic defenses, and access to vital trade routes. The Nile's annual flooding deposited rich silt onto the land, making it possible for early communities to flourish in an otherwise arid landscape. As small villages began to develop into powerful city-states, the need for centralized authority and coordinated effort gave rise to the first kings and eventually the pharaohs. By around 3100 BCE, a momentous event took place that would define the identity of Egypt for millennia. The unification of Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north marked the beginning of the early dynastic period and the formation of a single kingdom ruled by a central figure known as the pharaoh. According to tradition, this unification was achieved by a king named Nama, often identified with Menes, who is depicted in the famous Nama palette, wearing the crowns of both regions, symbolizing his dominion over all Egypt. This symbolic act was not just political, it had profound religious and cultural implications. The king was not merely a ruler, but a divine intermediary between the gods and the people, a living embodiment of the sky god Horus, and later associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This divine kingship formed the foundation of the pharaoh's power and helped justify the immense resources allocated to royal building projects, including the pyramids. The pharaoh was seen as essential to maintaining Menat, the ancient Egyptian concept of cosmic balance, justice, and order. Without Menat, the world would descend into chaos. It was the pharaoh's sacred duty to uphold this balance through rituals, temple construction, military campaigns, and administrative governance, because death was not considered an end, but a transition to another realm. The preservation of the pharaoh's body and the assurance of his journey to the afterlife became national priorities. The tomb of the pharaoh was thus not merely a place to bury a body, but a sacred structure designed to assist in the king's resurrection and eternal rule among the gods. The consolidation of power under the early dynastic kings also laid the groundwork for monumental architecture. Innovations in administration, writing, and labor organization allowed for the planning and execution of large-scale projects. Hieroglyphic writing first emerged during this period, primarily for religious and bureaucratic purposes, enabling the state to record offerings, taxes, laws, and decrees. With a growing centralized state, supported by a religious ideology that emphasized eternal life and divine rule, it became both politically feasible and spiritually necessary to build elaborate tombs and temples. As the pharaohs solidified their authority, they commissioned increasingly sophisticated funerary structures. The early tombs, known as mastabas, were flat-roofed rectangular buildings made of mud brick. These would evolve into stepped structures like the step pyramid of Djoser and eventually into the true pyramids of Giza. But the motivation for such constructions was rooted deeply in the culture of divine kingship established during the early days of Egyptian civilization. The king was more than a man, he was a god in human form, and the land he ruled was not merely a kingdom, but a sacred reflection of the cosmos. The unification of Egypt also led to standardized religious practices, monumental art styles, and a shared cultural identity that extended from the Mediterranean coast to the Nubian border. Local deities were incorporated into a national pantheon, often centered around the sun god Ra and Osiris, the ruler of the afterlife. Temples and rituals reinforced the divine status of the pharaoh, while also serving as economic and political centers. This fusion of religion and state power was unparalleled and gave Egypt a level of stability that would endure for centuries. Trade flourished under this centralized rule, allowing Egypt to acquire materials such as cedar from Lebanon, gold from Nubia, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. These exotic goods were not only signs of wealth, but were vital components in temple and tomb construction and in the elaborate funerary rituals that accompanied royal burials. The rise of the pharaohs was not an isolated political phenomenon, but part of a broader system in which belief, economy, and social hierarchy were all intertwined to support the divine mission of the king. By the dawn of the Old Kingdom, the stage was set for the era of pyramid building. The unification of Egypt and the emergence of the god-king pharaoh provided the necessary ideological and administrative framework for the vast undertakings that would follow. The pyramids were not simply grand tombs, they were expressions of a world-view in which the afterlife was real, the pharaoh was divine, and eternity could be built in stone. With the foundation of Egyptian civilization firmly established, the world was about to witness the construction of some of the most extraordinary monuments ever built by human hands. In the early stages of Egyptian civilization, the concept of burial and the construction of tombs evolved gradually. The first tombs were relatively simple structures designed to protect the deceased and their possessions in the afterlife. These early tombs, known as mastabas, were rectangular, flat-roofed buildings made primarily of mud brick or stone. The mastaba was an essential feature of early Egyptian burial practices, and it served as a precursor to the monumental pyramid structures that would later define the landscape of Egypt. The word mastaba itself comes from the Arabic term for bench, describing the flat-topped shape of the tombs. Mastabas were typically constructed for the elites, particularly high-ranking officials and nobles, who were considered worthy of such a significant burial. They were often filled with various offerings for the deceased, such as food, furniture, and statues, to ensure comfort in the afterlife. The tombs would also include a false door, which allowed the soul of the deceased to enter and exit the tomb, while also providing a means for family members to offer prayers and tributes. The development of mastebas was initially restricted to the early dynastic period, but the desire to honor the deceased with ever more impressive and lasting structures grew stronger. It was during the third dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under Pharaoh Djoser, that a breakthrough in tomb architecture occurred. The first truly revolutionary step in this evolution came with the design of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt. Imhotep, the vizier and architect of Pharaoh Djoser, is credited with the design and construction of this groundbreaking structure. Imhotep's innovation was the Step Pyramid design, a radical departure from the flat-roofed mastaba. Instead of a single uniform rectangular structure, Imhotep constructed a series of stacked mastabas, each smaller than the one beneath it, to create a stepped effect. This new form not only represented a more complex and ambitious approach to burial architecture, but also symbolized the divine connection between the pharaoh and the gods. The Step Pyramid, built around 2670 BCE, was initially conceived as a tomb for Pharaoh Djoser. It stood at the heart of an expansive funerary complex, complete with temples, courtyards, and a surrounding wall. The pyramid itself was composed of 6 stepped layers, each of which was smaller than the one beneath it, creating a towering effect. The final structure reached a height of about 204 feet 62 meters, making it an impressive achievement for its time. The Step Pyramid represented not only a monumental leap in architectural design, but also reflected the changing religious and cultural beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramid's design mirrored the cosmic order and symbolized the pharaoh's ascent to the afterlife. The stacked mastabas were seen as steps that allowed the pharaoh to ascend to the heavens, joining the gods in eternity. This celestial symbolism would remain a central theme in Egyptian pyramid design for centuries to come. The pyramid complex at Saqqara also marked a significant shift in the purpose of tombs. Previously, tombs were relatively simple structures meant only to house the deceased. With the construction of the Step Pyramid, tombs became grand, multifunctional sites that combined both the burial of the pharaoh and the performance of religious rituals. The complex was designed as a vast ceremonial center, with temples, altars, and even sacred spaces where offerings could be made to honor the gods and ensure the pharaoh's successful journey to the afterlife. The construction of the Step Pyramid also required a high degree of innovation in engineering and logistics. Thousands of workers were employed to quarry and transport the stone blocks, which were cut from the local limestone at Tura. The immense scale of the project required careful planning and organization, with skilled artisans, laborers, and architects working in concert. The sheer scale of the pyramid, combined with the ingenuity required for its construction, cemented Imhotep's reputation as one of the greatest architects in history. Following the completion of the Step Pyramid, the idea of stacked mastabas continued to inspire future pharaohs, although it was not long before the design evolved further. While the Step Pyramid itself was a monumental achievement, it was not the final word in pyramid construction. Over time, subsequent pharaohs, including those from the 4th dynasty, began to refine the concept and experiment with more advanced designs. The Step Pyramid served as the foundation for the future development of the true pyramid shape. This evolution would culminate with the construction of the smooth-sided pyramids at Giza, most notably the Great Pyramid of Khufu, which would become one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. However, the Step Pyramid's significance cannot be overstated. It was the first of its kind and marked the beginning of the monumental age of pyramid construction that would define the Old Kingdom and the history of ancient Egypt. In conclusion, the transition from simple mastabas to the innovative Step Pyramid at Saqqara represented a critical moment in the evolution of Egyptian tomb architecture. Imhotep's design not only marked a revolutionary leap forward in architectural complexity, but also laid the groundwork for the great pyramids that would follow. The Step Pyramid was more than just a tomb. It was a testament to the ambition, religious devotion, and engineering ingenuity of ancient Egypt. It symbolized the ascent of the pharaoh to the divine realm and set the stage for the creation of some of the most iconic monuments in the history of mankind. The fourth dynasty of ancient Egypt, which flourished from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, marks a period of unparalleled architectural achievement, particularly in the realm of pyramid construction. During this time, Egypt saw the construction of some of the most iconic and monumental structures in the world, including the Great Pyramid at Giza. These advancements were made possible due to the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu, whose innovations in pyramid design laid the foundation for the awe-inspiring pyramids that followed, culminating in the pyramid of his son Pharaoh Khufu. Sneferu, the founder of the fourth dynasty, was a visionary leader who realized the importance of monumental construction as a means to solidify his power and ensure his legacy. His contributions to pyramid architecture are crucial as they represent the transition from the earlier stepped pyramids to the smooth-sided true pyramids that would come to define Egypt's architectural identity. Sneferu is credited with designing and overseeing the construction of two major pyramids, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, both of which stand as testaments to his architectural genius. The Bent Pyramid, located at the site of Dashur, is one of Egypt's most unusual pyramids. Built during the early part of Sneferu's reign, the Bent Pyramid was designed with a steep angle of about 54 degrees, which would have created a structure with a sharp, pointed appearance. However, midway through construction, the builders noticed that the steep angle might make the pyramid unstable. The engineers, concerned that the pyramid might collapse under its own weight, decided to change the angle of the upper portion of the pyramid to a gentler slope of about 43 degrees. This resulted in the distinctive bent shape that gives the pyramid its name. Despite its unconventional shape, the Bent Pyramid represents an important step in the evolution of pyramid design. It was the first attempt at building a smooth-sided pyramid, and the engineering lessons learned from its construction would go on to inform later, more successful pyramid projects. While the Bent Pyramid was not the flawless structure that Sneferu and his engineers had hoped for, it paved the way for the next great pyramid project, the Red Pyramid. The Red Pyramid, also located at Dashur, was another major achievement in pyramid design. Unlike the Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid was built with a consistent stable angle of 43 degrees, which made it the first true smooth-sided pyramid in history. It is often referred to as the North Pyramid, because it stands to the north of the Bent Pyramid, and it was completed towards the end of Sneferu's reign. The Red Pyramid is considered one of the best preserved pyramids in Egypt, and its design represents a significant advancement in pyramid architecture. The Red Pyramid stands at a height of about 104 meters, 341 feet, and is made up of millions of limestone blocks, many of which were quarried from nearby sources. The pyramid's smooth, uniform sides were achieved through careful planning and precise engineering, making it one of the most stable and impressive pyramids of its time. The successful construction of the Red Pyramid marked the culmination of Sneferu's architectural vision and represented a key milestone in the development of pyramid construction. With the completion of the Red Pyramid, Sneferu's innovations in pyramid design had set the stage for the most famous pyramid of all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid, built by his son Pharaoh Khufu, would become the largest and most ambitious pyramid ever constructed. It remains one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, and stands as a testament to the engineering prowess and architectural skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed around 2580 BCE, was the crowning achievement of Egypt's pyramid building era. Standing at an original height of 146.6 meters, 481 feet, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The pyramid covers an area of 5.3 hectares and is composed of over 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. The construction of the Great Pyramid required a vast workforce and an unprecedented level of organization, planning and engineering expertise. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid were staggering. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction process, including skilled craftsmen, laborers and engineers. The stones used in the construction of the pyramid were quarried from nearby sites, with the finer limestone used for the outer casing coming from the Tura quarries located across the Nile. The transportation of these massive blocks was an extraordinary feat in itself, requiring the development of ramps, sledges and other lifting mechanisms to move the stones into place as construction progressed. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is the precision with which it was constructed. The pyramid is aligned with incredible accuracy to the four cardinal directions, with the north-south axis aligning almost perfectly with true north. The sides of the pyramid are also aligned with astonishing precision, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. This level of accuracy demonstrates the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid's construction was a monumental task that took several decades to complete. The project required careful coordination of workers, materials, and tools, and it is believed that the workers were organized into specialized teams, each responsible for different aspects of the construction. These teams would have worked in shifts, using ramps, levers, and other tools to transport and position the massive stone blocks. In addition to the pyramid itself, Khufu's tomb complex also included a mortuary temple, causeway, and subsidiary pyramids for his queens. The entire complex was designed to ensure that Khufu's body and possessions were protected for eternity, and that he would be able to ascend to the afterlife and join the gods. The Great Pyramid stands as a symbol of Khufu's divine power and authority. It was built not only as a tomb for the pharaoh but also as a monument to his eternal rule. The pyramid's sheer scale and complexity reflect the grandeur of the Old Kingdom and the absolute power of the pharaohs during this golden age of Egyptian civilization. In conclusion, the Fourth Dynasty represents the apex of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt. The innovations of Sneferu, including the bent pyramid and the red pyramid, laid the foundation for the later achievements of Khufu and the construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza. These monumental structures not only reflect the engineering brilliance of the ancient Egyptians, but also serve as lasting symbols of the power, religious beliefs, and cultural legacy of the pharaohs. The pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty continue to inspire awe and admiration to this day, standing as some of the most enduring and iconic monuments in the history of human civilization. The construction of the pyramids remains one of the most extraordinary achievements in the history of architecture and engineering. The sheer scale of these monumental structures, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and engineers for centuries. Despite the absence of modern technology, the ancient Egyptians successfully built these massive stone structures using a combination of skilled labor, sophisticated tools, and ingenious techniques. In this chapter, we will explore who built the pyramids, the tools and materials they used, and how they accomplished such feats of construction without the technological advances we take for granted today. Contrary to the popular myth that slaves were responsible for building the pyramids, Evidence shows that the workers who constructed these monuments were skilled laborers who worked in large teams. These laborers were not slaves, but rather a combination of seasonal workers, craftsmen, and professional builders who were employed by the state. The Egyptians had a well-organized labor force, and pyramid construction was seen as a state-sponsored project, often undertaken by workers who were compensated for their efforts. The laborers who worked on the pyramids were primarily recruited from the surrounding agricultural communities. During the annual flooding of the Nile, when agricultural work was halted, these workers would be put to work on the pyramid construction sites. The workers were housed in temporary workers' villages near the pyramids, such as the village discovered near the Great Pyramid at Giza. These villages provided accommodations, food, and medical care to the laborers, who would work in shifts to build the pyramids. The labor force was highly organized, and workers were divided into specialized teams based on their skills. Skilled laborers such as stonemasons, carpenters, and metal workers were essential to the construction of the pyramids. Other workers were responsible for tasks such as transporting the massive stone blocks, preparing the quarry sites, and managing the logistics of the project. The construction of the pyramids was a massive logistical undertaking, requiring the coordination of thousands of workers, the transportation of millions of tons of stone, and the careful planning of every step in the construction process. The tools and materials used by the ancient Egyptians in pyramid construction were relatively simple, but extremely effective when used with the right techniques. The primary building material for the pyramids was limestone, which was quarried from nearby sites. The core of the Great Pyramid, for example, was made of roughly cut limestone blocks, while the outer casing was made of finer, more polished limestone. In addition to limestone, the Egyptians also used granite for certain structural elements, such as the internal chambers and the king's burial chamber in the Great Pyramid. To cut and shape the stones, the Egyptians used a variety of tools made from copper and stone. Copper chisels, saws, and drills were used to cut and shape the limestone blocks. These tools were sharpened regularly to ensure that they remained effective, and workers often used abrasive materials such as sand to help in the cutting process. Stone hammers and copper tools were also used to break the larger blocks of stone into manageable pieces. One of the most ingenious techniques employed by the Egyptians was the use of ramps to move the massive stone blocks into place. There are several theories about how the ramps were constructed and used, but the most widely accepted theory is that a straight or zigzagging ramp was built on the side of the pyramid to transport the stones upward as construction progressed. Workers would drag the stone blocks up the ramp using sledges and ropes, and the stones would be placed in position using levers and other lifting devices. In addition to ramps, it is believed that the ancient Egyptians used counterweight systems to help move the massive blocks. These counterweights would have been used to assist in lifting the stones, making it easier to raise them to higher levels of the pyramid. Levers, rollers, and sledges were also essential tools in the movement of the stones, and workers used these tools in combination to lift and position the blocks with remarkable precision. The process of moving and placing the stones was a slow and labor-intensive one. Each stone block had to be carefully positioned to ensure that it fit perfectly with the surrounding blocks. The precision with which the stones were cut and placed is one of the most impressive aspects of pyramid construction, as the blocks fit together so perfectly that even today, many of the joints are virtually seamless. The construction of the pyramids required not only skilled labor and sophisticated tools, but also careful planning and organization. The workers were organized into teams, each with a specific task, and the construction process was divided into different phases. The first phase involved preparing the quarry sites and cutting the stones. The second phase was focused on transporting the stones to the pyramid site, while the final phase involved the actual construction of the pyramid itself. The pyramid building project would have been overseen by a team of architects, engineers and supervisors who ensured that everything was done according to plan. These supervisors would have coordinated the various teams of workers and ensured that the construction process was carried out efficiently and without delays. The ability to organize such a massive workforce and oversee such a complex construction project speaks to the advanced administrative skills of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to the logistical challenges, the construction of the pyramids also required advanced knowledge of engineering and mathematics. The Egyptians used a system of geometry to ensure that the pyramids were constructed with precise measurements and angles. They also employed astronomical knowledge to align the pyramids with the cardinal points and to orient the structures in relation to the stars. Despite the lack of modern technology, the Egyptians were able to build the pyramids with remarkable precision and efficiency. The techniques and methods they used to accomplish this incredible feat remain a subject of study and fascination. Through a combination of skilled labor, clever tools and advanced planning, the ancient Egyptians were able to construct the pyramids, monuments to their pharaohs and symbols of their enduring legacy. In conclusion, the construction of the pyramids was a monumental achievement that required the efforts of thousands of skilled laborers, craftsmen and engineers. The workers who built the pyramids were not slaves, as commonly believed, but skilled individuals who were employed in a highly organized and efficient manner. The tools and techniques used by the Egyptians were simple but effective, and the logistics of the pyramid building process were carefully planned to ensure the success of the project. The ability to construct such massive and precise structures without modern technology remains one of the most impressive achievements of ancient Egyptian civilization. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, also known as the Pyramid of Cheops, stands as the crowning achievement of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. Built around 2580 BCE, it is the largest of the three pyramids at Giza and one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Its sheer scale, precision and the mysteries surrounding its construction continue to captivate researchers, historians and engineers alike. This chapter will delve into the architecture of the Great Pyramid, exploring the precision of its design, its internal chambers, the alignment with celestial bodies, and the theories regarding its symbolic and religious significance. The Great Pyramid was built during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, whose ambitious vision sought to leave a lasting legacy. Originally standing at 146.6 meters, 481 feet, the pyramid is made up of approximately 2.3 million limestone blocks, with each block weighing several tons. It covers an area of 5.3 hectares and was, for over 3,800 years, the tallest man-made structure in the world. The precision and scale of the Great Pyramid demonstrate the advanced engineering and architectural skills of the ancient Egyptians. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is its geometric precision. The pyramid's base is nearly perfectly square, with each side measuring approximately 230.4 meters, 755.9 feet. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with incredible accuracy to the cardinal directions, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. The pyramid is oriented to within 0.05 degrees of true north, a level of precision that would have been difficult to achieve even with modern technology. This precise alignment is a testament to the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid is just as impressive as its external design. The pyramid contains several chambers, passageways and shafts, each with a specific purpose. The most significant of these is the King's Chamber, which is located near the center of the pyramid. The King's Chamber is constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, which were transported from quarries in Aswan, located more than 800 kilometers 500 miles to the south. The chamber is also aligned with incredible precision, with the walls and ceiling being perfectly level and parallel. The burial sarcophagus of Khufu, made of red granite, lies within the chamber, though the king's body is believed to have been removed long ago. One of the most puzzling features of the Great Pyramid is the system of narrow shafts that run through the pyramid structure. These shafts are angled at precise inclinations and extend from the king's chamber and queen's chamber out to the exterior of the pyramid. The purpose of these shafts has long been a subject of speculation. Some scholars believe that they were intended to align with certain stars or constellations, possibly related to the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Others suggest that the shafts may have had a symbolic or ritualistic function, serving to facilitate communication between the king and the gods. In addition to the internal chambers and shafts, the Great Pyramid's alignment with celestial bodies is another fascinating aspect of its design. The pyramid is oriented in a way that aligns with the stars, specifically with the constellation of Orion, which was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The alignment with Orion reflects the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, who believed that the pharaohs were divine beings, and that their pyramids served as a means of connecting with the gods and the afterlife. The alignment of the Great Pyramid with the cardinal directions is also thought to have astronomical significance. The Egyptians were skilled astronomers and had an advanced understanding of the movements of the stars and planets. The pyramid's precise alignment with true north suggests that the builders had a deep knowledge of the Earth's axial tilt and the stars' positions in the sky. It is believed that the Egyptians used a system of sighting rods and the stars to achieve such precise alignments, possibly using the circumpolar stars which never set to determine true north. The construction of the Great Pyramid was a monumental task that required a vast workforce and unprecedented organization. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction, including skilled craftsmen, laborers, and engineers. The materials used in the pyramid's construction were sourced from nearby quarries, and the massive limestone blocks were transported to the pyramid site using a combination of ramps, sledges, and rolling logs. The finer limestone used for the outer casing came from the Tura quarries, located across the Nile. The granite blocks used in the king's chamber were transported from Aswan, which required sophisticated methods of transportation over long distances. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid are still not fully understood, but it is believed that ramps were used to move the massive blocks into place as the pyramid rose. There are several theories about the design of these ramps, including straight ramps, zigzagging ramps, and spiral ramps that may have been built around the pyramid's exterior. Regardless of the exact method, the construction of the Great Pyramid was a highly coordinated and labor-intensive process that required careful planning, engineering expertise, and precise execution. Beyond its architectural and astronomical precision, the Great Pyramid of Khufu is imbued with religious and symbolic significance. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a gateway to the afterlife. The pyramid's shape, with its smooth, sloping sides, symbolized the rays of the sun, and it was believed that the pyramid's apex served as a point of connection between the pharaoh and the gods, allowing the soul of the king to ascend to the heavens. The pyramid was also designed to protect the king's body and possessions, ensuring that he could continue to rule in the afterlife. The Great Pyramid is also part of a larger complex that includes several other pyramids, temples, and causeways, all of which were designed to honor Khufu and his journey to the afterlife. The complex was carefully planned to reflect the pharaoh's divine status and to ensure that he would be protected for eternity. In conclusion, The Great Pyramid of Khufu stands as one of the most remarkable architectural and engineering achievements in human history. Its precision, scale, and alignment with celestial bodies are a testament to the advanced knowledge and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramid's symbolic and religious significance as a gateway to the afterlife and a means of connecting with the gods underscores the importance of the pharaohs in Egyptian society. The Great Pyramid continues to inspire awe and admiration, serving as a lasting symbol of the grandeur and mystery of ancient Egypt. The Giza Plateau, home to the most famous pyramids in the world, is not just the location of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, it is also the site of the monumental pyramid complexes of two other pharaohs, Khafre and Menkaure. These two pyramids, while smaller than Khufu's Great Pyramid, are no less impressive and play a significant role in the overall religious and architectural significance of the Giza complex. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaure, their temples, the Great Sphinx, and the religious meanings embedded in the layout of the entire complex. Khafre, the son of Khufu, built his pyramid slightly smaller than his father's, but it is still a massive and awe-inspiring structure. The Pyramid of Khafre stands at a height of 143.5 meters, 471 feet, just slightly shorter than the Great Pyramid, but its position on the Giza Plateau gives it the illusion of being larger due to its elevated location. This pyramid is also notable for its smooth outer casing, which is still visible at the top, giving us a glimpse of what the pyramids may have originally looked like when they were first constructed. The pyramid complex of Khafre is distinct in several ways. It is surrounded by a large mortuary temple, which was designed to honor the pharaoh and to facilitate his transition to the afterlife. The mortuary temple was connected to a long causeway that led to a valley temple located at the foot of the pyramid. The valley temple was an important part of the pyramid complex, as it served as the place where the pharaoh's body would have been prepared and embalmed before being placed in the tomb. The causeway, which was often paved with large stones, would have been used to transport the pharaoh's body from the valley temple to the mortuary temple and ultimately to the burial chamber inside the pyramid. One of the most iconic features of Khafre's pyramid complex is the Great Sphinx, a colossal statue with the body of a lion and the head of a man, believed to represent Khafre himself. The Sphinx is carved from a single piece of limestone and measures about 73 meters 240 feet long and 20 meters 66 feet high. It is the largest monolithic statue in the world and one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx is believed to have been constructed as a guardian for Khafre's pyramid, protecting the pharaoh's tomb and ensuring his safe passage into the afterlife. The Great Sphinx is also thought to have a deeper symbolic and astronomical significance. Some scholars suggest that the Sphinx was aligned with the rising sun during the spring equinox, marking the start of a new season and symbolizing the renewal of life. The Sphinx's position, facing the east, may also be intended to link Khafre with the sun god Ra, reinforcing his divine status and his role as a god-king. The precise alignment of the Sphinx and its relationship with the celestial bodies highlight the advanced astronomical knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, who used the positions of the stars and the sun to guide their religious practices and construction projects. To the south of Khafre's pyramid lies the Pyramid of Menkaure, the third and smallest of the three pyramids at Giza. Standing at a height of 65 meters, 213 feet, Menkaure's pyramid is significantly smaller than those of his father and grandfather. However, it is still a remarkable structure, and its construction and layout reflect the same precision and attention to detail as the larger pyramids. The Pyramid of Menkaure is also distinguished by its use of granite, a more durable and finer material for the casing stones of the pyramid. This use of granite was a significant advancement in pyramid construction, demonstrating the increasing sophistication of the architectural techniques used by the ancient Egyptians. Menkaura's pyramid complex, like that of his father, is surrounded by a mortuary temple, a causeway, and a valley temple. The mortuary temple was dedicated to the pharaoh's cult and served as the site for rituals that honored Menkaura after his death. The valley temple, located at the base of the pyramid, was where the pharaoh's body was prepared and embalmed, as with the other pyramids. A causeway connected the two temples, facilitating the transport of the king's body to the tomb. One of the most notable features of the Pyramid of Menkaura is the series of statues that were discovered within the mortuary temple. These statues, including the famous statue of Menkaura and his queen, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian art and provide valuable insights into the aesthetics and religious practices of the time. The statues depict Menkaura in a traditional pose, standing tall with one hand forward, representing his eternal rule and his divine power. The queen's statue, which shows her in a similar pose, reinforces the idea of the pharaoh's divine connection to the gods and the afterlife. The layout of the entire Giza pyramid complex was carefully planned to reflect the religious and cosmic beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramids, temples, and the Sphinx were all aligned with celestial bodies, and their arrangement was designed to represent the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The pyramids themselves were believed to be the pharaoh's earthly homes, where they would be reborn into the afterlife and take their place among the gods. The orientation of the pyramids and the precise alignment with the stars were symbolic of the pharaoh's divine status and their connection to the gods. In addition to their religious significance, the Giza pyramids also served as a reflection of the power and wealth of the pharaohs. The construction of these monumental structures required vast resources, skilled labor, and advanced engineering techniques. The pyramid complexes were not just tombs, they were grand statements of the pharaoh's absolute power, their ability to control vast resources, and their divine right to rule. In conclusion, the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaura, like the Great Pyramid of Khufu, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. The precision of their construction, the use of advanced materials, and the careful alignment with celestial bodies reflect the religious and cultural significance of the pharaohs and their connection to the divine. The Great Sphinx, standing watch over Khafre's pyramid, remains one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt, embodying the strength, power, and mystery of the civilization that built these awe-inspiring monuments. The Giza Plateau continues to be a testament to the ingenuity, vision, and enduring legacy of the ancient Egyptians. The history of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt spans a period of several centuries, during which time these monumental structures evolved from simple, stepped pyramids to the grandiose stone tombs of the Fourth Dynasty. However, by the end of the Old Kingdom, pyramid construction began to decline, and the focus of royal tomb construction shifted away from the monumental pyramids of Giza. This transition marks the end of an era in Egyptian history, with the decline of pyramid building driven by a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. In this chapter, we will explore why large pyramids fell out of favor and the subsequent shift to rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings during the New Kingdom. The end of the Old Kingdom, c. 2181 BCE, saw a period of political instability, economic decline, and social upheaval in Egypt. This period, known as the First Intermediate Period, was characterized by weak central authority and regional fragmentation. The Old Kingdom had been a time of great wealth and power, but by the end of the era, Egypt's political and economic systems were struggling. Several factors contributed to this decline, and they played a significant role in the cessation of pyramid construction. One of the most significant reasons for the decline in pyramid construction was the growing cost of building these massive tombs. The construction of the large pyramids required vast resources, including labor, materials, and money. The pyramid complexes, with their grand mortuary temples, causeways, and burial chambers, were an enormous financial burden. The increasing demands for labor and the costs associated with quarrying, transporting, and carving the massive stone blocks used in pyramid construction put a strain on the Egyptian economy. As the economy faltered and resources became scarcer, the ruling pharaohs of Egypt found it increasingly difficult to justify the vast expenditures required for pyramid building. The lavish construction of these tombs, with their associated religious ceremonies, became unsustainable. The loss of centralized control and the rise of regionalism further compounded the financial difficulties, making it difficult for the pharaohs to continue the tradition of pyramid building on such a grand scale. In addition to the economic challenges, there were also political factors that contributed to the decline of pyramid construction. The collapse of the Old Kingdom led to a weakening of the central authority of the pharaohs. As Egypt fragmented into smaller competing regions, local rulers, or nomarchs, gained more power. The centralized control that had been necessary for the construction of large pyramids was no longer in place, and regional rulers began to focus their efforts on their own tombs and burial sites, often opting for simpler, less expensive forms of tomb construction. Moreover, the religious and ideological significance of the pyramid as a royal tomb began to change. During the Old Kingdom, the pyramid had been seen as a symbol of the pharaoh's divine power and his eternal life in the afterlife. However, as political and social changes took place, the symbolic value of the pyramid was gradually eclipsed by new beliefs and practices. The idea of the afterlife remained central to Egyptian religion, but the elaborate pyramid complexes of the Old Kingdom were no longer seen as the only means by which the pharaohs could ensure their immortality. By the time of the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055, 1650 BCE, the construction of pyramids had become less popular, and a new form of tomb architecture began to emerge: the rock-cut tomb. These tombs were carved directly into the cliffs of the desert, often in remote valleys far from the pyramid fields. The rock-cut tombs were more cost-effective and easier to construct than the massive stone pyramids of the Old Kingdom. They also allowed for greater privacy and security for the deceased, as they were hidden from view and less likely to attract tomb robbers. The shift from pyramid construction to rock-cut tombs can be seen in the development of the Valley of the Kings, which became the burial site for pharaohs during the New Kingdom, c. 1070 BCE. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile near Thebes, is home to some of the most famous royal tombs in Egyptian history, including the tomb of Tutankhamun. Unlike the pyramids, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were hidden deep within the cliffs, protecting the pharaoh's final resting place from potential invaders. The Valley of the Kings represented a new approach to royal burial, one that emphasized privacy, security, and practicality over grandeur and ostentation. While the tombs of the New Kingdom pharaohs were still elaborate and filled with treasures, they were no longer constructed as monumental pyramids. Instead, the tombs were cut into the rock, with long corridors and chambers designed to hold the pharaoh's mummified body and the goods needed for the afterlife. In addition to their practicality, rock-cut tombs also reflected changes in Egyptian religious beliefs. The emphasis on the sun god Rhea and the solar symbolism of the pyramid began to give way to a more complex and diverse understanding of the afterlife. The tombs in the Valley of the Kings were designed to reflect these new religious beliefs, with detailed paintings and inscriptions that depicted the journey of the soul through the afterlife. The rock-cut tombs also allowed for the burial of smaller, more intimate tomb complexes, where the pharaohs could be buried alongside their family members and retainers. Despite the decline in pyramid construction, the legacy of the Old Kingdom pyramids remained an important part of Egyptian culture. The pyramids continued to be revered as symbols of the divine power of the pharaohs, and their construction techniques and architectural innovations influenced the design of tombs and monuments throughout Egypt's history. The shift to rock-cut tombs did not diminish the importance of the afterlife in Egyptian religion, but it reflected a change in the way the Egyptians approached burial and the protection of the pharaoh's soul. In conclusion, the decline of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt was a result of a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. As the Old Kingdom came to an end, the resources required to build large pyramids became unsustainable, and the political fragmentation of Egypt further weakened the central authority needed for such grand projects. The shift to rock-cut tombs, particularly in the Valley of the Kings, marked a new phase in Egyptian burial practices. While the pyramid remained an enduring symbol of royal power, the rock-cut tombs of the New Kingdom reflected the changing needs and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, ushering in a new era of tomb construction. The ancient Egyptians believed that life did not end with death. Instead, they saw death as a transition to another existence in the afterlife. The pyramids, as monumental tombs, were central to this belief system, serving as both the final resting places of the pharaohs and as gateways to the afterlife. The burial rituals associated with these grand structures, including mummification, tomb goods, and the religious texts used in the afterlife journey, were integral to ensuring the deceased would live on in eternity. In this chapter, we will explore the funerary practices linked to the pyramids, the Book of the Dead, burial rituals, the use of canopic jars, and how the pyramids served as a means to facilitate the deceased's passage into the afterlife. Mummification was perhaps the most important and intricate of all Egyptian funerary practices. It was believed that for the deceased to live forever, their body had to be preserved. The process of mummification, which took up to 70 days, was carried out by skilled embalmers and priests. The first step involved removing the internal organs, which were believed to be the seat of life and essential to the preservation of the body. The heart, however, was often left in place, as it was considered the center of intelligence and emotion, and it was thought to be needed for the journey to the afterlife. After the removal of the organs, the body was dehydrated using natron, a naturally occurring salt that helped to preserve the flesh and prevent decomposition. Once the body had dried, the embalmers would wrap it in linen bandages, often coating the body with resin to seal and protect it. Amulets and protective charms were placed between the layers of bandages to guard against evil forces during the journey to the afterlife. The final step of the mummification process involved placing the body in a sarcophagus, a stone or wooden coffin, which would then be placed in the tomb. The burial chamber inside the pyramid would contain not just the mummified body of the deceased, but also a range of items meant to accompany the individual into the afterlife. These items were believed to provide comfort, sustenance, and protection in the next world. Among the most important of these were the tomb goods, objects such as jewelry, furniture, clothing, food, and even personal items like games and cosmetics. These items were thought to be necessary for the deceased to enjoy a comfortable life in the afterlife, ensuring they would have all they needed in their eternal existence. One of the most significant sets of tomb goods was the collection of offerings placed in the tomb to sustain the deceased on their journey. These offerings were often food and drink, as well as other material items such as incense and perfumes, which were believed to please the gods and provide the deceased with comfort in the afterlife. It was common for these offerings to be left in small chambers near the burial chamber, sometimes arranged in elaborate displays to ensure that the deceased would be well cared for in the afterlife. Along with the physical items placed in the tomb, the ancient Egyptians also believed that the deceased needed to have knowledge of the afterlife to ensure their safe passage through the various challenges they would face. This is where the Book of the Dead came into play. The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells and prayers written on papyrus scrolls or inscribed on the walls of tombs, designed to guide the deceased through the perilous journey in the afterlife. These texts provided instructions on how to navigate the underworld and face the gods and supernatural beings that would judge the deceased's soul. The Book of the Dead contained spells for protection, guidance, and resurrection. Among its most important sections were those focused on the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be light and pure, the deceased would be granted eternal life. If it was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by Ambient, a fearsome creature that represented a fate worse than death. Canopic jars were another essential part of the burial ritual. These jars were used to store the internal organs of the deceased that had been removed during the mummification process. There were 4 jars in total, each representing one of the 4 sons of Horus, who were believed to protect the organs. The lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines were placed in these jars, which were then sealed and placed within the tomb to accompany the deceased on their journey. The jars were often intricately decorated with faces and symbols, and their presence in the tomb reflected the Egyptians' belief in the importance of preserving every part of the body for the afterlife. As well as the physical preparations for the afterlife, the pyramids themselves played a significant role in ensuring the pharaohs' successful transition to eternity. The pyramid was not just a tomb but a spiritual gateway. It was believed that the pyramid, with its precise alignments and monumental size, would help the pharaoh's soul ascend to the heavens and unite with the gods. The orientation of the pyramid was carefully chosen to align with celestial bodies such as the North Star and the Sun, which were central to the Egyptian religious belief system. The pyramid's shape, a massive stone structure tapering toward the sky, symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's connection to the divine. The tombs of the pharaohs were also often equipped with elaborate texts and reliefs depicting scenes of the afterlife, including offerings to the gods and depictions of the deceased enjoying an eternal life of luxury. These inscriptions served to guide the soul and provide it with the necessary tools for a successful journey. The pyramid was designed to help facilitate the soul's transition from the physical world to the divine realm. In conclusion, the burial rituals of ancient Egypt were deeply tied to the religious beliefs of the time. Mummification, the inclusion of tomb goods, and the use of the Book of the Dead were all essential components of the funerary process, ensuring the deceased would be properly prepared for the afterlife. The canopic jars served to preserve the internal organs, while the pyramid itself acted as a spiritual gateway to the heavens. These rituals not only reflected the Egyptians' beliefs in the afterlife, but also their commitment to ensuring that the deceased would continue to exist in a comfortable and meaningful way for eternity. The ancient pyramids are not only renowned for their architectural grandeur, but also for the rich array of inscriptions that adorn their walls. These inscriptions, often referred to as the pyramid texts, are the earliest known religious texts in ancient Egypt. Carved into the stone walls of the pyramids, these spells, hymns, and incantations were meant to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, ensuring his safe passage through the underworld and his ultimate resurrection. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid texts and the lost knowledge they contain, shedding light on ancient Egyptian cosmology, religious beliefs, and the spiritual significance of the pyramids. The pyramid texts are found in the pyramids of the Old Kingdom pharaohs, particularly those at Saqqara, the burial site of the pharaohs of the 5th and 6th dynasties. The earliest pyramid texts were discovered in the Pyramid of Unas, the last ruler of the 5th dynasty, who reigned around 2300 BCE. The texts were later copied and expanded upon in the pyramids of subsequent kings, such as those of Teti, Pepi I, and Pepi II. These texts are not merely decorative inscriptions, but serve as a vital component of the pharaoh's burial ritual. The pyramid texts were intended to guide the pharaoh's soul through the trials and challenges of the afterlife, ensuring that he could overcome the dangers of the underworld and ascend to the heavens to join the gods. The texts contain a wide range of prayers, spells, and incantations designed to protect the deceased from harmful forces, offer guidance on navigating the afterlife, and even invoke the gods' blessings. One of the key themes in the pyramid texts is the protection of the king's body and soul. Many of the spells were designed to prevent the decay of the king's body, which was seen as crucial for his continued existence in the afterlife. For example, one of the most famous spells in the pyramid texts is a series of incantations that are meant to prevent the pharaoh's body from being consumed by worms and other creatures. These spells invoke the help of various deities, including Osiris, the god of the dead, who is believed to have the power to preserve and protect the deceased. In addition to protecting the king's physical body, the pyramid texts also focus on the protection and sustenance of his soul. The afterlife, according to Egyptian beliefs, was a perilous journey, filled with challenges, demons, and hostile gods. The texts provide the pharaoh with the knowledge and tools he needs to face these dangers. One of the most well-known spells in the pyramid texts is the opening of the mouth ritual, which was meant to restore the pharaoh's senses and allow him to interact with the gods in the afterlife. This ritual, which involved the ceremonial opening of the pharaoh's mouth by priests, was a symbolic act that enabled the deceased to speak, eat, and drink once again, thus ensuring his continued existence. The pyramid texts also reveal a great deal about the ancient Egyptian understanding of the cosmos and the afterlife. Central to Egyptian cosmology was the idea of Mara, the principle of cosmic order, balance, and justice. Mara was personified as a goddess who was responsible for maintaining harmony in the universe. In the pyramid texts, the pharaoh is frequently described as a representative of Mara on earth, and his role in the afterlife is to restore order and balance to the world. The texts also speak of the pharaoh's union with the sun god Ra, a powerful symbol of rebirth and regeneration. The pharaoh's journey through the afterlife is often depicted as a journey toward the sun, where he would be reborn and take his place among the gods. The pyramid texts also provide insight into the Egyptian understanding of death and the afterlife. Death was not viewed as the end of existence, but rather as a transition from one state of being to another. The texts describe the pharaoh's soul's journey through the underworld, where it must pass through various obstacles and face a series of trials. One of the most important trials the soul must face is the weighing of the heart, a judgment in which the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of Mara. If the heart is found to be pure, the soul is allowed to continue its journey toward the afterlife. If it is found to be heavy with sin, the soul is devoured by Ambient, a fearsome creature that represents death and destruction. The religious texts carved into the pyramids also offer valuable insights into the worship of the gods in ancient Egypt. The pyramid texts mention numerous deities, including Osiris, Ra, Hathor, and Anubis, each of whom played a crucial role in the afterlife. Osiris, in particular, is frequently invoked as the god of the dead, and his resurrection is seen as the model for the pharaoh's own rebirth. Ra, the sun god, is also an important figure in the texts, as the pharaoh's journey to the sun symbolizes his spiritual ascent to the divine realm. In addition to the religious themes present in the pyramid texts, There are also references to the king's role as a divine ruler on earth. The pharaoh was not simply a political leader, but a god-king, believed to be the living embodiment of Horus, the god of kingship. The texts emphasize the pharaoh's divine power, describing him as a ruler who brings order to the world and ensures the prosperity of the land. The texts also highlight the king's role in ensuring the welfare of the people, as the stability and success of Egypt were believed to depend on the pharaoh's actions. The pyramid texts are not only important for what they tell us about ancient Egyptian religious beliefs and cosmology, but also for what they reveal about the culture and society of ancient Egypt. These texts reflect a highly sophisticated understanding of the afterlife and the cosmos, and they offer a window into the mindset of the ancient Egyptians. The intricate rituals, prayers, and spells that were performed in the pyramids highlight the importance of the king's spiritual well-being and his connection to the gods. The texts also underscore the belief that the pharaoh's actions on earth had a direct impact on the fate of the cosmos and the people of Egypt. In conclusion, the pyramid texts provide us with a remarkable insight into the religious, spiritual, and cultural life of ancient Egypt. These ancient inscriptions were designed to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, guiding him through the dangers of the underworld and ensuring his resurrection. They reveal a complex and highly developed understanding of the cosmos, the gods, and the nature of life and death. The pyramid texts are not just a record of ancient Egyptian beliefs, but also a testament to the enduring legacy of a civilization that placed great importance on the afterlife and the divine nature of the pharaoh. As we look at these texts today, we are reminded of the incredible depth of thought and the sophistication of the ancient Egyptians, who viewed the pyramid as a sacred structure that could bridge the gap between life and the divine realm. The ancient pyramids of Egypt have long fascinated both scholars and the general public, not only for their architectural grandeur and historical significance, but also for the mysteries that continue to surround them. Despite centuries of study and exploration, many secrets of these monumental structures remain hidden, while others have only recently come to light through modern archaeological techniques. In this chapter, we will delve into the most recent discoveries, examine some of the enduring mysteries, and separate fact from fiction when it comes to the pyramids. In recent years, advanced technologies like 3D scanning, cosmic ray imaging, and robotic exploration have allowed scientists to make new discoveries in the pyramids that were previously unimaginable. One of the most significant breakthroughs occurred in 2017 when a team of scientists used a technique called muon tomography to detect a large, previously unknown void inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. This void, which is located above the Grand Gallery, is thought to be at least 30 meters 98 feet long, and its purpose remains unknown. Some speculate that it may have been a hidden chamber or a structural feature designed to distribute weight more evenly within the pyramid, but the lack of direct access to this space has left its true function a mystery. This discovery added to a growing list of intriguing features that have been uncovered in the pyramids over the years. For example, in the early 20th century, archaeologists discovered hidden shafts and chambers within the Pyramid of Khufu, and more recently, the Pyramid of Khufu was found to have an intricate system of tunnels and chambers that had been sealed off for millennia. These hidden spaces have led to much speculation about the true purpose of the pyramids. Were they simply tombs for pharaohs, or were they part of a much larger, more complex religious and astronomical system? Beyond the scientific discoveries, the pyramids have become the subject of numerous myths and speculative theories. One of the most famous and persistent theories is that the pyramids were built by extraterrestrials or advanced ancient civilizations, such as the fabled lost continent of Atlantis. Proponents of these theories point to the precision of the pyramids' construction and the apparent alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies as evidence of otherworldly influence. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims, and mainstream archaeology continues to assert that the pyramids were built by the ancient Egyptians using advanced techniques for their time. These theories, while popular in some circles, are widely regarded by scholars as pseudoscience. Another enduring mystery is the question of how the ancient Egyptians were able to move the massive stones used in pyramid construction. Some estimates suggest that the Great Pyramid of Khufu contains around 2.3 million blocks, each weighing several tons, and the methods by which these stones were transported from the quarries to the construction site have long been a subject of debate. Recent studies have proposed several possible methods, including the use of ramps, cranes, and levers, but the exact process remains elusive. The lack of definitive evidence has fueled a variety of theories, including some that suggest the use of advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. The alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies also continues to fascinate researchers. The Great Pyramid, for example, is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, with its sides facing north, south, east, and west. The precision of this alignment, which would have required advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, has led some to propose that the ancient Egyptians had access to astronomical knowledge far beyond what was previously believed. Some theories even suggest that the pyramids may have been designed to serve as a form of calendar, or that they were built to mark the position of specific stars or constellations in the sky. While these ideas remain speculative, they highlight the extraordinary level of understanding the ancient Egyptians had of the cosmos. One of the most intriguing aspects of the pyramids is the role they played in ancient Egyptian cosmology and religion. The pyramids were not merely tombs, they were believed to be part of a cosmic system designed to ensure the pharaoh's safe passage to the afterlife and his eventual resurrection as a divine being. The alignment of the pyramids with the stars, the use of pyramid texts, and the emphasis on the pharaoh's connection to the gods all point to a deeply spiritual purpose behind the construction of these monumental structures. The pyramids were meant to be more than just tombs. They were designed to facilitate the pharaoh's ascent to the heavens and his transformation into a god. Despite the many discoveries made in recent years, there is still much that remains unknown about the pyramids. Some questions may never be fully answered, and new mysteries may continue to surface as technology advances. However, the enduring fascination with these ancient structures is a testament to their significance and the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians who built them. Whether it is through the latest archaeological discoveries or through the myths and legends that have been passed down through generations, the pyramids will continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world for centuries to come. In conclusion, the modern discoveries and enduring mysteries of the pyramids reflect the ongoing quest to understand the ancient world. While much has been learned about how the pyramids were built and the purpose they served, many questions remain unanswered. Theories about extraterrestrial involvement and lost technologies continue to capture the popular imagination, but the scientific evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that the pyramids were constructed by the ancient Egyptians using the knowledge and techniques available to them at the time. As new technologies and methods of exploration emerge, it is likely that more secrets of the pyramids will be uncovered, further enriching our understanding of one of the most extraordinary civilizations in history. The history of the Great Wall of China begins long before the monumental structure we recognize today. In fact, the origins of this massive defense system trace back to ancient China, during a time when the Chinese kingdoms were in constant struggle against nomadic tribes from the north. These tribes, including the Shangdmu, posed a constant threat to the prosperity and stability of the Chinese states. The Warring States period 475–221 BC, a time marked by frequent warfare and political fragmentation, was when the first rudimentary fortifications began to take shape. During this era, China was not a unified empire, but rather a collection of competing kingdoms, each vying for power and territorial control. The northern frontier was particularly vulnerable, as nomadic groups would often launch raids on Chinese settlements, plundering crops and livestock, and sometimes even taking prisoners. In response to these constant threats, the individual kingdoms in the north began to construct walls and fortifications to protect their borders. The earliest defenses were relatively simple compared to the later grander structures of the Great Wall. These early walls were primarily made of earth, wood, and other locally available materials. The kingdoms of Qi, Yan, and Zhao, among others, built walls to keep the northern tribes at bay. These fortifications were not the continuous stone walls that we think of today, but rather a series of barriers that were constructed in strategic locations along the border. They were designed to deter invasions, slow down enemy forces, and create defensive positions for soldiers. In addition to these rudimentary walls, early fortifications often included watchtowers and signal fires, which allowed defenders to communicate with neighboring cities and warn of an impending attack. The walls, though not particularly strong, were a reflection of the growing realization that defense was vital to the survival of the Chinese kingdoms. These early efforts at building fortifications set the stage for what would later become the Great Wall of China, a symbol of China's resilience in the face of external threats. As the Warring States period continued, the need for a more unified defense system grew stronger. The various kingdoms and states had been constructing walls independently, but the fragmentation of China meant that these walls lacked cohesion. There was no central authority overseeing these defense efforts, and the walls were often disjointed, poorly maintained, and not always effective against the mobile and adaptable nomadic tribes. In this chaotic period, the importance of a unified defense system became apparent, and this led to the beginning of the Great Wall's transformation. The first major step toward the creation of what we now know as the Great Wall occurred during the unification of China under the Qin dynasty. The Warring States period ended in 221 BC, when the state of Qin, under the leadership of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, managed to conquer and unify the 7 warring kingdoms into one centralized empire. The unification of China was a monumental achievement, but it also brought new challenges, particularly the need to secure the empire's vast northern frontier. Qin Shi Huang, determined to maintain control over his newly unified empire, recognized the importance of a defense system that could protect against the northern nomads. By this time, the smaller, fragmented walls built by the individual kingdoms were no longer sufficient to protect the vast empire. Thus, the Qin emperor initiated the first large-scale project to connect and expand the existing fortifications into a more cohesive and formidable defense network. Though the walls of this period were still rudimentary, they marked the beginning of a much larger and more organized effort to secure China from external threats. The Warring States period laid the groundwork for the Great Wall by introducing the concept of border defense, which would eventually lead to the construction of a much more robust and durable wall system. The earliest walls built during this period were modest in their construction, but they played a crucial role in safeguarding the early Chinese states from invasions. They also highlighted the importance of military preparedness and the recognition that defense was a critical element in maintaining stability and security. As the Great Wall evolved over the centuries, its purpose shifted and grew. What began as a series of simple fortifications during the Warring States period gradually expanded into a complex system of walls, watchtowers, garrisons, and fortresses. This early period of construction was foundational to the wall's development and its eventual role as one of the most impressive and enduring defense systems in history. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, initiated one of the most ambitious defense projects in human history. Before his reign, China was divided into several warring states, each with its own fortified walls built for defense. These walls, though crucial in their respective regions, were isolated and not connected. The need for a more cohesive defense system had long been recognized, but it was Qin Shi Huang who took the monumental step of linking these various structures into one continuous wall that would stretch across the northern frontier of his newly unified empire. After unifying China in 221 BC, Qin Shi Huang faced the looming threat of invasions from nomadic tribes such as the Xiongnu, who constantly raided the northern borders of the empire. The existing walls, built by earlier states like Yan, Zhao, and Qin, were no longer adequate to fend off these invasions. Realizing the need for a unified defense system, Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction of what would eventually become the first major version of the Great Wall of China. Rather than constructing an entirely new wall, the emperor decided to connect and reinforce the existing fortifications. His vision was to create a continuous barrier, solidifying the northern defense and preventing invasions. To achieve this, he ordered the extension of the walls in certain areas and the construction of new sections to close any gaps. The end result was a massive, continuous defensive line that stretched from the east coast to the western deserts. The construction techniques employed during this period were relatively rudimentary but highly effective for the time. The primary material used was rammed earth, a method where soil, clay, and other materials were compressed into molds to form solid walls. This technique was particularly useful in areas where timber and stone were not readily available. In places where stone was abundant, the wall was constructed using stone and brick, making those sections more durable and resistant to erosion. Despite the basic materials, the sheer scale of the wall made it an impressive feat of engineering. The construction of the wall required an immense workforce. Historical records suggest that hundreds of thousands of laborers, including soldiers, peasants, and even convicts, were drafted to work on the wall. The work was grueling, and the workers faced harsh conditions, including extreme weather, inadequate food, and physical exhaustion. The labor force was often poorly paid and subjected to harsh treatment, leading to a high mortality rate. While the wall was intended to protect the empire from external threats, it also became a symbol of Qin Shi Huang's authoritarian rule and the power he held over his subjects. In addition to the wall itself, Qin Shi Huang also ordered the construction of watchtowers and beacon towers along the wall's length. These structures served as communication hubs, allowing the army to signal each other over long distances. Fires lit atop the towers would send signals to other stations, alerting the emperor's forces to potential threats and allowing for a rapid military response. This system of communication was vital in maintaining the effectiveness of the wall and ensuring that any incursions from the north could be dealt with quickly. The wall built under Qin Shi Huang's reign was not the colossal structure we know today, but it laid the foundation for future expansions and renovations that would turn the Great Wall into the iconic symbol of China's strength and resilience. The wall was not only a defense against external threats, but also a representation of the emperor's absolute power. It showcased his vision for a unified China, protected by a strong and centralized government. However, despite the grand scale of the project, the wall built during Qin Shi Huang's reign had its flaws. Many sections were constructed hastily and with substandard materials, making them prone to erosion and collapse. The use of rammed earth, while effective in some areas, was not as durable as stone, and much of the wall began to deteriorate shortly after its construction. Additionally, the wall's defensive effectiveness was limited by the terrain and the resources available at the time. Qin Shi Huang's death in 210 BC marked the beginning of the end for the wall as it stood during his reign. The collapse of the Qin dynasty in 206 BC led to the abandonment of many sections of the wall, and much of the work done during his rule was left to decay. Despite this, the wall's legacy endured, and future dynasties, most notably the Han dynasty, would continue to expand and reinforce the wall, transforming it into the monumental structure that we recognize today. The first major version of the Great Wall, constructed under the direction of Qin Shi Huang, was a symbol of China's early efforts to secure its borders and protect its people from the dangers of the north. Though it was not as enduring as the later walls, it laid the groundwork for the future evolution of the Great Wall of China. The work of Qin Shi Huang and his massive defense project remains an essential chapter in the history of China's defense system, and his vision would continue to influence the development of the Great Wall for centuries to come. The Han dynasty, which ruled China from 206 BC to 220 AD, was a pivotal period in the history of the Great Wall. Following the fall of the Qin dynasty, the Han rulers inherited the wall's basic structure but sought to expand it significantly, both in terms of physical size and strategic importance. The Han dynasty's expansion of the Great Wall was largely driven by the need to secure the vast expanse of land they controlled, especially in the context of the Silk Road, which became a crucial trade route linking China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. One of the key motivations for the Han dynasty's wall-building efforts was the protection of the Silk Road. This ancient network of trade routes was vital for the exchange of goods, culture, and ideas. Silk, spices, and other luxury items were transported westward, while horses, wool, and other materials came from the west. However, the Silk Road passed through regions that were vulnerable to raids and invasions by nomadic tribes, particularly the Xiongnu, a powerful confederation of nomadic people from the northern steppes. The Xiongnu were a constant threat to the stability of the Han dynasty, and protecting the trade routes became a priority. The Han rulers, led by Emperor Wu of Han, who reigned from 141 to 87 BC, understood the importance of controlling these northern territories. In order to protect the Silk Road and ensure the flow of trade, they embarked on an ambitious campaign to expand the Great Wall. This expansion would see the wall extend into regions such as present-day Inner Mongolia, northern China, and parts of modern-day Gansu and Shaanxi provinces. The expanded wall served not only as a physical barrier against invasion, but also as a symbol of Han authority in the north. One of the major challenges faced by the Han dynasty in expanding the Great Wall was the vast and varied terrain it had to cover. The wall stretched across deserts, mountains, and grasslands, each of which presented unique difficulties for construction and maintenance. In some regions, such as the Gobi Desert, the harsh climate made it difficult to gather the materials needed to build the wall. The construction in these areas had to rely on local resources, such as stones and mud bricks, which were often less durable than the materials used in other regions. In addition to the physical challenges, maintaining and guarding the wall over such a large area was a significant logistical problem. The Han dynasty had to station soldiers along the wall, a task that required a vast number of troops. These soldiers were responsible for defending the wall, repairing it when necessary, and ensuring that the trade routes remained secure. The wall was not a single continuous structure, but rather a series of forts, watchtowers, and smaller walls that were connected to form a more comprehensive defense network. The Han dynasty also faced difficulties in coordinating the defense of the wall with their military campaigns in other parts of the empire. At times, the need for troops in other regions, such as the southern frontier, would leave the northern border vulnerable to raids. Despite these challenges, the Han dynasty managed to maintain a strong defensive presence along the wall for much of their rule. The expansion of the Great Wall during the Han dynasty also marked a shift in the role the wall played in Chinese society. While the earlier walls had been primarily military structures designed to keep out invaders, the Han expanded the wall's purpose to include protection of trade routes and communication networks. The presence of the wall facilitated the movement of goods and people, as it allowed for greater security along the Silk Road. This expansion helped to foster a period of economic prosperity and cultural exchange between China and the rest of the world. In addition to its military and economic significance, the Great Wall during the Han dynasty was also a symbol of the empire's power and unity. As the Han rulers expanded the wall, they were also reinforcing their control over the northern frontier and asserting their dominance over the nomadic tribes that had previously threatened the empire. The wall became a physical manifestation of the Han dynasty's efforts to maintain a stable and secure China. Despite these efforts, the Great Wall built during the Han dynasty eventually fell into disrepair. The decline of the Han dynasty, which came in the 3rd century AD, led to the abandonment of many sections of the wall. The wall's importance diminished as the empire's focus shifted away from the northern frontier and toward internal conflicts and power struggles. However, the legacy of the Han dynasty's expansion of the wall continued to influence future generations, and subsequent dynasties would continue to reinforce and expand the Great Wall. The Han dynasty's contribution to the Great Wall was instrumental in establishing the wall as a vital part of China's defense system. The expansion of the wall during this period helped to protect the Silk Road, secure trade routes, and solidify the Han dynasty's control over the northern frontier. Though the wall's construction and maintenance posed significant challenges, the Han rulers' efforts laid the foundation for the future development of the Great Wall and cemented its role as one of the most enduring symbols of Chinese strength and resilience. The Tang dynasty 618–907 AD was one of China's most prosperous and influential periods, yet it also marked a period of decline and partial restoration for the Great Wall. During the early years of the Tang dynasty, China's attention shifted from defending its northern frontier to expanding its territory and consolidating power within its borders. The focus of the empire moved away from the wall as the Tang military strategy evolved, leading to a period where much of the wall fell into disrepair. At the start of the Tang dynasty, the empire was concerned with internal stability, including the suppression of rebellions, the establishment of a strong centralized government, and the expansion of the empire's reach into Central Asia and the western regions. The Tang emperors were more interested in consolidating power in the heart of China than in maintaining the Great Wall. This led to the neglect of the northern defenses, which had been a key feature of earlier dynasties. The shift in military strategy also led to a new approach to security. During the Tang dynasty, China relied less on physical barriers like the Great Wall and more on the use of mobile cavalry units and alliances with neighboring tribes. The Tang military sought to control the northern border by establishing a network of alliances with tribes such as the Yues and the Tibetans, rather than depending solely on the wall as a defense mechanism. The result was a reduced emphasis on maintaining the wall and much of the structure, especially in the more remote areas, fell into disrepair. However, as the Tang dynasty faced growing threats from the north, particularly from the Tibetan Empire and the Turkic Khaganates, the need for a defensive system became more apparent. In response, the Tang dynasty undertook a partial restoration of the Great Wall during the 8th century. This restoration was not aimed at rebuilding the wall to its former grandeur, but at reinforcing key sections of the northern frontier that were vulnerable to invasions. The restored sections of the wall were focused on areas where the Tang dynasty had experienced significant military pressure, particularly in the northwest and northern China. These sections were built to defend against raids from the nomadic tribes, who continued to pose a threat to the stability of the empire. The wall was reinforced with new construction methods, including the use of stone and brick, which made these sections more durable and resistant to the harsh conditions of the northern steppes. The restoration of the Great Wall during the Tang dynasty also marked a shift in the way China approached its northern defenses. Instead of relying solely on the wall, the Tang military employed a more integrated strategy that combined fortifications with mobile forces and strategic alliances. The wall was seen as one part of a broader military strategy, rather than as the sole defense against invaders. Despite these efforts, the Tang dynasty's northern frontier remained vulnerable. The wall, while partially restored, was not sufficient to fully protect the empire from external threats. As the Tang dynasty entered its decline in the 9th century, the northern border once again became a point of instability. The wall's defenses were no longer enough to keep out the various nomadic groups that continued to harass the empire. In the end, the fall of the Tang dynasty in 907 marked the final abandonment of the wall as a primary defense structure. Although the Tang had made efforts to restore parts of the wall, the structure's significance continued to diminish as the empire's military strategy evolved. The wall, while still a symbol of China's past strength, had become less relevant in the face of new military challenges and shifting geopolitical realities. The partial restoration of the Great Wall during the Tang dynasty serves as a reminder of the changing military and strategic priorities of the Chinese Empire. The Tang period saw a departure from the wall as a primary means of defense, as the empire adapted to new threats and embraced more flexible mobile forms of warfare. The legacy of the wall, however, continued to influence China's future defense strategies and would see a resurgence during later dynasties. The Ming Dynasty 1368-1644 is often considered the golden age of the Great Wall of China, as it was during this period that the wall reached its most recognizable form. The Ming emperors, facing a new wave of invasions from the north, embarked on an ambitious program to rebuild and fortify the wall, to protect their empire from the Mongols and other nomadic tribes. The result was a transformation of the wall into a massive, formidable defense system that not only protected China, but also became an iconic symbol of Chinese strength and resilience. The rise of the Ming dynasty in the late 14th century followed the collapse of the Yuan dynasty, which had been founded by the Mongols. The Mongol Empire, having established itself as a dominant power in China, was overthrown by the Ming, and one of the primary concerns of the new dynasty was to secure the northern frontier from any potential Mongol resurgence or threats from other nomadic tribes. The Ming emperors recognized the need for a more permanent and robust defense against these northern threats, and the Great Wall became central to their military strategy. The Ming period marked the beginning of the construction of the most famous and enduring version of the Great Wall that we recognize today. Unlike earlier versions of the wall, which had been built primarily from earth and wood, the Ming Wall was constructed using brick and stone, materials that were much more durable and resistant to the elements. One of the major advances in construction during the Ming period was the widespread use of brick and stone in the building of the wall. This was a significant departure from earlier methods that relied primarily on rammed earth or wood. Brick and stone were more durable, and their use allowed for the creation of much more stable and formidable walls. The bricks used in the wall were often stamped with the name of the laborers or the official in charge of the construction, providing a record of the work done. In addition to the use of more durable materials, the Ming emperors also implemented advanced construction techniques that allowed the wall to be built more quickly and efficiently. The use of mortar and the introduction of masonry arches helped to strengthen the wall, making it more resistant to collapse or erosion. Watchtowers, beacon towers, and military garrisons were added to the wall, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. These towers provided elevated positions for soldiers to observe the surrounding landscape and spot any approaching threats from a distance. The Ming Wall was not simply a continuous barrier, but a complex system of fortifications with multiple layers of defense. In addition to the main wall, which stretched for thousands of miles, there were also smaller walls and fortresses that formed part of a larger defensive network. The wall was designed to funnel invaders towards specific areas where they could be more easily defended or ambushed. Military garrisons were stationed along the wall at regular intervals, and these garrisons played a crucial role in maintaining the wall and providing a quick military response to any incursions. The construction of the Great Wall during the Ming Dynasty was a massive undertaking that required the labor of hundreds of thousands of workers. Many of these workers were soldiers, peasants, and prisoners who were conscripted to work on the wall. The work was grueling and dangerous, with many workers dying from exhaustion, accidents, or harsh conditions. Despite these hardships, the wall was completed over the course of several decades, and it became one of the most impressive engineering feats in history. The strategic importance of the Great Wall during the Ming Dynasty cannot be overstated. The wall served as both a physical and psychological barrier against invaders. Its towering presence on the northern frontier sent a clear message to potential invaders that China was a strong, unified empire capable of defending itself. The wall also served as a symbol of the Ming Emperor's power and authority, and it was used as a tool of political control, helping to solidify the emperor's rule over the vast empire. While the wall was primarily built for military purposes, it also played a significant role in the economy of the Ming Dynasty. The Great Wall and its surrounding areas became important centers of trade and commerce, as the wall facilitated the movement of goods and people. The presence of the wall helped to secure trade routes and allowed merchants to travel safely between China and other regions of Asia. Despite the immense efforts made to strengthen and maintain the wall, the Ming Dynasty eventually began to decline in the 17th century. The weakening of the empire, combined with internal strife and external threats, led to the eventual abandonment of the wall as a primary defense system. The fall of the Ming Dynasty in 1644 marked the end of the golden age of the Great Wall, though its legacy as one of China's most iconic and enduring symbols remained. The Great Wall, built during the Ming Dynasty, is the version most commonly associated with the wall today. It is the section that has been most extensively preserved and is visited by millions of tourists each year. The Ming Wall's construction techniques, including the use of brick and stone and the addition of watchtowers and military garrisons, made it the most formidable and recognizable iteration of the Great Wall. Though the wall itself eventually became less relevant in the face of new military strategies and technologies, it remains a lasting testament to the ingenuity, determination, and strength of the Ming Dynasty. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century represent one of the most significant challenges to the Great Wall of China. At its height, the Mongol Empire was the largest contiguous empire in history, spanning much of Asia and parts of Europe. The Mongols, led by Genghis Khan and later his descendants, posed an existential threat to China. Their military strategies and unparalleled mobility on horseback made them formidable opponents, and for much of the 13th century, the Great Wall stood as one of the primary defenses against Mongol incursions into Chinese territory. The Mongol invasions began in the early 13th century, when Genghis Khan united the Mongol tribes and set his sights on expanding his empire. The Mongols first attacked the northern Chinese states, eventually conquering the Jin dynasty, which controlled much of northern China at the time. However, despite their rapid conquests, the Mongols encountered significant resistance in the form of the Great Wall, which had been built and maintained by various Chinese dynasties over the centuries. The Mongols, who were highly skilled cavalrymen, initially found it difficult to breach the wall, especially the fortified sections built by the Qin, Han, and later the Tang dynasties. These walls had been constructed to defend against nomadic invaders, but the Mongols' innovative tactics required the Chinese to adapt their strategies to meet this new threat. The Mongols' first major invasion attempt in the early 1200s met with some success, as they adapted their tactics to deal with the Great Wall's defenses. They relied on their extraordinary mobility, using their speed to bypass the wall and launch raids against vulnerable sections. The Mongols also made use of siege warfare, attacking fortified cities and military outposts along the wall. Although the Great Wall was an impressive structure, it was not invulnerable. The Mongols were adept at exploiting weaknesses in the wall's defenses. One of the key strategies the Mongols used to circumvent the wall was to establish alliances with various Chinese tribes and local leaders who were either dissatisfied with the ruling dynasties or hoped to gain favor with the Mongol Empire. These alliances allowed the Mongols to gain valuable intelligence about the wall's vulnerabilities and in some cases to infiltrate Chinese defenses. The Mongols often bribed or coerced local leaders into supporting their cause, ensuring that they could bypass some sections of the wall or gain information about weak points in the fortifications. Despite these challenges, the Great Wall proved to be a significant obstacle to the Mongols. The wall's strategic location and its series of watchtowers and garrisons allowed for the early detection of Mongol movements. The Chinese military would station soldiers along the wall to monitor the movements of Mongol raiders and alert the empire to incoming threats. In addition, the wall's use of beacon towers, which could send signals over long distances using fire or smoke, helped to coordinate defense efforts and mobilize troops quickly. As the Mongols continued their advance into China, they began to adapt their strategies to overcome the Great Wall's defenses. In addition to bypassing the wall, the Mongols began to concentrate their forces on attacking key points where the wall was less fortified. One of the most notable examples of this occurred in 1215, when the Mongols laid siege to the Jin capital of Zhongdu, modern Beijing, which was located near the northern frontier. Although the wall was an important defense, the Mongols were able to use their superior siege techniques to breach the city's defenses and capture it. In response to the Mongol threat, the Chinese attempted to reinforce the Great Wall's defenses, particularly in areas that were more vulnerable to invasion. Some sections of the wall were strengthened with the addition of more watchtowers, and the walls were fortified with bricks and stones, which made them more resistant to Mongol siege weapons. However, despite these efforts, the Mongols were ultimately able to breach the wall at several points, leading to the eventual fall of the Jin dynasty and the Mongol invasion of southern China. By 1279, the Mongols had successfully defeated the Song dynasty in southern China and established the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols had not only breached the Great Wall at several points, but they had also fundamentally changed the way China would be governed. The Mongols ruled China for nearly a century, and the Great Wall, while still a symbol of Chinese resistance, was no longer a primary line of defense against invaders. While the Great Wall was eventually breached during the Mongol invasions, It played a crucial role in delaying the Mongols and inflicting heavy casualties on their forces. The wall gave the Chinese time to prepare for invasions and launch counterattacks. It also served as a rallying point for resistance movements, and many defenders of the wall fought valiantly to prevent the Mongols from entering China. Though the Mongols eventually succeeded in conquering China, the Great Wall's role in their initial resistance remains one of the most significant chapters in the wall's history. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century highlight the challenges of defending a vast empire against a highly mobile and innovative enemy. While the Great Wall was ultimately unable to prevent the Mongols from conquering China, its strategic value in slowing their advance and providing a strong defense for several decades was invaluable. The wall's legacy as a symbol of Chinese resistance and its importance in the defense against the Mongols has continued to resonate throughout Chinese history. The Great Wall of China has always been more than just a physical barrier. It has been a symbol of Chinese strength, national unity and resilience throughout history. While the wall was originally constructed to protect the Chinese Empire from northern invaders, its meaning and significance have evolved over the centuries, becoming an emblem of China's enduring identity and its historical struggle for self-preservation. From the Qin dynasty to the modern era, the Great Wall has symbolized both physical and political boundaries, as well as the determination of the Chinese people to defend their sovereignty and culture. During the early dynasties, such as the Qin and Han, the Great Wall was seen primarily as a military defense structure. Its construction was directly linked to the need to safeguard the empire from nomadic invaders, particularly the Qiannu and other northern tribes. However, even in its early stages, the wall also represented something more than just military strategy. It embodied the ambition and authority of the emperor. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who first unified China and began the construction of the wall, used the Great Wall as a symbol of his power. The wall was a testament to his ability to command vast resources and organize large-scale projects. It symbolized his vision of a unified, centralized empire that could stand against external threats. As successive dynasties, such as the Han, Tang, and Ming, took on the mantle of defense, the Great Wall continued to serve as both a practical defense and a cultural symbol. For the Han dynasty, the wall was not only a means to protect the Silk Road, which was vital for trade and communication, but also a representation of the stability and prosperity that the Han emperors hoped to bring to China. The wall served as a powerful reminder of the dynasty's commitment to protecting China's borders and ensuring the safety of its people and their livelihoods. During the Tang dynasty, as the wall fell into partial disrepair due to internal priorities, its symbolic meaning shifted, reflecting the dynasty's evolving military strategy and expanding influence over a vast territory. The Ming dynasty, in particular, saw the wall reach its most iconic and recognized form. As the Mongols were driven out and China faced new threats from the north, the Great Wall became a symbol of national strength and unity. The wall's reconstruction and fortification during the Ming period was not just about protecting the empire, it was a statement of Chinese resolve. The Ming emperors, through the monumental effort of rebuilding and expanding the wall, demonstrated their commitment to national defense and to the protection of Chinese civilization from foreign invasions. The Great Wall became a national symbol of Chinese resilience, as it stood as the last line of defense against invaders, embodying the determination to preserve China's sovereignty. Culturally, the Great Wall also became a powerful symbol in Chinese literature, art, and philosophy. Throughout the centuries, the wall was frequently referenced in Chinese poetry and songs, often portraying it as a metaphor for the strength and enduring nature of the Chinese people. It became a symbol of the indomitable will of the nation, representing the idea that, like the wall itself, the Chinese people could withstand any external threat. In Chinese culture, the wall was often personified, depicted as a protective guardian watching over the empire and its people. The physical structure of the wall, with its massive scale and imposing presence, mirrored the strength and resilience of the nation. The political significance of the Great Wall also evolved over time. During times of stability, the wall represented the power of the emperor and the unity of the nation, but during times of instability, the wall took on a more symbolic role, representing the division between China and the outside world. In the Ming dynasty, for example, the Great Wall became a clear marker of the boundary between China and the rest of the world, as it effectively separated the vast empire from the nomadic tribes of the north. The wall was seen as a physical manifestation of the political authority of the emperor, who controlled both the empire's internal and external borders. In the modern era, the symbolism of the Great Wall has expanded beyond its historical and military roles. As China entered the 20th century and began to face the challenges of modernization, the Great Wall became a symbol of national pride and unity. It was embraced as a symbol of China's rich cultural heritage and historical resilience. In the face of foreign domination, war, and revolution, the Great Wall became a rallying point for the Chinese people, a reminder of their long-standing ability to overcome adversity and remain united in the face of hardship. Today, the Great Wall stands as one of the most recognizable symbols of China on the global stage. It is not only a tourist attraction, but also a symbol of national identity, resilience, and pride. The wall is a constant reminder of the challenges China has faced throughout its history and its continued ability to adapt, survive, and thrive. The Great Wall has become a powerful representation of the Chinese people's determination to protect their culture, history, and sovereignty. In addition to its role as a symbol of defense and unity, the Great Wall has also become a symbol of endurance and human achievement. The wall is a testament to the incredible feats of engineering and labor that went into its construction. Its sheer scale, stretching over 13,000 miles, and the enduring nature of its structure are a testament to the vision, perseverance, and dedication of the generations of Chinese people who built it. The Great Wall is not just a physical structure, but a living symbol of human resilience, creativity, and the ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. As a cultural and political symbol, the Great Wall's meaning continues to evolve. It remains a source of national pride for the Chinese people and a potent reminder of the nation's strength, history, and unity. From its origins as a military defense to its current status as a symbol of national pride and cultural heritage, the Great Wall of China remains an enduring testament to the enduring spirit of the Chinese people. The period between the 17th and 19th centuries saw a significant shift in the role and strategic importance of the Great Wall of China. With the fall of the Ming dynasty and the changing nature of warfare, the wall, which had once been a vital defense against external threats, began to lose its relevance. The geopolitical landscape of China underwent profound transformations during this time, and as military tactics evolved, the wall's role as a physical barrier became less significant. In addition to the rise of new military technologies, such as gunpowder and firearms, the Great Wall faced challenges from internal and external forces that would ultimately lead to its decline and abandonment as a primary line of defense. The fall of the Ming dynasty in 1644 marked the beginning of a new era for China and the Great Wall. The Ming emperors, who had invested heavily in the wall's construction and maintenance, were overthrown by the Manchu-led Qing dynasty. The Manchu conquest of China was swift and decisive, and they eventually established the Qing dynasty, which would rule China for over 2.5 centuries. With the Qing dynasty in power, the strategic importance of the Great Wall diminished. The wall, which had once served as a barrier to protect China from nomadic invaders, was no longer as crucial to the defense of the empire. Under the Qing dynasty, China's borders were redefined, and the wall was no longer a necessary defense structure. The Qing rulers, having successfully defeated the Ming and consolidated their rule over China, focused on expanding the empire's borders further into Central Asia and the Mongolian steppes. The Qing military forces, including their elite cavalry, were able to successfully control these new territories, making the Great Wall less relevant. Additionally, the wall's geographic position, largely focused on defending against northern invaders, became less strategically important as the Qing dynasty shifted its focus to other military concerns. As the Qing dynasty expanded its territories and encountered fewer threats from the north, the Great Wall began to fall into neglect. The wall's maintenance, which had once been a top priority for previous dynasties, was no longer a key concern. The changing political and military landscape of China rendered the wall less significant as a defensive structure. Instead of reinforcing and expanding the wall, the Qing rulers turned their attention to other military strategies, such as securing borders through diplomatic means and leveraging the strength of their cavalry forces. As a result, large sections of the Great Wall began to deteriorate and were abandoned over time. During this period, the increasing use of gunpowder and firearms in warfare further diminished the wall's strategic value. The rise of gunpowder weapons, such as cannons, muskets, and firearms, meant that traditional fortifications like the Great Wall were no longer as effective against invaders. The wall, which had been designed to protect against horseback raiders and siege tactics, could not withstand the power of modern artillery. The military landscape of China was changing rapidly, and the wall, which had once been the backbone of defense strategy, was no longer as effective in the face of evolving warfare technologies. The use of gunpowder and firearms in the 17th and 18th centuries revolutionized warfare, rendering traditional defensive structures like the Great Wall obsolete. Cannons and firearms could easily breach the wall's fortifications, and the mobility of gunpowder-equipped armies made it difficult to defend large stretches of the wall. As military tactics evolved, the wall's importance as a strategic defense diminished, and its symbolic role as a military boundary became less significant. The Qing dynasty focused on consolidating its empire and dealing with internal issues such as peasant uprisings and external threats from European powers, did not prioritize the maintenance or reinforcement of the Great Wall. In addition to the changing nature of warfare, the political and economic situation in China also contributed to the decline of the Great Wall during this period. The 18th and 19th centuries saw internal strife, including the rise of peasant revolts and the increasing influence of Western powers in Chinese affairs. The Qing dynasty struggled to maintain control over the vast territories it had acquired, and resources that could have been allocated to the upkeep of the Great Wall were redirected toward addressing other concerns. The wall, once a symbol of Chinese strength and unity, became less relevant as the focus shifted toward modernizing the military and dealing with the challenges of the time. By the 19th century, the Great Wall had largely fallen into disrepair. Large sections of the wall were abandoned, and many parts of it were no longer accessible due to natural erosion and neglect. The rise of European colonial powers, such as Britain and France, also led to increasing foreign influence in China, further diminishing the wall's significance. The Opium Wars and the subsequent treaties with foreign powers exposed China to external pressures that made the Great Wall seem increasingly irrelevant as a means of defending the empire. As China became more involved in global trade and diplomatic relations, the Great Wall was no longer seen as a practical defense against foreign invasions. Despite its decline, the Great Wall continued to hold symbolic significance for the Chinese people. While the wall was no longer a primary line of defense, it remained an important symbol of China's rich history, cultural heritage, and resilience. The wall's legacy as a symbol of strength and endurance continued to resonate with the Chinese people, even as its physical condition deteriorated. The 17th to 19th centuries were marked by significant changes in China's military and political landscape. The fall of the Ming dynasty and the rise of the Qing dynasty, coupled with the increasing use of gunpowder and firearms in warfare, led to the decline and eventual abandonment of the Great Wall as a major military defense. While the wall's strategic importance waned, its symbolic value remained, representing China's resilience in the face of external and internal challenges. Despite its physical decline, the Great Wall continued to be a potent symbol of Chinese identity, and its legacy endured through the centuries. In the 20th century, the Great Wall of China underwent a remarkable transformation from a neglected, crumbling structure to a revered national monument. Despite centuries of decline, the wall regained its place in the cultural and historical consciousness of the Chinese people as a symbol of national pride, strength, and resilience. The rediscovery of the Great Wall's significance in modern China was closely tied to the country's quest for identity and unity, particularly in the aftermath of the turbulent years of foreign imperialism, internal strife, and political upheaval. The early 20th century saw China in a state of transition. After the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911, China struggled with internal divisions, foreign invasions, and a fractured political landscape. During this period, the Great Wall was largely neglected, and much of its structure fell into disrepair. However, with the rise of nationalism and the push for modernization, the Great Wall began to be reimagined as a powerful symbol of China's glorious past and its future potential. As China faced the challenges of the 20th century, the Great Wall became an iconic representation of the country's resilience and determination. In the years following the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the Great Wall was embraced as a symbol of national unity. Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Communist Party saw the wall as a reminder of China's long-standing struggle for sovereignty and independence. The wall's historical significance as a symbol of the nation's ability to defend itself against external threats resonated deeply with the Chinese people, who had recently endured a century of humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. The Great Wall, once a military fortification, was now transformed into a symbol of the Chinese people's strength and their ability to overcome adversity. During the 1950s and 1960s, the government initiated efforts to preserve and protect the wall, which had suffered from neglect and environmental degradation. The wall's deteriorating condition, caused by erosion, weathering, and vandalism, became a growing concern for Chinese authorities. In response, preservation projects were launched to repair and protect sections of the wall, particularly those that were most symbolic and historically significant. The Chinese government recognized the Great Wall as a crucial part of the nation's cultural heritage, and efforts to safeguard it from further damage were stepped up. The increasing importance of tourism in China also played a role in the Great Wall's preservation. As China began to open up to the outside world in the 1980s and 1990s, the wall became one of the country's most visited tourist attractions. The international recognition of the Great Wall as one of the world's greatest architectural achievements further solidified its status as a national treasure. Tourism brought significant economic benefits to the regions surrounding the wall, particularly in areas like Beijing and its environs, where sections of the wall, such as Badaling, have been extensively restored and developed to accommodate visitors. Despite the positive impact of tourism, the Great Wall faced significant challenges in the modern era. Vandalism, environmental wear, and the pressures of mass tourism posed ongoing threats to its preservation. Over the years, graffiti, souvenir hunters, and even reckless construction around sections of the wall have caused irreparable damage to the historic structure. The wall's long exposure to the elements has also taken a toll, with wind, rain and temperature fluctuations causing parts of the wall to erode. As a result, the Chinese government and preservation organizations have implemented stricter regulations to protect the wall from further damage, including limiting access to certain sections and promoting more sustainable tourism practices. In 1987, the Great Wall was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, further solidifying its importance as a global cultural monument. This recognition brought international attention to the efforts to preserve and protect the wall. The inscription as a UNESCO site has helped garner support for preservation initiatives, both from the Chinese government and from international conservation groups. Over the years, various restoration projects have been undertaken to repair sections of the wall and restore its historical integrity, using traditional construction techniques and materials wherever possible. One of the primary challenges in preserving the Great Wall is the sheer size and complexity of the structure. Stretching over 13,000 miles, the wall traverses a wide range of terrains, from mountains to deserts to plains. Some sections of the wall are well preserved and have been carefully restored, while others remain in a state of ruin, requiring extensive conservation efforts. The most famous sections, like those near Beijing, have been restored and modernized to accommodate large numbers of tourists, while more remote and rugged sections face greater challenges in terms of access and preservation. The balance between preserving the historical integrity of the wall and accommodating tourism remains a delicate issue, with ongoing debates about how to best protect this ancient monument while ensuring that it remains accessible to the public. The legacy of the Great Wall continues to be a source of pride and inspiration for the Chinese people. It serves as a symbol of China's enduring strength, unity and determination, representing both the country's historical achievements and its aspirations for the future. In the 21st century, the Great Wall stands as a testament to the ingenuity, hard work and vision of those who built it, as well as to the resilience of the Chinese people who have maintained it through the centuries. As a national monument, the Great Wall is not only a reminder of China's past, but also a beacon of its cultural heritage and national identity. In conclusion, the 20th century marked a period of rediscovery for the Great Wall of China. Once a symbol of defense and military strategy, it became a cherished national monument and a powerful symbol of China's historical and cultural significance. Efforts to preserve and protect the wall from modern threats, including vandalism, environmental damage, and the pressures of tourism, have been ongoing. Through these efforts, the Great Wall remains a living testament to China's resilience, strength, and enduring legacy. In the 21st century, the Great Wall of China has transformed into one of the most recognizable and visited landmarks in the world. It stands not only as a symbol of China's ancient history and military prowess, but also as a beacon of national pride and cultural heritage. Today, the Great Wall attracts millions of tourists annually, drawn by its rich history, stunning architecture, and the breathtaking landscapes it traverses. The wall's global significance extends beyond its role as a historical monument. It has become a key symbol of China's rising influence on the world stage. As a major tourist destination, the Great Wall has played a central role in China's booming tourism industry. With sections like Badlang and Mushenyu near Beijing being among the most visited, the wall is often one of the first stops for international visitors exploring China. The Great Wall offers not only a chance to witness an architectural marvel, but also a connection to China's rich cultural heritage. The wall's symbolism, representing resilience, strength, and unity, resonates deeply with visitors from all around the world, making it a must-see destination. However, the growth in tourism has also posed significant challenges for the preservation of the Great Wall. The sheer number of visitors, combined with environmental factors such as weathering, pollution, and natural erosion, has put immense strain on the wall's structural integrity. The The sections that attract the highest tourist traffic are particularly vulnerable to damage from both human and natural forces. As a result, there have been concerted efforts by the Chinese government and preservation organizations to safeguard the wall for future generations. Efforts to preserve the Great Wall in the 21st century are multifaceted. The Chinese government has taken steps to balance tourism with conservation by implementing strict regulations on visitor access and introducing restoration projects. Some sections of the wall have been carefully restored to their original condition, with traditional building techniques and materials used to maintain their historical accuracy. In more remote areas where access is limited and tourism is less concentrated, conservation efforts focus on preventing further erosion and protecting the wall from environmental degradation. Preservation challenges are particularly acute in the more remote sections of the Great Wall, where the wall has deteriorated due to neglect and exposure to the elements. Efforts to protect these sections often involve the restoration of damaged parts, reinforcement of weakened structures, and the construction of protective barriers to shield the wall from the harsh environmental conditions it faces in the desert and mountainous regions. Additionally, conservationists have worked to raise awareness about the importance of preserving the Great Wall, highlighting its role not only in Chinese history, but also as a symbol of global cultural heritage. Modern technology has also played a key role in the wall's preservation efforts. Satellite imaging, drone technology, and other advanced tools have allowed experts to monitor the condition of the Great Wall more effectively and identify areas in need of immediate attention. These technologies have provided new ways to assess the wall's structural integrity, detect vulnerabilities, and plan targeted restoration efforts. This combination of traditional craftsmanship and modern technology has been crucial in ensuring that the Great Wall continues to stand as a testament to China's history. Beyond its physical preservation, the Great Wall has also become an integral part of modern Chinese identity. It represents not only a link to the past but also the strength and resilience of the Chinese people in the present. The wall serves as a reminder of the challenges faced and overcome by previous generations and as a symbol of China's modern aspirations. In the 21st century, the Great Wall has become a symbol of national pride for the Chinese people and a focal point for patriotic sentiment. It has been embraced as part of China's identity, reflecting the country's long history, its cultural legacy, and its growing role in global affairs. On the international stage, the Great Wall has become a symbol of China's global recognition and influence. As China continues to assert its presence in international politics, economics, and culture, the Great Wall remains a potent symbol of the country's long history and its modern ambitions. The wall's status as a UNESCO World Heritage Site further solidifies its global importance. It stands as a testament to the enduring nature of China's civilization and the country's rich cultural heritage, which continues to captivate people around the world. In addition to its historical and cultural significance, the Great Wall also serves as a symbol of China's commitment to environmental preservation. The wall's role in modern Chinese identity is intertwined with the country's efforts to balance development with sustainability. As China modernizes and grows economically, the Great Wall stands as a reminder of the need to protect the environment and preserve the nation's natural and cultural heritage for future generations. The role of the Great Wall in China's modern global identity is further emphasized by its representation in popular culture, art, and literature. The wall has appeared in countless films, documentaries, and books, serving as a backdrop for stories of adventure, conquest, and perseverance. Its image is often used in advertisements and marketing campaigns, both in China and internationally, reinforcing its status as an icon of Chinese culture. Looking ahead, the future of the Great Wall will be shaped by ongoing preservation efforts, and the evolving role of the wall in Chinese society and global affairs. As China continues to develop its infrastructure and economy, the Great Wall will remain an enduring symbol of the country's historical roots and cultural heritage. The 21st century will undoubtedly bring new challenges in terms of preserving the wall and ensuring that it remains intact for future generations. However, the wall's significance as a national and global icon will continue to grow, cementing its place as one of the most important and recognized cultural landmarks in the world. In conclusion, the Great Wall of China stands today as not only a remarkable historical monument, but also as a symbol of modern China's national identity and global significance. As tourism continues to grow and preservation efforts intensify, the Great Wall remains a testament to China's enduring cultural legacy. It serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience and strength of the Chinese people, both in the past and in the present, and its influence continues to be felt around the world. The origins of the Vikings can be traced back to the rugged and diverse landscapes of Scandinavia, a region that encompasses present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Before the Viking Age officially began in the late 8th century, the Norse people had already developed a distinct cultural and societal identity. Their way of life was shaped by the challenging geography of the region, where dense forests, fjords, and mountains influenced settlement patterns and economic activities. Agriculture was difficult due to the harsh climate, leading many to rely on fishing, hunting, and trade. The long, dark winters and short summers played a crucial role in shaping their resilience and adaptability. Early Scandinavian society was structured around local communities, known as clans or kindreds, which were led by chieftains. These leaders were responsible for maintaining order, settling disputes, and leading warriors in battle. Society was divided into three main classes: the Jarls, the aristocratic rulers who controlled land and resources; the Carls, who were free farmers, craftsmen, and traders; and the Thralls, who were slaves captured in war or born into servitude. This hierarchical system ensured that power and wealth were concentrated among the ruling elite, but the system also allowed for some social mobility through acts of bravery, trade, and marriage alliances. Despite being decentralized, Scandinavian societies maintained a strong sense of law and justice. Assemblies known as things served as governing councils where free men could voice their opinions, resolve disputes, and create laws. These gatherings were crucial in maintaining order and reinforcing the principles of honor and loyalty that were deeply ingrained in Norse culture. Honor was of utmost importance, and personal reputation often determined an individual's standing within the community. Feuds and blood vengeance were common, as families sought to protect their honor through retaliation when wronged. Religious beliefs played a fundamental role in shaping the worldview of the Norse people. Before the widespread adoption of Christianity, they practiced what is now referred to as Norse paganism, a polytheistic religion centered around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Odin the Allfather was revered as the god of wisdom, war, and death, often depicted as a one-eyed wanderer seeking knowledge. Thor, the god of thunder and protector of humanity, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir to battle giants and other forces of chaos. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, held a prominent place in Norse mythology, along with her twin brother Freyr, who was associated with prosperity and harvests. The Norse cosmos was envisioned as a great tree called Yggdrasil, which connected the 9 realms, including Asgard, the home of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Hel, the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. The concept of fate, or word, was deeply embedded in their beliefs, with the Norns, 3 mystical beings weaving the destinies of gods and men alike. The afterlife was a crucial aspect of Norse mythology, with warriors who died bravely in battle being chosen by the Valkyries to reside in Valhalla, Odin's great hall, where they would prepare for Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. Sacrificial rituals and ceremonies were common in Norse religious practices. Temples and sacred groves served as places of worship where offerings of food, weapons, and sometimes even human sacrifices were made to appease the gods. Seasonal festivals marked important events, such as the winter solstice, which was celebrated as Yule, a time of feasting and honoring the gods. The Norse also believed in spirits and supernatural beings, including elves, dwarves, and land spirits, which played a role in their daily lives and agricultural practices. By the time the Viking Age began, the Norse people had developed a robust and dynamic society shaped by their environment, traditions, and religious beliefs. Their warrior culture, seafaring expertise, and trading networks set the stage for the expansion that would define the Viking Age. The values of honor, loyalty, and resilience remained at the core of their identity, influencing their interactions with the wider world in the centuries to come. The Viking Age officially began with one of the most infamous raids in European history. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of Viking longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, heading for Lindisfarne, a small island home to a wealthy monastery. The monks who lived there had little warning before the Norse warriors stormed the island, looting its treasures, burning its buildings, and slaughtering or enslaving many of its inhabitants. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the Christian world, marking the beginning of what would become centuries of Viking raids across Europe. The brutality of the attack left a lasting impression, as the sacred site was reduced to ruins, and survivors spread word of the northern invaders who showed no regard for the Christian faith or its places of worship. The reasons behind the sudden Viking expansion are complex and rooted in a combination of economic, political, and environmental factors. One of the primary motivations was the search for wealth. The Vikings came from societies that relied heavily on trade, and they knew that monasteries and towns across Europe were rich in gold, silver, and valuable goods. The fragmentation of political power in many parts of Europe made these targets even more vulnerable. The Carolingian Empire in France, Anglo-Saxon England, and the various kingdoms of Ireland were often engaged in internal conflicts, making it easy for small, highly mobile Viking raiding parties to strike without facing strong resistance. The lack of a centralized defensive system in many regions allowed the Vikings to exploit weaknesses and return year after year to pillage new locations. Another major factor driving Viking expansion was the growing population of Scandinavia. By the late 8th century, limited arable land and increasing competition among chieftains created pressure to seek new territories. Younger sons who had no inheritance opportunities at home often turned to raiding as a way to gain wealth and status. Some Norse groups eventually transitioned from raiding to settling in new lands, establishing long-term Viking communities in England, Ireland, and France. Over time, these settlements grew into powerful strongholds, influencing the cultural and political landscapes of the regions they occupied. Many Vikings took local wives, adopted regional customs, and integrated into existing societies, gradually shifting from plunderers to rulers. The technological superiority of the Viking longship played a crucial role in their early success. These ships were designed for speed, agility, and the ability to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This versatility allowed Viking raiders to strike deep into the heart of Europe, attacking inland settlements that had never faced seaborne threats before. Their hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to predict and counter. Rather than engaging in prolonged sieges or large-scale battles, Viking warriors preferred quick, brutal assaults that left little time for organized defense. Their longships could be hauled over land and used to bypass enemy fortifications, giving them a strategic advantage that few other armies possessed at the time. Early Viking raids targeted isolated monasteries, coastal villages, and unprotected trade centers. Monasteries were particularly attractive because they were not only rich but also lightly defended. The monks who lived there had no military training, and Christian doctrine discouraged armed resistance. Viking attacks on monasteries spread quickly across Europe, with similar raids occurring in Scotland, Ireland, and the Frankish territories within just a few years of Lindisfarne. The psychological impact of these raids was immense, as terrified communities fled before the Viking onslaught, abandoning their homes and wealth in the face of the seemingly unstoppable northern warriors. The success of these early raids encouraged more warriors to join the Viking expeditions. What began as small-scale plundering soon evolved into organized, large-scale campaigns involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors. As Viking leaders amassed wealth and power, they became more ambitious, moving beyond simple raiding to the establishment of permanent settlements and even attempts at conquest. In some cases, entire armies were formed, led by powerful warlords who sought to carve out their own kingdoms in foreign lands. Viking-controlled territories such as the Danelaw in England and the Duchy of Normandy in France emerged as a direct result of these conquests, altering the political landscape of medieval Europe. The Viking Age was only just beginning, and Europe would never be the same again. The fear and awe that the Vikings inspired would shape the policies of kings and emperors, forcing them to develop new military strategies and fortifications to protect their lands. Over the next several centuries, Viking expansion would continue, leaving a permanent mark on the history of the Western world. Their reputation as fierce warriors, skilled traders, and daring explorers would define an era, ensuring that the legacy of the Vikings would never be forgotten. As the 9th century dawned, Viking raids intensified and evolved into widespread campaigns of expansion across Europe. No longer were these Norse warriors content with isolated attacks on monasteries and coastal settlements. Instead, they launched full-scale invasions that altered the political and cultural landscapes of the regions they targeted. The British Isles, Ireland, and the Frankish territories became primary targets for Viking aggression, leading to the establishment of new settlements, trade centers, and even Viking-controlled territories. The British Isles faced some of the most relentless Viking attacks. England at the time, divided into several competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, struggled to mount a unified defense against the Norse incursions. The first major recorded Viking assault on England after Lindisfarne came in 835 AD, when Danish raiders targeted the Isle of Sheppey. Over the following decades, attacks became more frequent and devastating. Entire towns were sacked, churches were plundered, and rulers found themselves constantly under threat. One of the most significant events of this period was the arrival of the Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. Unlike previous Viking raids, which were largely hit-and-run operations, this invasion force was a coordinated effort by several Norse warlords, including the legendary brothers Ivar the Boneless, Ubbi, and Halfdan. The Great Heathen Army systematically conquered large portions of England, toppling the Kingdom of Northumbria in 866, East Anglia in 869, and threatening the powerful Kingdom of Wessex. The legendary Anglo-Saxon King Alfred the Great ultimately resisted Viking domination, achieving a critical victory at the Battle of Edington in 878 AD, which led to the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty divided England between the Anglo-Saxons and the Vikings, resulting in the establishment of the Danelaw, a vast territory in which Norse customs and laws prevailed. Ireland also became a prime target for Viking expansion. The Norse first raided the Irish coast in the early 9th century, but by the mid-800s, they had begun establishing permanent settlements. One of the most important Viking strongholds was Dublin, founded in 841 AD. Dublin quickly grew into a major centre of trade and commerce, connecting Ireland to the vast Viking trade network that stretched from the North Atlantic to the Middle East. Other settlements such as Limerick, Waterford and Cork also emerged as key Viking enclaves. The Norse integrated into Irish society to some extent, intermarrying with the local population and participating in the complex web of Irish dynastic conflicts. The Frankish Empire, ruled by the descendants of Charlemagne, was another frequent target of Viking aggression. The vast wealth of Frankish monasteries and towns made them attractive to Norse raiders. In 845 AD, a massive Viking fleet, led by the legendary chieftain Ragnar Lothbrok, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The Frankish king Charles the Bold was forced to pay a ransom of 7,000 pounds of silver to make the Vikings withdraw. However, this only encouraged further raids, and Frankish rulers found themselves repeatedly extorted by Viking warbands demanding tribute, known as Danegeld. In an effort to stem the tide of Viking invasions, Charles the Simple struck a historic deal in 911 AD with the Viking leader Rollo. Under this agreement, Rollo was granted the region that would become Normandy in exchange for swearing fealty to the Frankish crown and defending the territory against future Viking attacks. Over time, Rollo and his descendants adopted Frankish customs, language and Christianity, laying the foundation for the powerful Duchy of Normandy. The Viking expansion across Europe was not merely about plundering and warfare. It also facilitated cultural exchange, economic growth, and the establishment of new trade routes. Viking merchants traveled as far as Byzantium and the Islamic Caliphates, bringing back goods, knowledge and influences that would shape the societies they interacted with. The Norse presence in Europe helped forge connections between distant regions, leading to an era of increased trade and exploration that would shape the continent for centuries to come. As the Viking Age progressed, the Norse presence in Europe evolved from raiding parties to organized settlements and political entities. The impact of their expansion was profound, reshaping borders, economies and cultures. Though they began as feared invaders, many Vikings ultimately integrated into the societies they once terrorized, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. The Vikings were not only fearsome raiders and warriors, but also highly skilled traders and merchants. From the 9th to the 11th century, Viking trade networks stretched across vast distances, connecting Scandinavia with Europe, the Middle East, and even Central Asia. Their ability to navigate rivers and open seas allowed them to establish trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between different civilizations. This commercial aspect of Viking society played a crucial role in their expansion and influence. One of the most important Viking trade routes extended from the Baltic Sea through Eastern Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Utilizing the extensive river systems of modern-day Russia, including the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga rivers, Viking merchants, often referred to as the Rus, traveled deep into Slavic and Byzantine territories. This route became known as the Varangian route, a key artery of commerce that connected northern Europe to the wealth and splendor of the Eastern Roman Empire. Many Viking traders settled in cities such as Novgorod and Kiev, which became major centers of Norse trade and governance. By navigating the Dnieper River, they reached the Black Sea, where they conducted business in Constantinople, a city the Vikings called Miklagard, meaning the Great City. Trade between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was highly lucrative. The Norsemen brought valuable goods such as furs, honey, beeswax, and high-quality swords, while in return they received silk, spices, wine, and glassware from Byzantine merchants. Many Viking warriors also served as mercenaries in the Byzantine military, with the most famous among them joining the elite Varangian Guard, an imperial unit composed largely of Norse fighters. These warriors were highly prized for their loyalty and combat skills, and their presence in Constantinople strengthened the Viking-Byzantine relationship. Another major trading partner of the Vikings was the Islamic world. The Caliphate, which controlled vast territories stretching from Spain to Persia, had an insatiable demand for northern European goods. The Vikings played a key role in supplying the Islamic markets with commodities such as furs from Scandinavian animals, walrus ivory, amber, and most controversially slaves. The Vikings engaged in the slave trade extensively, capturing individuals from raids in England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, and selling them in markets throughout the Islamic world. Silver was the most sought-after commodity by the Norse traders, and the discovery of thousands of Arab silver coins, known as dirhams, in Viking hordes across Scandinavia is evidence of the extensive commercial ties between the Vikings and the Muslim world. The Viking economy was not solely based on external trade. Within their own territories, they established bustling marketplaces in cities such as Hedeby, Birka, and Kaupang. These trading hubs became melting pots of different cultures, where Norse artisans, Slavic merchants, and Middle Eastern traders exchanged goods and knowledge. Hedeby, one of the largest Viking trading towns, was a focal point of commerce, connecting Scandinavia to the rest of Europe. Archaeological discoveries at these sites, including coins from the Islamic world, Byzantine jewelry, and silk from China, confirm the vast global reach of Viking commerce. Weapons also played a critical role in Viking trade. While Viking warriors were skilled craftsmen in producing their own swords, spears, and axes, they also traded for superior Frankish swords, which were considered among the best in Europe. In return, Vikings provided raw materials such as iron and worked metal goods. The trade of weapons not only equipped Viking raiders, but also helped local rulers in Scandinavia consolidate power by arming their followers. The impact of Viking trade extended beyond material goods. It facilitated cultural exchange, spreading ideas, religious influences, and technological advancements. The Vikings introduced new shipbuilding techniques, navigational skills, and even elements of their mythology to the regions they encountered. At the same time, they absorbed aspects of Christianity, Islamic scholarship, and Byzantine military tactics, which influenced their own societies over time. By the end of the 11th century, Viking trade had transformed from its early stages of piracy and raiding into an organized economic system. The interconnected trade networks built by the Norse ensured that Scandinavia remained a central part of European and global commerce. While their warrior reputation remains legendary, the Viking Age was also a golden era of trade and cultural exchange that helped shape the medieval world. As the Viking Age progressed from the 9th to the 11th century, Norse warriors and settlers moved beyond raiding and established permanent settlements and even entire kingdoms. These Viking-ruled territories played a crucial role in shaping the political and cultural landscapes of Europe. Their influence extended across England, Ireland, Scotland, Normandy, and the Isle of Man, leaving a legacy that would persist for centuries. One of the most significant Viking territorial expansions occurred in England with the formation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw was the name given to the region of England under Viking control, established after the successful campaigns of the Great Heathen Army in the late 9th century. This vast area encompassed much of northern and eastern England, including major cities such as York, which the Vikings captured in 866 AD and turned into a major trading and political center. The Danelaw was governed by Norse customs and laws rather than Anglo-Saxon traditions, leading to a distinct cultural blend that influenced language, governance, and even place names. Many settlements still bear Viking-derived names, such as those ending in by, for example, Garby, Whitby, and Thorpe, for example, Scunthorpe. The Norse presence in England lasted until the early 11th century, when King Athelred the Unready and later King Canute of Denmark unified the land under a single crown. While the Danelaw in England was one of the most well-documented Viking settlements, the Norse also established a significant foothold in France. One of the most famous Viking rulers of this era was Rollo, a powerful Norse warlord who led repeated raids into Frankish territory. In 911 AD, King Charles the Simple of the West Frankish Kingdom made a strategic decision to grant Rollo and his followers land in what is now Normandy. In return, Rollo agreed to swear loyalty to the Frankish crown, convert to Christianity, and defend the territory against further Viking incursions. This agreement marked the foundation of Normandy, a region whose name itself means Land of the Northmen. Over time, Rollo's descendants adopted Frankish customs and language, merging Viking and Frankish traditions into a unique Norman identity. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a dominant force in European politics, culminating in the Norman conquest of England in 1066 under William the Conqueror, a direct descendant of Rollo. Beyond England and France, Viking settlements also thrived in Scotland, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. The rugged coasts and numerous islands of Scotland made it an attractive destination for Norse expansion. The Vikings first targeted monasteries and coastal settlements, but over time they established permanent communities, particularly in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These northern isles became Norse strongholds, serving as important hubs for trade and further raiding expeditions. The Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland also fell under Viking control, with Norse earls ruling over these territories well into the Middle Ages. Viking influence in Scotland was so profound that even today, Norse cultural and linguistic elements persist in certain regions. Ireland, too, became a key area of Viking activity. Unlike in England, where the Norse established large-scale territorial control, the Viking presence in Ireland was more focused on trade and urban development. The founding of Dublin in 841 AD marked the beginning of one of the most significant Viking settlements in the British Isles. The Norse turned Dublin into a bustling trade hub, connecting Ireland to a wider network of commerce that included the British Isles, Scandinavia, and even the Mediterranean. Other cities, such as Waterford, Limerick, and Cork, also developed under Viking influence, serving as centres for trade, shipbuilding, and governance. Despite repeated conflicts with Irish kings, the Norse maintained a strong presence in Ireland until the late 11th century, when the local Gaelic lords eventually reclaimed control. The Isle of Man, located in the Irish Sea, became another vital Viking outpost. Due to its strategic position between Ireland, Scotland, and England, the island served as a crucial link in the Viking trade and military network. The Norse established a lasting presence on the island, leaving behind significant archaeological and cultural remnants, including the famous Norse runestones that still stand today. The Viking influence on the Isle of Man persisted even after the formal end of the Viking Age, as the island continued to be ruled by Norse Gaelic kings for several centuries. Viking settlements and kingdoms did more than expand Norse influence. They contributed to the blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. The integration of Viking settlers with local populations led to the development of new hybrid societies, where Norse customs mixed with those of the Anglo-Saxons, Celts, and Franks. This cultural fusion laid the groundwork for future political changes in Europe, from the rise of Norman power to the strengthening of royal authority in England and France. By the late 11th century, the era of Viking conquests and settlements began to decline. The Christianization of Scandinavia, stronger European monarchies, and shifting political landscapes led to the gradual assimilation of Norse territories into larger kingdoms. However, the impact of the Viking settlements remained long after their decline, shaping the history and identities of the regions they once ruled. The Vikings' influence was not limited to the western regions of Europe. They also left a significant mark on the east. From the 9th to the 11th century, the Norse played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, a federation of Slavic and Norse tribes that would lay the foundations for the future Russian Empire. The Vikings, known as the Varangians in the east, also had extensive interactions with the Byzantine Empire, ranging from trade and diplomacy to mercenary service. These connections had lasting consequences for the political, cultural, and military landscapes of both regions. The foundation of Kievan Rus is traditionally attributed to the Varangians, who were invited by the Slavic tribes to rule over them and bring stability. In the 9th century, the Eastern Slavs were living in a fragmented and tumultuous region, often plagued by infighting and external threats. According to the Primary Chronicle, a key historical source from the period, the Slavic tribes sent out emissaries to find a ruler who could unite them. The emissaries eventually found a suitable leader in Rurik, a Varangian prince from the Norse homeland. Rurik and his successors established the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kievan Rus for several centuries. Rurik's rule was followed by his successors, including Oleg of Novgorod, who expanded the influence of the Varangians in the region. Oleg's conquest of Kiev in 882 AD marked the establishment of the Kievan Rus as a political entity. Under Oleg and his successors, the Kievan Rus began to grow into a powerful state, with the city of Kiev becoming the capital. The Varangians contributed not only to the military prowess of Kievan Rus, but also to its cultural and economic development. They integrated with the local Slavic population, intermarrying and adopting many Slavic customs while retaining their Norse traditions and governing structures. Trade was one of the main factors behind the prosperity of Kievan Rus. The Varangians had established extensive trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, passing through important river systems such as the Dnieper, Volga, and Don. These trade routes connected the Vikings with the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic caliphates, and other distant regions. Kievan Rus became a crucial node in the east-west trade network, with goods such as furs, honey, wax, and slaves being exchanged for luxury items like silks, spices, and coins. This trade helped establish Kievan Rus as an influential power in the east, and the wealth generated from commerce allowed the Varangian rulers to consolidate their power. The Vikings' relationship with the Byzantine Empire was complex, involving both trade and warfare. The Byzantines were well aware of the Vikings' growing power, and they sought to establish diplomatic and commercial ties with the Norsemen. The most famous example of this relationship is the Varangian Guard, a group of elite Viking mercenaries who served as the personal bodyguards of the Byzantine emperors. The Varangian Guard was formed in the 10th century, initially composed of Norse warriors from Kievan Rus, but later expanding to include other Viking groups. The Guard became legendary for their loyalty and martial prowess, often serving as the Byzantine emperor's most trusted soldiers. In return for their service, the Varangians were paid well, granted land, and given significant political influence within the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guard played a key role in several major military campaigns, including the defense of Constantinople from invasions and internal revolts. The Guard's reputation for fierce loyalty and combat ability made them invaluable to the Byzantine emperors, and many Varangians were eager to join the elite unit. The Guards' presence in Constantinople also facilitated cultural exchange between the Vikings and the Byzantines. The Norsemen adopted many aspects of Byzantine culture, including their religion, and the Byzantines learned from the Vikings' naval expertise and martial traditions. In addition to the Varangian Guard, Viking mercenaries served in other military roles across the Byzantine Empire. Norse warriors fought in Byzantine armies as part of a larger group of foreign soldiers known as the barbarian mercenaries. These warriors were highly prized for their combat skills and often played decisive roles in important battles. In the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire relied increasingly on Viking mercenaries to support its military campaigns, as the empire faced numerous threats from both the east and the west. The relationship between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was not limited to warfare and mercenary service. Trade between the two powers flourished, with the Vikings sending furs, timber, and slaves in exchange for Byzantine luxury goods. The most famous trade route between the two regions passed through the Dniester River and into Constantinople, where Viking traders could sell their goods in the bustling markets. This exchange of commodities fostered a deeper cultural connection between the two civilizations, and many Vikings came to adopt Byzantine-style art, clothing, and architecture. The Viking connection to the east was not confined to Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings also engaged in trade and warfare with the Islamic caliphates. Viking raiders had long struck at the coasts of Europe, but they also ventured further south, conducting raids on Muslim-controlled territories in the Mediterranean and North Africa. However, the Vikings also had peaceful trade relations with the Islamic world, exchanging goods like furs, slaves, and walrus ivory for luxury items like silver, spices, and textiles. These interactions further integrated the Vikings into the global economy of the medieval world. In conclusion, the Vikings' role in the East was multifaceted and impactful. Through their connections with the Byzantine Empire and the formation of Kievan Rus, the Norsemen helped shape the political, economic, and military landscapes of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Their legacy in the region was not only one of conquest but also of trade, cultural exchange, and mercenary service, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the East. The Christianization of the Vikings is one of the most significant cultural transformations in Scandinavian history. Spanning from the 10th to the 12th century, this process marked a profound shift in Viking society from paganism to Christianity and dramatically influenced their political, social, and cultural development. The conversion of Viking leaders such as Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity across Scandinavia, and the effects of this religious transition were felt throughout Viking culture and traditions. Before the Christianization of the Vikings, Norse society was deeply rooted in pagan beliefs. The Vikings worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, the most prominent of whom were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Their religious practices revolved around rituals, sacrifices, and a strong connection to nature. The Vikings believed in the existence of a complex world of gods, giants, and spirits, and their worldview was shaped by these spiritual beliefs. However, with the arrival of Christianity, this polytheistic system began to be replaced by the monotheistic faith of Christ. The introduction of Christianity into Scandinavia was not a sudden or forced process. It was a gradual transition that unfolded over several centuries. The first major step in the Christianization of the Vikings came through contact with Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Carolingian Empire. These missionaries were the first to preach Christianity to the Norse peoples, often meeting resistance but also gaining converts among certain segments of Viking society. One of the earliest and most significant moments in the Christianization of the Vikings occurred with the conversion of Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark. Harald Bluetooth who ruled from around 958 to 986 AD, is credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his kingdom. According to historical records, Harold converted to Christianity after being influenced by Christian missionaries, possibly following his exposure to Christianity during his time in Germany and other Christianized parts of Europe. Harold Bluetooth's conversion marked a turning point for Denmark, as he sought to bring Christianity to his people in a way that strengthened his rule and consolidated his power. Harold Bluetooth's conversion was symbolized by the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian practices within Denmark. The king famously had a runestone erected, known as the Harald Stone, which commemorates his conversion and the Christianization of Denmark. Harold's efforts to spread Christianity were not without challenges, as many of his subjects remained committed to their traditional Norse beliefs. However, Harold's political power and military influence helped to secure the spread of Christianity, and by the end of his reign, Denmark was firmly on the path toward Christianization. Following Harold's reign, other Viking leaders followed suit in embracing Christianity, but perhaps the most influential figure in the Christianization of Norway was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf Tryggvason, who reigned from 995 to 1000 AD, is often seen as one of the most fervent advocates for Christian conversion in Scandinavia. Olaf was a staunch Christian who had converted to the faith during his travels in Europe, and he sought to impose Christianity on the Norwegian people. Olaf's conversion of Norway was marked by a series of violent campaigns against pagan resistance, including the destruction of temples and the forcible conversion of Norse chieftains and warriors. Olaf's efforts were brutal but effective, and by the end of his reign, Norway had largely embraced Christianity. The conversion of both Harold Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had profound effects on Viking culture and traditions. As Christianity spread throughout Scandinavia, many of the traditional Norse gods and religious practices were abandoned or adapted to the new Christian faith. Pagan rituals and sacrifices, once central to Viking life, were increasingly replaced by Christian practices such as baptism, prayer, and the celebration of Christian holidays. The Christianization of the Vikings also led to the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian institutions in Scandinavian societies. The Vikings began to build churches in place of their former pagan temples, and Christian monasteries were founded to support religious education and missionary work. The Christianization of the Vikings also had a profound impact on Viking art and culture. As the Norse adopted Christianity, their artistic expressions began to shift. Christian themes began to appear in Viking art, such as depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and biblical stories. Viking warriors, once associated with pagan symbols and iconography, began to use Christian symbols and relics, such as crosses, in their daily lives and in battle. Christian saints and religious figures were venerated, and Viking warrior elites increasingly adopted Christian values of chivalry and honor. By the 12th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in Scandinavia. The conversion of the Vikings was not without its difficulties, as pockets of paganism persisted for some time, particularly in remote areas. However, the process of Christianization was largely complete by the end of the 11th century. The Viking Age, which had been marked by raiding, conquest, and the worship of Norse gods, had come to an end. The Christianization of Scandinavia marked the beginning of a new era, in which Viking society would increasingly become integrated into the broader European Christian world. The Christianization of the Vikings is not only a story of religious transformation, but also one of political and cultural change. Christianity provided the Vikings with new forms of governance, law, and social organization, which helped to stabilize their societies. The introduction of Christian monarchs, bishops and clergy altered the political dynamics of Scandinavia as rulers sought to align themselves with the Pope and the Christian Church. This process also fostered closer ties between Scandinavia and the rest of medieval Europe, leading to increased trade, diplomacy and cultural exchange. The Christianization of the Vikings was thus a defining moment in the history of Scandinavia, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In conclusion, the Christianization of the Vikings from the 10th to the 12th century was a complex and transformative process that reshaped Viking society. Through the efforts of leaders like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason, Christianity spread across Scandinavia, replacing pagan traditions with Christian practices. This religious transformation had far-reaching effects on Viking culture, from art and literature to governance and social structures. The conversion of the Vikings marked a key turning point in the history of Scandinavia, leading to a new chapter in the region's development and integration into the broader European Christian world. The Viking Age, which spanned roughly from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, came to an end as Europe underwent significant political, social, and military transformations. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the Vikings, once feared and revered as raiders, traders, and explorers, were transitioning from their warrior-based societies into more centralized and stable medieval kingdoms. A series of key events, including the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, the consolidation of Scandinavian kingdoms, and the decline of raiding culture, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new era in European history. One of the most pivotal moments in the closing chapter of the Viking Age was the Battle of Stamford Bridge, fought on September 25, 1066, in England. This battle was the culmination of a series of invasions into England by Norse leaders, most notably Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Hardrada, a formidable warrior with a long history of raiding and warfare, sought to claim the English throne, which had been left vulnerable after the death of King Edward the Confessor. His invasion was part of a larger struggle for control over England, with several claimants vying for the throne. Harald Hardrada's army landed in northern England, but they were met by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England, who had recently defeated another claimant, Tostig Godwinson, Harald's brother. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a brutal and decisive engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite initial Viking successes, Hardrada and his forces were ultimately defeated by Harold's army. Harald Hardrada was killed in the battle, marking the end of a long era of Viking invasions into England. The battle's significance lies not only in the defeat of one of the last major Viking leaders, but also in the broader shift in the political and military balance of power in Northern Europe. The Battle of Stamford Bridge, however, was not the final conflict in the struggle for the English throne. Just days later, Harold Godwinson would face another invasion, this time from William the Conqueror of Normandy. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14, 1066, resulted in Harold's death and the Norman conquest of England. This marked the final chapter in the Viking attempts to conquer and influence England. While the Vikings had a lasting impact on the culture and governance of England, their days of raiding and military dominance were now over. In the aftermath of Stamford Bridge and the events of 1066, the Viking societies in Scandinavia began to undergo significant changes. The once fragmented kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were beginning to consolidate into centralized monarchies. This shift toward more structured and powerful kingdoms was driven in part by the need to defend against external threats, such as the Norman invasions of England and the growing influence of the Christian Church. By the late 11th century, many Viking rulers had embraced Christianity, and their reigns were increasingly characterized by attempts to modernize their societies and consolidate power. One of the most notable figures in this process was King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Saint Olaf. Olaf's reign in the early 11th century marked a turning point for Norway as he worked to strengthen the monarchy and bring the country into line with the growing Christian kingdoms of Europe. Saint Olaf's efforts to centralize power and suppress local chieftains helped lay the groundwork for a more unified and stable Norway. However, Olaf's death in battle in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad did not mark the end of his influence. He became a martyr and saint, and his legacy continued to shape Norway's development, particularly in the creation of a centralized Christian kingdom. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia also saw the rise of strong monarchs who sought to create more stable and efficient kingdoms. In Denmark, King Svein Forkbeard, who ruled from 1018 to 1030, and his son, King Canute the Great, who ruled from 1016 to 1035, played key roles in uniting Denmark and extending their rule to England and parts of Norway. Cnut's reign marked the peak of Viking influence in Europe, as he ruled over a North Sea empire that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. However, following Canut's death, his empire fractured, and the political landscape of Scandinavia began to shift toward more localized rule and the decline of Viking-era power structures. The decline of the raiding culture that had defined the Vikings for centuries was closely linked to these political and cultural changes. As the Viking kingdoms became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis on raiding and plundering began to diminish. The Old Norse way of life, which had been centered around warfare, conquest, and the accumulation of wealth through raids, was gradually replaced by a focus on governance, trade, and diplomacy. The establishment of Christian monarchies in Scandinavia also played a key role in diminishing the Viking raiding culture, as Christian values emphasized peace, stability, and cooperation rather than war and conquest. By the 12th century, the Viking Age had officially ended. The once feared Viking raiders had been transformed into more traditional medieval rulers, and Scandinavia had evolved into a region dominated by centralized kingdoms with a strong Christian influence. The Norse warriors who had once roamed the seas in search of treasure and glory were now more likely to be found at the courts of monarchs, serving as advisors, soldiers, or members of the growing merchant class. In conclusion, the end of the Viking Age was a complex and multifaceted process that unfolded over several decades. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 was a key turning point in this transition, marking the end of Viking military dominance in England. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia, the decline of raiding culture, and the rise of Christianized monarchies all contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. By the 12th century, the Vikings had transformed from fearsome raiders into medieval rulers and statesmen, and their once formidable naval fleets were now turned to trade and diplomacy. The Viking Age, with its raids, explorations, and conquests, had come to an end, but the legacy of the Vikings would live on in the cultural and political landscapes of Europe. The Viking legacy in modern Europe is a multifaceted and enduring one, deeply woven into the cultural, linguistic, and genetic fabric of several countries. The Vikings, who once dominated the seas and laid waste to much of Europe, left behind a lasting imprint on the lands they once raided, traded with, and settled. Their influence can still be seen in the languages, genetics, mythologies, and national identities of modern Europe. From the shores of England and France to the vast expanses of Russia, the Vikings' contributions continue to resonate today. One of the most evident legacies of the Vikings is their impact on language. The Norse language, a North Germanic tongue, left a significant mark on the English language, especially in the regions of England that were once part of the Viking-dominated Danelaw. The Old Norse language contributed many words to English, particularly in areas related to law, governance, and everyday life. Words like law, sky, egg, window, and husband all have their roots in Old Norse. Moreover, The Viking influence extended to the place names of many towns and cities in England. Locations such as York, which was originally known as Jorvik, Durham and Grimsby, all bear the traces of Viking settlement and language. In addition to England, the Vikings also had a profound impact on the French language. The region of Normandy in northern France was founded by Viking settlers in the 9th and 10th centuries, and their language and culture became deeply integrated into the local society. The name Normandy itself derives from the word Norseman, reflecting the Viking heritage of the region. The Vikings in Normandy eventually adopted the Old French language, but many Norse words remained in the local dialect. Over time, the Viking settlers in Normandy became integrated into the larger French kingdom, and their influence on the language persisted in the form of certain vocabulary, especially in areas related to governance, military terms, and the sea. The Viking genetic legacy is also noteworthy, particularly in countries that saw extensive Viking settlement. Genetic studies have shown that the Viking presence in places such as England, Ireland and Scotland left a clear mark on the modern population. Many people in these regions carry genetic markers that can be traced back to the Vikings. In England, for example, it is estimated that as much as 20% of the population has Viking ancestry, particularly in the north and east of the country, where Viking settlements were most concentrated. Similarly, in Ireland and Scotland, genetic evidence suggests that Viking settlers contributed to the genetic makeup of the local populations, particularly in coastal areas and islands. Viking influence is also evident in Russia, particularly in the region known as Kievan Rus. The Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders, played a crucial role in the formation of the Kievan Rus state, and their genetic and cultural legacy remains a part of Russian identity today. Many Russians, especially in the northern regions, can trace part of their ancestry to these early Viking settlers. The Vikings who traveled along the rivers of Eastern Europe and traded with the Byzantine Empire were instrumental in the formation of the early Russian state, and their legacy is still acknowledged in modern Russia, particularly in the traditions and customs of the northern Slavic regions. Beyond language and genetics, Norse mythology continues to have a significant impact on modern culture. The myths of the Vikings, stories of gods like Odin, Thor, Freya, and Loki, continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Norse mythology has had a profound influence on literature, art, and popular culture. Works like J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings are deeply inspired by Norse myths, particularly in their depiction of gods, giants, and heroic quests. The character of Thor, for example, has become a popular figure in contemporary media, particularly through Marvel Comics and the subsequent films, where he is depicted as a superhero with roots in ancient Norse mythology. Loki, the mischievous god, has also found a prominent place in modern culture, with adaptations in various films, TV series, and comics. The influence of Norse mythology can also be seen in the resurgence of interest in Viking culture in recent years. The popularity of television series like Vikings has brought Norse mythology and Viking history to a global audience, reintroducing these ancient tales to a new generation. The themes of heroism, fate, and the struggle between gods and monsters in Norse mythology continue to resonate with modern audiences, making it one of the most enduring mythological traditions in the world. Another significant aspect of the Viking legacy is the role of Viking symbolism in modern national identities. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Viking imagery and symbols have been embraced as part of national pride. The Viking ship, with its iconic dragon-shaped prow, is a powerful symbol of Viking heritage, and it is often used in national celebrations, monuments, and cultural events. The Viking helmet, though a modern invention, Vikings never wore horned helmets, has become a widely recognized symbol of Viking identity. In addition to being embraced by Scandinavia, Viking symbolism has also become a prominent feature in various nationalist movements and popular culture. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Viking symbols were often used to promote ideas of Scandinavian unity and strength. In more recent times, these symbols have been appropriated by certain far-right groups, though this has been a controversial and divisive issue, as the true Viking legacy is one of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange rather than xenophobia or extremism. In conclusion, the Viking legacy in modern Europe is a testament to the enduring impact of these fierce warriors and explorers. From their linguistic and genetic contributions to their influence on mythology, art, and national identity, the Vikings continue to shape the cultural landscape of Europe. Their legacy is not only evident in the countries they once raided or settled, but also in the global fascination with their stories, heroes, and gods. As we look to the future, the Viking legacy will likely continue to inspire and captivate generations to come, reminding us of a time when the world was shaped by the fearsome and bold warriors known as the Vikings. The Vikings, those fierce seafarers and warriors from Scandinavia, have long captured the imagination of people around the world. Over the centuries, the image of the Viking has been shaped by both historical accounts and popular culture, but much of what we think we know about these enigmatic people is based on myths and misconceptions. From horned helmets to the idea of Vikings as nothing more than savage raiders, the truth about the Vikings is far more complex and nuanced than many realize. This chapter seeks to debunk some of the most common misconceptions about the Vikings, compare them with the reality of what modern archaeology has revealed, and explore how pop culture has distorted our understanding of their lives. One of the most enduring myths about the Vikings is their supposed use of horned helmets. For centuries, this image of the horned Viking has been a staple of popular culture, from illustrations in history books to depictions in films, TV shows, and even costume designs for events like Halloween. However, there is no historical evidence to support the idea that Vikings ever wore horned helmets. The earliest depictions of Viking warriors, such as those on the 9th century stone carvings found in Scandinavia, show helmets that were simple and conical in shape, without any horns. Archaeological evidence from Viking graves and settlements has not uncovered any horned helmets either. In fact, the idea of horned helmets was popularized in the 19th century by the designer of the operas about Norse mythology, written by Richard Wagner, and it quickly became ingrained in the collective imagination. While the image of horned helmets might evoke a sense of barbaric ferocity, it is, in reality, a fantasy of the modern era. Another widespread misconception is that the Vikings were nothing more than brutal and savage raiders, with little regard for civilization or culture. This stereotype has been reinforced by centuries of historical accounts that emphasize the Viking raids on monasteries and towns across Europe. While it is true that the Vikings were formidable warriors and that their raids were often brutal and destructive, this portrayal overlooks the many other aspects of Viking life that were far from savage. The Vikings were also skilled traders, explorers, and settlers, and they played a crucial role in the development of early medieval Europe. Viking societies were complex, with well-organized systems of governance, law, and trade. Many Vikings were farmers, craftsmen, and merchants who engaged in long-distance trade with people from the Islamic world, Byzantium, and even the far reaches of North America. In fact, it was not uncommon for Vikings to establish peaceful trading relationships with the very people they had once raided. The idea of the Vikings as mindless destroyers is a gross oversimplification of their true nature. Modern archaeology has provided us with a much more nuanced understanding of Viking life. Excavations of Viking settlements, burial sites, and shipwrecks have uncovered a wealth of information about the Vikings' everyday lives, their technology, and their culture. One of the most significant discoveries in recent years has been the excavation of Viking longships, which have revealed much about the Vikings' advanced shipbuilding techniques and their prowess as sailors and explorers. The Vikings' longships were not only designed for speed and agility on the open seas, but were also capable of navigating shallow rivers and even being carried overland. These ships were crucial to the Vikings' success as both raiders and traders, and they were a testament to the Vikings' ingenuity and skill. Archaeological evidence has also shed light on Viking settlements and the way they lived. In towns like York in England and Dublin in Ireland, excavations have uncovered the remains of Viking houses, workshops and marketplaces, providing a glimpse into the daily life of Viking communities. Far from being isolated and barbaric, these settlements were hubs of trade and cultural exchange, with evidence of Viking artisans producing intricate jewelry, tools and weapons. The Vikings were also skilled farmers, growing crops such as barley, rye and oats, and raising livestock. Their social structure, too, was more complex than many people realize. Viking society was organized into various classes, including free farmers, wealthy landowners and slaves, with a system of laws and assemblies known as the Althing in Iceland, which served as an early form of democracy. Perhaps one of the most misunderstood aspects of Viking culture is their relationship with women. Contrary to popular belief, Viking women were not simply passive figures waiting to be rescued by their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence suggests that women in Viking society had a far more active role than is often portrayed. They managed farms, participated in trade, and even served as warriors in some instances. There are accounts of women such as Lagertha, the legendary shield maiden of Norse sagas, fighting alongside male warriors. While the historical accuracy of these stories is debated, there is evidence that Viking women had greater rights and freedoms compared to women in other contemporary societies. They could own property, initiate divorce and engage in business, making them more independent than women in many other parts of medieval Europe. In addition to the historical realities of Viking life, the popular culture of the modern era has played a significant role in shaping our perceptions of the Vikings. Films, TV shows, books and video games have all contributed to the mythologizing of Viking culture, often blending historical fact with fantasy and fiction. For example, the popular TV series Vikings, which aired from 2013 to 2020, is filled with dramatic liberties and historical inaccuracies, though it has undoubtedly contributed to the modern fascination with Viking culture. The show, while entertaining, focuses heavily on the violent warrior aspect of Viking life, often neglecting their roles as traders, settlers and explorers. Similarly, the portrayal of Viking gods and mythology in films like Marvel's Thor has created a larger-than-life image of Norse mythology, with characters like Thor and Loki being reimagined as superheroes rather than the complex deities of Viking belief. In conclusion, while the Vikings were undoubtedly fierce warriors and raiders, the myths and misconceptions surrounding their culture often overshadow the more complex and varied aspects of their society. Through modern archaeology, we now have a more accurate picture of Viking life, one that highlights their achievements as traders, explorers and settlers, as well as their rich cultural and social structures. The popular image of the Viking, complete with horned helmets and bloodthirsty raids, has been shaped by centuries of myth and fantasy. However, the truth about the Vikings is far more intricate and fascinating than the popular depictions. The real Vikings were innovators, skilled craftsmen and seafarers who played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world. They taught us in school that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, but that is one of the greatest historical myths of all time. The truth is far more complex, more fascinating, and completely changes the way we see history. Long before Columbus set foot in the New World, others had already made the journey across the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Vikings, the Chinese, the Polynesians, even the ancient Phoenicians, all have claims to reaching the Americas centuries, if not millennia, before Columbus. But why is this not common knowledge? Why do we still celebrate Columbus Day when the evidence shows he was not the first? In this story, we uncover the truth about the real discoverers of America and the hidden history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The Viking sagas tell of a fearless explorer named Leif Erikson, who sailed west from Greenland in the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. He followed rumors of a land beyond the sea, a place first spotted by an Icelandic trader blown off course. Leif reached a lush land filled with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Norse built a settlement in Newfoundland, Canada, at a place now called Landsort Meadows. But this was not just legend, it was real proof that Europeans had reached America long before Columbus. Yet this discovery was largely forgotten, buried under centuries of Spanish imperial propaganda. And the Vikings were not alone. Ancient Chinese records suggest that Buddhist monks may have sailed to the Americas over 1,000 years ago, led by a monk named Hui Shen. He described a land he called Fusang, which some believe refers to parts of the American west coast. Maps found in China suggest an awareness of lands across the Pacific long before European explorers ventured there. If true, this would rewrite history once again. But what about the Polynesians? These master navigators sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean thousands of years before Columbus. Even today, scientists find evidence that Polynesians reached South America before Europeans. DNA studies show genetic links between Polynesians and indigenous South American peoples, and chicken bones found in Chile match those of a Polynesian breed long before Spanish contact, suggesting trade and contact across the ocean. And there is more. Some researchers argue that the ancient Phoenicians, seafaring merchants from the Mediterranean, may have reached the Americas as early as 1000 BC. They were known for their ability to navigate vast distances using the stars. Ancient inscriptions found in Brazil and the United States hint at their presence, possibly long before any Viking or European explorer. If so many different civilizations reached the Americas before Columbus, why does he get all the credit? The answer lies in politics, empire, and the rewriting of history. The Spanish crown needed a hero to justify its claim over the New World. Columbus became that symbol. He may not have been the first, but he was the one who brought Europe's full force to the Americas, setting in motion events that would change the world forever. But what if history had remembered Leif Erikson instead? What if the Polynesians had established lasting contact with South America? Or if the Chinese had settled California centuries before the Spanish? The world we know today might have looked entirely different. And that is the story we are about to unravel. Imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship, the salty sea spray on your face, the endless horizon ahead. The year is 1000 AD, and Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, is about to make history. He has heard tales of a mysterious land to the west, first spotted by an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Unlike Columbus, who set sail with maps and a clear mission, Leif's journey is a leap into the unknown, a voyage based on whispers and sagas. What he finds will challenge everything we thought we knew about the first Europeans in America. Leif and his crew of Norsemen leave Greenland behind, their ship slicing through the frigid Atlantic waters. After weeks at sea, They finally reach a strange and unfamiliar coastline. It is nothing like the icy shores of Greenland or the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This land is rich and green, with towering trees, wild rivers, and an abundance of resources. They call it Vinland, the land of wild grapes. To the Vikings, this is paradise. The Norsemen establish a small settlement, building simple wooden structures and exploring their new home. They hunt, fish, and gather resources, amazed at the abundance of nature around them. They find wild grapes, which is why they name the land Vinland, and they encounter animals they have never seen before. But they are not alone. The land is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings call the Skrallings. These first encounters are tense, as the two groups size each other up. At first, there is trade. The Vikings offer metal tools and red cloth in exchange for furs and food. But as history has often shown, peaceful contact does not last forever. Tensions rise and small skirmishes break out between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes. The Norse warriors, fierce as they are, find themselves outnumbered. Unlike the later European colonizers, Leif and his men do not attempt to conquer or claim dominion over the land. They are explorers, not invaders. Realizing that their position is precarious, they eventually decide to abandon Vinland and return to Greenland. Their journey is remembered in Viking sagas, but over time, their discovery fades into legend. For centuries, historians dismissed the story of Leif Erikson as myth. But in 1960, a remarkable discovery changed everything. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lansog Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. The site contained unmistakable evidence of Viking presence, iron nails, tools, and the remains of Norse-style buildings. The sagas were true. Leif Erikson had reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus. Yet, despite this proof, Columbus remained the man credited with discovering America. Why? Because history is written by the victors. The Norse did not stay, did not colonize, and did not bring lasting change to the Americas. Their voyage, while groundbreaking, did not alter the course of world history in the way Columbus's arrival did. The Spanish, with their vast empire, had the power to shape the narrative, to create a hero, and to erase inconvenient truths. But today, we know better. The evidence is clear. Leif Erikson was the first European to set foot in the New World. And yet, there are still more forgotten stories of early exploration waiting to be uncovered. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Vikings had chosen to stay, to build lasting settlements, to spread their culture across the continent? Would the Americas have seen an entirely different kind of European influence? The Norse were expert shipbuilders, warriors, and traders, yet they lacked the sheer numbers to maintain a colony so far from home. Their reliance on sporadic resupply from Greenland made them vulnerable, and their clashes with the indigenous peoples proved too dangerous. The decision to leave was pragmatic, but it also meant that their achievements would be buried under centuries of forgotten history. Still, traces of their presence linger. Some historians speculate that Norse explorers may have ventured even further south than Newfoundland, possibly reaching present-day New England or even farther along the Atlantic coast. Evidence is scarce, but oral traditions and scattered artifacts hint at the possibility. If true, it would mean that Leif Erikson's journey was just the beginning of a much longer and more extensive Viking presence in North America. And yet, Vinland remains an enigma. Why was its memory preserved in sagas but lost to mainstream history for so long? Why were later generations of Vikings unable or unwilling to return? The answers lie buried in time, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to question the official story. One thing is certain, history is far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and empire, is waiting to be rediscovered. The departure from Vinland was not the end of Norse exploration in the Americas. Although Leif Erikson and his crew had proven that land existed beyond the Western Ocean, the question remained, could it be settled? Could the Norse establish a foothold in this new world, or was Vinland destined to remain just an untamed frontier, too distant and too dangerous to maintain? The answer would come not from Leif himself, but from the generations that followed. One of the most fascinating figures in this story is Leif's younger brother Thorvald Eriksson. Unlike Leif, who had merely explored and mapped parts of Vinland, Thorvald sought to claim it. His ambition was not just to visit but to stay, to make Vinland a permanent extension of Norse influence. With a crew of warriors and settlers, he returned to the land his brother had discovered, determined to carve out a place for the Vikings in the New World. Thorvald and his men expanded the settlement, strengthening their structures and pushing further inland. At first, all seemed well. The resources were plentiful, the weather was milder than Greenland's, and the land itself appeared to hold great promise. But the same challenge that had driven Leif away remained: the indigenous inhabitants. Unlike Leif, who had managed a brief period of trade with the native peoples, Thorvald's expedition quickly fell into conflict. The Skrallings, as the Norse called them, did not take kindly to the outsiders expanding into their territory. Skirmishes erupted, and the consequences were deadly. In one of these clashes, Thorvald himself was struck by an arrow. As his men carried him back to their settlement, he is said to have looked over Vinland one last time and declared it a beautiful land before succumbing to his wounds. With their leader dead and their numbers dwindling, the Norse had no choice but to abandon their dream of permanent settlement. They buried Thorvald, burned what they could not take, and set sail back to Greenland. This second failed attempt to colonize the Americas left a deep mark on Norse history. The sagas, which had once spoken of a land of promise, now told of a land of danger. And so, over the next few decades, the Viking voyages to Vinland became fewer and fewer until they eventually stopped altogether. But what if Thorvald had succeeded? What if the Norse had managed to hold their ground, to establish a thriving colony that could have grown into something greater? The implications are staggering. A lasting Norse presence in the Americas could have altered the course of history entirely. Could they have expanded further south, trading and mingling with other indigenous civilizations? Could the Vikings have established an early European presence centuries before Columbus? The mind reels at the possibilities. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not just due to the resistance of the native peoples. There were deeper structural problems. Unlike the later European empires, the Norse did not have the centralized power or vast resources to support large-scale colonization. Greenland itself was a fragile outpost, dependent on supplies from Iceland and Norway. Supporting an even more distant colony in Vinland was simply beyond their capabilities. Their ships, while unmatched in speed and maneuverability, were not built to transport large numbers of settlers and supplies over vast distances for sustained periods. Despite these setbacks, the Norse presence in North America was not entirely forgotten. The stories lived on in the sagas, passed down through generations, dismissed as legend by many, but holding a kernel of truth. And as we now know, that kernel of truth was very real. The remains at Landsog Meadows are undeniable proof that the Vikings were here long before Columbus. Yet, because their settlement failed to persist, their role in American history remained largely overlooked. The legacy of these early Norse explorers is a haunting one. They were so close to changing history, so close to creating an alternate future where the Americas were connected to Europe centuries earlier. And yet, fate had other plans. Still, their story is not one of failure, but of daring, of adventure, of the relentless human spirit, pushing beyond the known world. And though they left, the echoes of their presence still remain, waiting for those who choose to listen. With the death of Thorvald Eriksson and the retreat of his men from Vinland, the Norse dream of settling the new world seemed all but over. But there was still one more attempt, one final effort to establish a permanent presence in the mysterious western lands. This time, it would not be a group of warriors leading the charge, but a woman, Gudrid Thorbjarnardóttir, one of the most remarkable and overlooked figures in Viking history. Unlike the previous expeditions, which were driven by exploration and conquest, Gudrid's journey to Vinland was driven by something far more fundamental: survival and family. She had already lived a life of adventure, having traveled from Iceland to Greenland, and now seeking a new beginning. Her husband Thorfinn Karlsefni was determined to succeed where Leif and Thorvald had failed. He gathered a group of settlers, men, women and children, hoping that a true colony, not just a temporary outpost, could take root in Vinland. The voyage was perilous, as all Norse crossings were. The North Atlantic was unforgiving, its waters capable of swallowing even the most seasoned sailors. But Karlsefni and Gudrid, along with their followers, endured the hardships and eventually arrived in Vinland. Unlike the previous Norse expeditions, which were mostly comprised of warriors and adventurers, this was a true settlement effort. They built homes, tended livestock, and prepared to stay for the long haul. For a while it seemed as though they might succeed where others had failed. One of the most extraordinary moments in this chapter of history was the birth of Snorri Thorfinnsson, the son of Gudrid and Karlsefni. Snorri was the first known child of European descent born in the Americas, a historical milestone that has been all but erased from common knowledge. His birth symbolized a bridge between two worlds, proof that Norse civilization had truly touched American soil in a way that went beyond mere exploration. But despite their efforts, despite their hopes, the same challenges that had plagued the previous expeditions soon emerged again. The indigenous peoples, wary of the newcomers, initially engaged in trade, but soon grew hostile. Clashes erupted, and once again, the Norse found themselves outnumbered. The sheer logistical challenge of maintaining a settlement so far from Greenland, combined with the constant threat of conflict, made it clear that they could not hold Vinland indefinitely. After 3 years of struggle, Karlsefni and Gudrid made the difficult decision to abandon the colony and return to Greenland. Their departure marked the end of the Norse attempts to settle North America. The dream of Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in sagas that many later dismissed as myth. And yet, the evidence remains. The discovery of Norse artifacts, the ruins of settlements, and the genetic traces that some claim still linger in certain indigenous populations all point to a forgotten history that predates Columbus by centuries. What if Karlsefni's colony had endured? What if Vinland had grown into a thriving Norse settlement, firmly establishing European presence in the Americas long before 1492? Would history have played out differently? Would the balance of power in the world have shifted? These are questions that will forever remain unanswered, lost to the what-ifs of history. But one thing is certain: the Vikings were here. They walked these lands, built their homes, raised their children, and for a brief moment in time, they dared to dream of a future that was never meant to be. The Norse departure from Vinland marked the end of their direct presence in the New World, but it was not necessarily the end of their influence. While no lasting Viking settlements survived in North America, some historians believe that occasional contact between the Norse and indigenous peoples may have continued for some time. Stories persisted, both in Europe and among native groups, of encounters with strange seafaring outsiders. Could the echoes of Norse exploration have left more of a mark on history than we realize? One theory suggests that Viking voyages to North America did not stop entirely after the failure of the Vinland settlements. It is possible that occasional trips were made to harvest valuable resources. The sagas mention an abundance of timber in Vinland, a resource that Greenland sorely lacked. Some researchers speculate that Norse explorers may have continued to visit the coastlines of North America, cutting trees and bringing them back across the Atlantic. If true, this would mean that Viking contact with the New World persisted far longer than commonly assumed. There is also speculation that the Norse may have traveled further than Newfoundland. Some artifacts, including a Norse-style penny found in Maine, suggest possible trade or indirect contact. While skeptics argue that such finds could have arrived through later European interactions, they leave open the possibility that Viking influence extended beyond what has been archaeologically proven. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the memory of Vinland faded. Without a permanent settlement or a sustained effort to colonize the new lands, the story of the Viking voyages became little more than legend. Medieval maps showed vast unknown spaces beyond Greenland, but no widespread European exploration of the Americas followed in the wake of the Norse expeditions. The world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion, but what if it had been? What if the Vikings had found a way to maintain their foothold in North America? If they had been able to trade, grow, and expand, the entire course of world history could have been different. Would the Norse have been the ones to establish the first European empires in the Americas? Would the indigenous civilizations have had a different fate, encountering a different kind of European society centuries before Columbus? The possibilities are endless. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not a failure of navigation, bravery, or even technology. It was a failure of circumstances. The Vikings were expert explorers, but lacked the large organized states that would later drive European colonization. Their presence in North America, though real, was fleeting, too isolated, too fragile to withstand the forces of time. Yet their story endures. Today, Leif Erikson is recognized in both historical accounts and popular culture as the true first European to reach the Americas. His legacy, along with that of the other Norse explorers who followed him, serves as a reminder that history is often far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The Vikings reached the shores of a vast uncharted world, but history was not yet ready for them, and so their discovery remained in the shadows, waiting for the day when the world would finally acknowledge what had been known for centuries in whispers and sagas. Centuries passed, and the story of Vinland became little more than a fading legend, whispered among the Norse and largely forgotten by the rest of the world. But while the Vikings did not establish a lasting presence in North America, their influence may have rippled further than we once believed. What if the Norse contact with the indigenous peoples of North America left traces, not just in sagas, but in the very fabric of history itself? One of the most intriguing possibilities is the idea that knowledge of Vinland may have filtered into the wider European consciousness long before Columbus set sail. Though medieval Europe was largely uninterested in transatlantic exploration at the time, maps and oral traditions had a way of persisting. Some scholars have speculated that hints of Vinland's existence may have reached the cartographers and thinkers of the later medieval period. Could Columbus himself have heard whispers of lands to the west from the remnants of these ancient stories? There is some evidence to suggest that European seafarers, particularly those from the British Isles and Portugal, had knowledge of lands beyond the Atlantic before 1492. Though unproven, There are accounts of Basque fishermen possibly reaching the rich waters near Newfoundland in search of cod long before the official age of discovery. Could these early mariners have stumbled upon lands first scouted by the Norse centuries before? Meanwhile, in the indigenous cultures of North America, there are tantalizing hints of encounters with seafaring outsiders. Some Native American oral traditions describe pale-skinned visitors arriving by boat long before the arrival of Columbus. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they align with what we know about Viking explorations and suggest that their presence, however brief, may have left a lasting impression on the indigenous peoples they encountered. Perhaps even more intriguing is the question of whether Viking artifacts, technologies, or even genetic traces may have made their way deeper into the Americas. While no direct evidence has confirmed Norse integration into indigenous cultures, isolated findings, such as metal objects in areas where no native metallurgy existed, raise questions about possible trade or cultural exchange. Could the Vikings have unknowingly influenced the civilizations that would later rise to prominence in North America? The idea that the Norse were merely visitors who left no lasting impact on the New World may be an oversimplification. Their presence may have been fleeting, but history is not always written in the form of permanent settlements. It is also written in ideas, stories, and subtle influences that shape the course of events in ways we may never fully understand. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the reality of Viking voyages to North America, the world remained fixated on the narrative of Columbus. The discovery of the New World had become a story of empire, wealth, and conquest, something the Norse had never pursued in Vinland. But had circumstances been different, had they found a way to survive and expand, how different would history look today? The real discovery of America was not a single moment, nor was it the achievement of just one man. It was a slow, complex process involving multiple civilizations over thousands of years. The Vikings were part of that story, even if their role was forgotten for centuries. Today the truth is finally coming to light, but there is still more to uncover, more to question, and more to explore. The Norse may have left Vinland behind, but their story is far from over. As the centuries rolled on, the knowledge of the Norse expeditions to North America faded into obscurity. The great European powers, focused on internal struggles and expansion within the known world, had little interest in tales of distant lands explored by a long-gone people. Yet the echoes of these early voyages lingered, buried in forgotten manuscripts and ancient maps that hinted at lands beyond the Atlantic. One such artifact is the Vinland map, a controversial document that surfaced in the 20th century. It purportedly depicts a landmass to the west of Greenland, labeled as Vinland, drawn centuries before Columbus. While the map's authenticity has been hotly debated, its existence raises an intriguing question: were there those in medieval Europe who still knew of the Norse voyages, even if mainstream history had cast them aside? Even without definitive proof of widespread knowledge, scattered hints remain. Medieval Norse sagas, though sometimes dismissed as embellished storytelling, contained remarkably accurate details about the geography of North America. The descriptions of Vinland's rich resources, vast forests, and even encounters with indigenous peoples suggest that these were not mere myths but retellings of real events. The question remains, why did no other European power act on this knowledge? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Norse, though formidable explorers, lacked the political and economic backing needed to sustain long-term expansion across the Atlantic. Unlike the centralized monarchies of Spain and Portugal in later centuries, the Viking world was fragmented, reliant on local chieftains rather than empire-building kings. By the time Europe developed the means and motivation for large-scale transatlantic exploration, The Norse voyages were little more than a whisper in history. But had circumstances been different, had a unified Scandinavian power seized the opportunity, the map of the world might look very different today. Even without permanent Norse colonies, the possibility remains that their influence stretched further than we currently recognize. Could later explorers have unknowingly followed in Viking footsteps? Did rumors of Western lands, passed down through generations, inspire others to seek out the unknown? While Columbus is credited with ushering in the age of European expansion in the Americas, his journey was built on a foundation of existing knowledge, speculation, and centuries-old seafaring traditions. The Norse had already proven that crossing the Atlantic was possible. What they lacked was the means to make the world remember. As historians continue to uncover new evidence, the story of America's discovery grows more complex. The Norse may not have changed the course of history in their time, but their voyages were a crucial chapter in the larger saga of human exploration. Their legacy, once nearly forgotten, is now being reclaimed, reminding us that history is never as simple as it seems. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained little more than a distant memory, preserved only in the sagas of Iceland and the scattered whispers of medieval maps. Yet, while Europe largely forgot about Vinland, the people who lived in the lands the Vikings once visited carried their own accounts of these early encounters. Oral traditions among indigenous groups speak of pale-skinned visitors arriving from the sea, staying for a time, and then vanishing as mysteriously as they came. Could these stories be remnants of the Viking presence in North America? The indigenous peoples of the Northeast, including the Mi'kmaq and Innu, have legends that align closely with what we know of the Norse expeditions. Some describe strange bearded men arriving in large wooden boats, different from anything seen before. They brought with them unfamiliar tools and weapons, yet they struggled to survive in the harsh new environment. Conflict was inevitable. These newcomers did not understand the ways of the land, nor did they comprehend the power structures and customs of those who had lived there for thousands of years. While most of what we know about Norse interactions with indigenous peoples comes from the sagas, these accounts are told from the perspective of the Vikings themselves. The sagas describe the Skrellings, a term the Norse used for the native inhabitants of Vinland. Initially there were attempts at peaceful trade, but tensions quickly escalated. In one instance, a Viking is said to have frightened a group of Skrellings by showing them the power of Norse weaponry. In another, the Norse attacked an indigenous camp, only to be driven away by superior numbers. What is clear is that these encounters were brief and filled with mutual distrust. The Norse, used to the tactics of European warfare, were unprepared for the indigenous people's methods of fighting, which relied on speed, knowledge of the terrain, and overwhelming numbers. The Vikings had the advantage in weapons and armor, but they were far from home, outnumbered and vulnerable. Eventually, they abandoned their settlements, retreating back to Greenland and leaving the land to its original inhabitants. But was that truly the end of Viking contact with North America? Some historians believe that even after the main expeditions ceased, small groups of Norse traders or explorers may have continued to visit these shores. The Greenland settlements persisted for centuries, and the need for timber and other resources was constant. Could it be that, long after the failed Vinland colony, Norse ships still made the journey, engaging in trade with indigenous groups, and perhaps even influencing their societies in subtle ways? The idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Archaeological finds suggest that Norse artifacts, such as iron tools and woven cloth, have been discovered far beyond Lawmen Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. Some of these objects were found in indigenous sites far inland, raising the possibility that they were traded from group to group, their origins becoming lost over time. If true, it means that while the Vikings themselves did not stay, their impact may have lasted much longer than we assume. History is rarely as simple as a single discovery, a single moment, or a single person. The Norse came to North America, and though they did not stay, they left behind stories, artifacts, and perhaps even traces in the oral histories of the people they encountered. The echoes of their voyages still linger, waiting to be fully uncovered. As we continue to re-examine the past, we must ask how much of history has been forgotten, waiting just beneath the surface for us to rediscover. The Norse may have abandoned their settlements in North America, but their story did not end there. As the Viking Age faded, so too did the knowledge of their transatlantic voyages. However, history has a way of preserving fragments of the past in unexpected ways. While medieval Europe largely forgot about Vinland, hints of its existence persisted in ways that would later spark curiosity and debate. One of the most enduring mysteries is the presence of Norse artifacts in locations far beyond their known settlements. A Norse penny dating back to the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, minted between 1065 and 1080, was discovered in a Native American site in Maine. The site itself dates back centuries after the Vikings were known to have explored North America, suggesting that the coin was traded extensively among indigenous peoples before being lost to time. How did it travel so far? Was it part of a larger network of trade that stretched further than we ever imagined? Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of metalworking in indigenous sites that predate European colonization. The Vikings were among the few people in the region at the time who had the ability to forge iron tools, leading some researchers to speculate that they may have shared their knowledge, intentionally or not. Did Norse explorers influence native technologies in ways that have yet to be fully understood? Another intriguing clue comes from maps. Some medieval cartographers created maps that, in hindsight, seem to depict landmasses that strongly resemble the northeastern coast of North America. One of the most famous examples is the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. While its authenticity remains debated, it is part of a broader pattern of pre-Columbian maps that depict western lands long before Columbus's voyages. Could it be that knowledge of the Norse voyages to Vinland never fully disappeared? Perhaps it survived, hidden within obscure texts whispered among seafarers, or even passed down through indigenous oral traditions. If so, it raises an even bigger question. Did Columbus himself have access to these forgotten stories? Some historians believe that Columbus may have encountered references to Vinland in old maritime lore, or even in written documents. He was known to have consulted a wide range of sources, including ancient and medieval texts that speculated about lands beyond the Atlantic. While there is no direct evidence that he knew about the Norse expeditions, the possibility remains that he was influenced, perhaps unknowingly, by knowledge that had persisted in the shadows of history. The rediscovery of the Norse in North America did not happen overnight. For centuries, their voyages were dismissed as myths or exaggerated tales. It was only in the 20th century, with the excavation of Lansorg Meadows, that undeniable proof emerged. Yet even now, the full extent of their journeys remains unknown. Were there more settlements, lost to time? Did they travel further than we realize? How much of their story is still waiting to be uncovered? History is not just about what we know, it is also about what we have yet to learn. The Norse voyages to North America remind us that the past is full of surprises, that the stories we take for granted are often incomplete, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the centuries passed, the knowledge of the Norse voyages faded almost entirely from European memory. The sagas once recited in the great halls of Iceland and Greenland became mere folklore, their details lost in time. Yet, across the Atlantic, the lands the Vikings once touched continued to be inhabited by the indigenous peoples who had been there long before and would remain long after. To them, these strange visitors from the east were but a fleeting presence in a much larger history. But were the Norse truly forgotten, or did their story continue in ways we have yet to fully understand? Some historians argue that echoes of the Norse presence in North America persisted in unexpected ways. Among the indigenous peoples of the northeastern seaboard, certain oral traditions tell of encounters with foreign seafarers who came from across the ocean, bringing with them unfamiliar tools, weapons, and ways of living. Could these stories be fragmented memories of Viking visitors passed down through generations? Some scholars believe so, though others argue that these legends could just as easily refer to later European explorers. Further evidence that the Norse may have influenced the world beyond their immediate presence comes from the movement of goods and ideas. The Norse were skilled traders, known for their ability to navigate vast distances. If they continued visiting the shores of North America, even sporadically, did they leave behind knowledge, materials, or traditions that subtly shaped the societies they encountered? There are also intriguing but controversial suggestions that Norse contact with the Americas may have gone further south than commonly believed. Some speculative theories propose that Viking explorers, either intentionally or by accident, reached beyond Newfoundland and into more temperate regions. While there is no solid proof, scattered accounts from early European explorers suggest that indigenous groups in regions far south of Newfoundland had knowledge of white-skinned, bearded men long before Columbus arrived. Could it be that the Norse left behind a greater legacy than we have recognized? The search for definitive evidence continues. Archaeologists have made several discoveries that challenge previous assumptions, such as Viking-style artifacts found in areas beyond known settlements. Some of these could be trade goods passed from group to group, but others raise deeper questions about whether Norse activity in the New World was more extensive than currently documented. One of the most compelling aspects of history is how much remains unknown. The Norse voyages to North America were once dismissed as legend, yet we now know they were real. What else, hidden in ancient maps, buried artifacts, or the oral histories of those who lived through these times, has yet to be uncovered? The more we learn, the more we realize that history is not a fixed story, but an evolving puzzle, one that still holds secrets waiting to be revealed. The Norse voyages to North America might have faded from mainstream history, but traces of their legacy remained, hidden in folklore, scattered across archaeological sites, and embedded in the very landscapes they once walked. While no lasting Norse colony was established, their brief presence left ripples that would not fully disappear. The story of the Vikings in the New World was not over, even if the world had seemingly forgotten it. For centuries, the sagas were the only written records of these voyages. They spoke of vast lands beyond Greenland, rich with resources, yet filled with dangers. The stories of Lech Eriksson, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and Freydis Eriksdottir painted a picture of adventure, conflict, and ultimately retreat. But were the sagas entirely accurate, or had they been altered over generations of retelling? Modern archaeology has confirmed many details of these Norse expeditions, particularly with the discovery of Lance Ork Meadows in Newfoundland. But what of the other locations described in the sagas? Were there additional Viking settlements still waiting to be found? Some researchers believe that evidence of Norse activity may exist further south along the Atlantic coast, but conclusive proof remains elusive. Beyond archaeology, the influence of Norse exploration may have lingered in ways more difficult to trace. Some indigenous oral traditions recall encounters with foreign sailors long before Columbus. These stories, passed down through generations, describe interactions with pale-skinned people who arrived in great boats, carrying strange tools and weapons. Could these be echoes of the Viking presence? While the accounts cannot be verified with certainty, they suggest that the Norse may not have been entirely forgotten by those they encountered. There is also the matter of unexplained artifacts. The Norse penny found in Maine, a relic from the late 11th century, raises intriguing questions about trade and movement. Did Vikings venture further into the continent, or was their presence known indirectly through indigenous trade networks? Some suggest that Norse iron tools or shipbuilding techniques may have influenced native groups in subtle ways, though this remains a topic of debate. As scholars continue to piece together the Viking footprint in North America, one thing remains clear: the Norse were not merely mythical figures in a forgotten legend. They were real explorers, driven by ambition, curiosity, and survival. Their failure to establish a lasting presence in the New World was not due to a lack of skill or courage, but rather the immense challenges of distance, climate, and conflict. Had history unfolded differently, the Vikings might have become the first European empire in the Americas. Instead, their voyages became whispers in time, waiting to be rediscovered. But history has a way of revealing itself, and with every new discovery, the truth behind these early explorers comes into sharper focus. The story of the Norse voyages to North America was not just about discovery, it was about survival, adaptation, and the limits of human endurance. Unlike later European explorers who arrived with the backing of powerful monarchies, the Vikings who ventured to Vinland were small bands of seafarers, relying on their own resourcefulness to navigate an unfamiliar world. Their attempts to settle in this new land may have failed, but their impact on history would not be erased so easily. One of the most intriguing questions surrounding the Norse presence in North America is whether their brief encounters left any lasting mark on the indigenous peoples they met. Did the Vikings introduce new ideas, tools, or even legends that persisted long after they had disappeared? Some historians argue that while the Norse did not stay, their presence may have influenced native societies in subtle but significant ways. The sagas describe fierce battles between the Norse and the indigenous people they called Skrallings. But conflict was not the only possibility. The Norse were traders by nature, and it is likely that at least some peaceful exchanges took place. Could the Vikings have introduced iron tools or shipbuilding techniques that were later adopted or adapted by native groups? Some archaeological sites suggest limited interaction, but the evidence remains scarce. Further complicating the picture are the unexplained artifacts that have surfaced in regions far beyond where the Vikings were known to have settled. Norse-style objects like the famous Maine penny hint at possible trade routes that extended deep into the continent. While skeptics argue that these items could have been introduced much later, their presence raises fascinating questions about how far Norse influence may have reached. Even more intriguing are the cultural echoes that some researchers believe can be traced back to the Norse. Certain indigenous myths speak of bearded, pale-skinned visitors who arrived in large boats and brought both gifts and violence. Could these be distorted memories of Viking explorers, preserved through oral traditions? While no definitive proof exists, the possibility remains tantalizing. Despite their early presence, the Norse expeditions to North America did not lead to a lasting European foothold. Unlike later explorers who arrived with larger populations and stronger logistical support, the Vikings lacked the numbers to establish permanent colonies. Their settlements were fragile, dependent on resupply from Greenland, and ultimately unsustainable. The forces of nature, conflict with indigenous groups, and sheer isolation all played a role in their eventual retreat. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Norse had managed to maintain a permanent presence in North America? If they had been able to sustain trade, form alliances, and grow their settlements, the course of history could have been dramatically altered. European expansion into the Americas might have begun centuries earlier, reshaping the balance of power between the old and new worlds in ways we can only speculate about. The reality, however, is that the Norse presence in North America was brief, just a fleeting chapter in the vast story of exploration. But even as history seemed to forget them, the truth of their voyages remained, buried in ancient texts and hidden beneath the soil, waiting for the world to rediscover what had been known for centuries. As time passed and the Norse abandoned their dreams of Vinland, the world continued to turn, unaware of the fleeting moment when Europeans had first set foot on the American continent. The sagas that spoke of these journeys faded into myth, dismissed by scholars and overshadowed by later explorers who arrived with the full weight of European empires behind them. Yet, buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness, the truth of the Viking voyages to North America remained, waiting for rediscovery. In the centuries that followed, Europe underwent profound changes. The rise of centralized monarchies, advancements in navigation, and an increasing thirst for expansion set the stage for what would become the Age of Exploration. When Christopher Columbus set sail in 1492, his voyage was fueled by a belief that the world beyond Europe was ripe for conquest. But what if he had known that, centuries earlier, Norse explorers had already reached these lands? Would history have unfolded differently if their achievements had been widely recognized? Unlike the grand fleets of Spain and Portugal, the Norse expeditions were small and fragile. They lacked the backing of a powerful state, the infrastructure to sustain long-term colonization, and the sheer numbers needed to establish a permanent presence. Their departure from Vinland was not a failure of courage or skill, but rather a reflection of the limitations of their time. The world simply was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion on a large scale. But if the Vikings had stayed, how would history have changed? Would the cultures of Europe and North America have merged centuries earlier? Would the indigenous peoples have been able to forge stronger defenses against later European incursions? These are questions that remain unanswered, existing only in the realm of speculation. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Norse legacy is the question of whether their influence persisted beyond their departure. While no definitive evidence exists, some researchers believe that knowledge of their voyages may have subtly shaped European thought. Did whispers of Vinland inspire later explorers? Did the legends of a land across the sea encourage Columbus to press forward with his journey, even as others doubted him? Some have even speculated that traces of Norse influence could be found in European maps predating Columbus. A handful of medieval cartographic records depict landmasses beyond Greenland, suggesting that some knowledge of the western lands had trickled through the centuries. While these maps remain controversial, they add another layer of mystery to an already complex history. For centuries, the tale of the Norse voyages was lost, buried beneath waves of new exploration and conquest. But history has a way of revealing itself. With each new archaeological discovery, with every fragment of evidence unearthed, the world is forced to acknowledge that Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the Americas. The Vikings had come before, braving the vast Atlantic, stepping onto unknown shores, and leaving behind a legacy that, though nearly forgotten, refused to vanish completely. The truth, once hidden in the shadows, is now emerging. The world is finally beginning to recognize the full extent of the Norse achievement. And yet, even as we uncover more about their journeys, questions remain. What else have we yet to discover? What secrets still lie buried, waiting for the day when they too will come to light? As the centuries passed, the Norse presence in North America faded from memory, their brief exploration overshadowed by the grand narratives of European expansion that would come much later. Yet, while history seemed to forget the Viking voyages, Traces of their journeys remained, hidden in the land they once walked, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the artifacts waiting to be uncovered beneath the earth. The Norse had been there, and though time had buried their story, it was not erased. For those who sought the truth, there were clues, small scattered pieces of evidence that hinted at something greater. Landsok Meadows had been the first undeniable proof that the sagas were not merely legend, but rooted in reality. But what about the other locations described in the ancient texts? Where was the land of Markland, said to be rich in timber? Where was the fabled Vinland, the land of wild grapes and endless opportunity? Had these places been lost to history, or were they simply waiting to be rediscovered? The search for Vinland became one of history's greatest mysteries, drawing explorers, archaeologists, and scholars into an endless debate. Some believed Vinland was located further south, in modern-day Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or even as far as New England. Others argued that it may have been a broader region rather than a single settlement. The sagas spoke of fertile lands and a climate that could support crops, details that suggested a location beyond the harsh conditions of Newfoundland. But without concrete evidence, the exact whereabouts of Vinland remained elusive. Yet, despite the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the Norse had pushed further into the New World than previously believed. Artifacts such as the main penny, a small Norse coin found in an indigenous archaeological site, suggested that trade or indirect contact may have extended beyond their known settlements. Some researchers even speculated that Norse travelers had ventured deep into the continent, their presence faintly recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous tribes. Could it be that the Vikings had left more of a legacy than we realized? While mainstream history largely ignored the Viking voyages for centuries, whispers of their expeditions persisted. In some European intellectual circles, there were those who believed the sagas contained truth. Maps from the Middle Ages depicted lands beyond Greenland, lands that seemed to match descriptions of Vinland. Was it possible that Columbus himself had heard of these tales? That the idea of land across the Atlantic had been planted in his mind long before his own fateful journey? While there is no definitive proof, the idea remains a compelling one. The Vikings may not have stayed in North America, but their story did. It remained in the fragments of history, in the clues left behind, waiting for someone to piece them together. And as new discoveries continue to emerge, the world is forced to reconsider the past. The Norse were not mere myths or footnotes in history. They were explorers, pioneers who reached a land that few believed existed. Their journey was not just one of adventure, but of proof that the world was far larger, far more interconnected than medieval minds could comprehend. For too long, the story of the first Europeans in the Americas was left incomplete. But history has a way of revealing itself, and the further we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the full truth of what really happened when the Vikings set sail into the unknown. The rediscovery of the Norse presence in North America was not a sudden revelation, but a slow unraveling of history, a puzzle pieced together from fragments scattered across centuries. For hundreds of years, the idea that Vikings had reached the Americas before Columbus was dismissed as mere legend, a fanciful tale preserved in the sagas, but lacking any real historical weight. And yet the evidence was always there, waiting for someone to take it seriously. When Landsok Meadows was unearthed in the 1960s, it was the first undeniable proof that the sagas had told the truth. The Norse had indeed crossed the Atlantic, settled briefly, and then vanished. But even as the site was excavated, new questions arose. If the Vikings had made it this far, could they have gone even further? And if they had, why was there so little left behind? One theory suggests that while the Norse failed to establish permanent settlements, They may have maintained seasonal camps for years, perhaps even generations. The sagas mention repeated trips to Vinland, voyages that brought supplies and resources back to Greenland and Iceland. Could it be that the Vikings saw the New World not as a place to colonize, but as a land to exploit, a distant and dangerous frontier that was valuable but too hostile to tame? If so, their presence in North America might have been more significant than we realize, just not in the way history usually records. There are also hints that Norse explorers may have left traces beyond what archaeology has confirmed. Some scholars have pointed to linguistic clues, suggesting that certain indigenous words or traditions bear subtle echoes of Norse influence. Others have examined genetic markers, wondering if Viking bloodlines might still persist in remote regions. These ideas remain speculative, but they raise fascinating questions about the true extent of the Viking footprint in the New World. Despite the growing body of evidence, mainstream history continued to resist the idea of a pre-Columbian European presence in North America. Columbus's voyage had become too entrenched in the global narrative, his discovery too foundational to the modern world's understanding of itself. Acknowledging the Viking expeditions would mean rewriting that story, and for many, that was a step too far. But the truth, once unearthed, cannot be buried again. As new discoveries emerge, as more pieces of the puzzle come to light, the world is beginning to recognize what the sagas have claimed all along, that the Vikings reached the Americas centuries before Columbus, that they walked its shores, built their homes, and left behind a legacy that, though faint, still lingers in the shadows of history. The question now is not whether the Norse came to America, but how much we have yet to discover about their journeys. What else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to rewrite the past once again? As more evidence emerged, and the world slowly began to acknowledge the Viking presence in North America, the question shifted from whether the Norse had arrived to what exactly they had done during their time there. The sagas tell stories of exploration, settlement, and conflict, but they leave many details unclear. How far did the Norse truly venture? Did they interact with indigenous peoples in ways beyond mere skirmishes? And most importantly, why did they leave? Archaeological discoveries at Landsark Meadows provided a glimpse into the Norse presence, revealing remnants of homes, tools, and evidence of metalworking. But beyond this site, tangible proof of Viking activity remains elusive. Some researchers believe that Vinland was not a single location, but a broader region, encompassing various sites along the North American coast. If so, there may still be undiscovered settlements, hidden beneath layers of earth and time, waiting for someone to find them. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skraelings. These interactions were not always peaceful. The Vikings, accustomed to warfare and raiding, may have approached these new lands with the same mindset they had in Europe. But unlike in England or Ireland, where they faced fragmented kingdoms, the indigenous groups in North America were well adapted to their environment, had strong networks, and vastly outnumbered the Norse explorers. Clashes were inevitable, and the Vikings, lacking reinforcements or a steady supply chain, were at a severe disadvantage. Yet not all encounters were violent. Some historians speculate that limited trade may have occurred, with the Norse exchanging metal tools or other goods for furs and supplies. The possibility of cultural exchanges, though difficult to prove, remains intriguing. Did the Norse introduce new technologies or ideas? Did they learn survival skills from the indigenous people that helped them endure in these unfamiliar lands? These are questions that remain unanswered, but continue to drive research into the Viking presence in the New World. Ultimately, the Norse departure from North America was not a result of failure in navigation or survival skills. Rather, it was a recognition of the logistical and geopolitical reality of their time. Unlike later European colonial efforts, which were backed by powerful monarchies and expansive naval fleets, the Norse were relatively isolated. Greenland itself was a precarious settlement, reliant on trade with Iceland and Norway. With Vinland too far to sustain and too dangerous to hold, the Vikings abandoned their ambitions and returned to more familiar lands. But even in their absence, their legacy remained. The stories of their journeys survived in oral tradition and later in written sagas, keeping alive the memory of the first Europeans to set foot on American soil. And though their impact may have been fleeting, their presence was undeniable. The Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, proving that the world was connected in ways few had imagined. And while they may not have established an empire, they had left behind a chapter of history that, though nearly forgotten, would one day be rediscovered. As time passed, the Norse voyages to North America became little more than fading echoes in history. The brief attempt at settlement in Vinland did not spark a lasting colony, and the Viking explorers returned to their familiar lands. But the question remains, what if they had stayed? What if history had taken a different turn and the Norse had succeeded in planting permanent roots in the New World? Would the course of global history have been irrevocably altered? The reality of Viking expansion in North America was shaped by forces beyond mere exploration. Unlike the later European colonial empires, the Norse lacked the political and logistical infrastructure to support long-term settlement overseas. Their presence in Greenland was tenuous at best, and their connections to the broader Scandinavian world were fragile. In contrast, the indigenous peoples of North America had well-established societies, vast knowledge of the land, and the numbers to resist a small group of foreign settlers. While the Vikings were formidable warriors, they were vastly outnumbered, and without reinforcements, their hold on Vinland was unsustainable. Yet, had circumstances been different, if the Norse had established stronger trade routes, if they had formed alliances with indigenous groups, if they had found a way to sustain their settlements, history might have unfolded in an entirely different way. Some historians speculate that a successful Viking colony in North America could have created a bridge between the Old and New Worlds centuries before Columbus. Cultural exchanges, trade networks, and even early globalization could have reshaped the development of both continents. There is even the possibility that later European expansion might have been influenced by Viking presence. Would the kingdoms of Europe have turned their attention westward sooner if they had known of an established Norse colony across the Atlantic? Would the course of indigenous history have changed had they encountered the Norse rather than the Spanish and Portuguese in the 15th and 16th centuries? These are questions that remain in the realm of speculation, but they highlight the immense potential of the Viking voyages, an opportunity that slipped through history's grasp. Despite their failure to establish a lasting presence, the Norse did prove one thing: transatlantic travel was possible. Their journeys across the North Atlantic paved the way for later explorers, showing that the seemingly endless ocean had shores beyond the horizon. Though largely forgotten for centuries, their legacy endured in the sagas, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had long credited Columbus with being the first European to set foot in the Americas. As the centuries passed, the memory of Vinland faded. The Vikings continued their raids and expansion in Europe, and their brief foothold in North America became little more than legend. But history is not always written in stone, and truth has a way of resurfacing. The Norse had reached the New World, and even if they did not stay, their journey was real. It was only a matter of time before the world would recognize their place in the grand story of exploration. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained largely forgotten, buried beneath the weight of history and overshadowed by later European explorations. While the sagas preserved their stories, they were dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales passed down through generations. But history has a way of uncovering the truth, and as the pieces of the Viking puzzle began to emerge, the world was forced to reconsider what it thought it knew about the discovery of the New World. The first major challenge to the established narrative came not from archaeology, but from scholarship. In the 19th century, historians and researchers began revisiting the Old Norse sagas with a more critical eye. They noticed details that, while once dismissed as fiction, aligned with real geographic locations. The descriptions of Vinland's lush forests and mild climate did not match Greenland or Iceland, but seemed to describe somewhere further west. The pieces of the puzzle were there, it just took time for someone to put them together. But the true breakthrough came in the 1960s, when a team of archaeologists led by Helge and Anne Stein Ingstad uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lance Og Meadows in Newfoundland. For the first time, physical evidence confirmed what the sagas had long claimed: the Vikings had indeed reached North America. The site contained remnants of Norse-style buildings, iron nails and tools, clear proof that the sagas were not mere legend, but historical accounts of real voyages. Yet even as the discovery of Lance Og Meadows rewrote history, new mysteries emerged. The site, while significant, seemed small, a temporary outpost rather than a true colony. Where were the other settlements mentioned in the sagas? Had they been lost to time, eroded by the elements, or perhaps never built at all? And what of the indigenous peoples the Norse had encountered? The lack of extensive evidence suggested that any contact had been brief, perhaps cautious, and ultimately unsustainable. Despite the undeniable proof of the Norse in North America, mainstream history was slow to adjust. The idea that Columbus had discovered America was too deeply embedded in the Western narrative, and the Viking voyages were often treated as a fascinating footnote rather than a transformative event. But as more scholars revisited the topic, the true scope of the Norse exploration became harder to ignore. Columbus may have initiated permanent European contact with the Americas, but he was not the first to set foot on its shores. That honor belonged to the Norse, nearly 500 years earlier. Today, the acknowledgement of Viking exploration is no longer in doubt, but questions remain. Did the Norse travel further than we have evidence for? Did they attempt to return after abandoning Vinland? Could there be yet undiscovered traces of their presence hidden beneath the forests and soil of North America? As archaeology advances and technology allows for new methods of exploration, the full story of the Viking journeys may still have more to reveal. The past is not a fixed narrative. It is a collection of truths waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of Lance Og Meadows proved beyond doubt that the Norse had reached North America, but it also raised a question that still haunts historians and archaeologists today. Was this the only Viking outpost, or were there others yet to be found? The sagas suggest that Vinland was more than just one settlement, describing a land rich in resources, stretching far beyond the windswept coast of Newfoundland. Could it be that other Norse settlements existed but have been lost to time? Some tantalizing clues suggest this might be the case. A single Norse-style penny was found in Maine, a long way from Lance Og Meadows, leading to speculation about trade or indirect contact with indigenous peoples. There have been reports of Norse artifacts discovered along the eastern seaboard of North America, though many remain unverified or controversial. If additional Norse sites existed, they may have been small, temporary, or eroded by centuries of natural forces, leaving little trace behind. The challenge of locating further evidence is immense. Unlike the large permanent colonies established by later European powers, the Norse settlements were likely seasonal and sparsely populated. Without lasting stone structures or widespread human activity, much of their presence could have been reclaimed by nature. The forests, rivers, and shifting landscapes of North America may have hidden their traces forever. Even if no new sites are ever uncovered, the Norse voyages represent a remarkable achievement in human exploration. Centuries before Columbus, the Vikings proved that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier, but a bridge between worlds. They sailed beyond the known limits of their time, venturing into the unknown without maps, compasses, or the backing of powerful empires. They were not just raiders and warriors, but explorers willing to push the boundaries of their world. As the modern world recognizes their contributions, the legacy of the Norse in North America continues to evolve. With new technologies like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating methods, the possibility of finding more evidence remains alive. Future discoveries may yet confirm that Vinland was more than just a brief Norse endeavor, that it was a connection, however fleeting, between two continents long before history recorded it. The story of the Norse in North America is one of ambition, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. While their presence may have been brief, it was significant. They were the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of a land that centuries later would become the focus of global exploration, colonization, and cultural transformation. Their voyages may not have changed the course of history in their time, but they proved one thing beyond all doubt. The world was far more connected than anyone had dared to imagine. As the final chapter of this forgotten history unfolds, we are left with one undeniable truth. The Norse were the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Their voyages, once dismissed as legend, are now cemented as historical fact. Yet their presence in the New World was brief, a fleeting encounter with a land that would remain untouched by European hands for nearly 500 more years. The question that lingers is not whether they made it to America, but why they failed to stay. The answer lies in a complex interplay of circumstances that shaped their fate. The Norse were skilled sailors and fierce warriors, but they lacked the resources and manpower to establish a lasting colony. Their numbers were too few, their supply lines too fragile, and the resistance from indigenous peoples too strong. Unlike the later European empires, they had no central authority to fund and support expansion, no fleets of ships to send reinforcements, no overwhelming technological advantage to impose their will. They were explorers, not conquerors. Though they had the courage to cross the Atlantic, courage alone was not enough to build an enduring presence in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Another key factor in their failure to stay was the environment itself. The lands they encountered were vastly different from Greenland, Iceland, or Scandinavia. The dense forests, unpredictable climate, and unfamiliar wildlife presented challenges they were ill prepared for. Hunting and fishing were possible, but sustaining a colony over time required reliable agriculture, something the Norse had difficulty maintaining in a region where seasons were different from those in their homelands. Without steady sources of food, their settlements remained fragile, vulnerable to any hardships that might arise. The indigenous peoples also played a significant role in shaping the Norse experience in North America. The sagas speak of tense encounters with the Skrellings, the term the Norse used for the native inhabitants. These early meetings were marked by a mix of curiosity and violence. Though the Norse attempted to trade, misunderstandings and conflict soon escalated, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Unlike the later European powers, The Norse did not have the numbers or the military superiority to impose their will upon the native populations. With each encounter, the dangers of remaining in Vinland grew more apparent. The Norse were not prepared for sustained conflict, and without reinforcements from their distant homeland, they knew their time in this new world was limited. The knowledge of their discovery did not spread widely. With no lasting colony, no great wealth returning to Greenland or Iceland, and no written records outside of the sagas, their achievements faded into obscurity. The medieval world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion. Trade and warfare dominated European priorities, and the distant memory of Vinland was buried beneath the weight of time. The Norse, though they had reached a new continent, left behind no great empire, no enduring footprint. They were too far ahead of their time for the world to recognize the significance of their journey. But history is never truly lost. The sagas passed down through generations kept the story alive. The ruins of Lance og Meadows stood as silent testimony to a truth waiting to be rediscovered. And when the world finally turned its eyes back to these ancient voyages, the legacy of the Norse was restored. Leif Erikson and his fellow explorers are now recognized as pioneers, visionaries who crossed an ocean and touched a distant shore long before Columbus. Their voyages were not failures but glimpses into a different path. History could have taken, a path where Norse settlers might have shaped the Americas centuries before the age of exploration. Though they did not stay, their journey reshaped our understanding of exploration and human ambition. They proved that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a pathway. They challenged the idea that history is a straight line, showing instead that it is full of lost chapters, forgotten pioneers, and roads not taken. Their legacy is not one of empire or conquest, but of daring, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, even if their connection would not be remembered for centuries. And so, the story of the Norse in America comes to its quiet end. They came, they saw, and then they vanished from the land they briefly called Vinland. But their voyage was not in vain. It was a glimpse of what was possible, a testament to the human spirit's desire to push beyond the horizon. The world would forget them for centuries, but history never stays buried forever. The truth, like the tides, always finds its way back to shore. And in rediscovering this lost chapter, we are reminded that history is far more complex, rich and surprising than we ever imagined. The American Civil War did not erupt suddenly. It was the culmination of decades of tensions between the North and the South. These tensions were deeply rooted in economic, political, and social differences, with slavery at the core of the conflict. The road to war was long and complex, shaped by a series of events that widened the divide between the two regions. This chapter explores the causes and rising tensions that ultimately led to the outbreak of war in 1861. Slavery was the defining issue of the Civil War. The Southern economy was heavily dependent on agriculture, particularly cotton, which required a vast labor force. Enslaved people provided the backbone of this system, and any threat to slavery was seen as a threat to the Southern way of life. In contrast, the North had a more industrialized economy and a growing abolitionist movement that opposed slavery on moral and economic grounds. While not all Northerners were abolitionists, many believed that slavery should not expand into new territories and states. Several legislative measures attempted to address the growing conflict. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was an early attempt to maintain balance between free and slave states. It allowed Missouri to enter as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while prohibiting slavery in the Louisiana Territory north of the 36° 30 parallel. However, this compromise only provided temporary relief. The Compromise of 1850 was another effort to ease tensions. It admitted California as a free state, allowed popular sovereignty in the Utah and New Mexico territories, letting residents decide on slavery, and enacted a stricter Fugitive Slave Act, which angered many in the North. This act required citizens to assist in capturing escaped enslaved people and penalized those who aided them. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 further intensified sectional conflict. It allowed settlers in Kansas and Nebraska to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, effectively repealing the Missouri Compromise. This led to violent clashes between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, known as Bleeding Kansas, highlighting the deepening divide. As tensions escalated, the nation became further polarized. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 by the Supreme Court ruled that African Americans, whether enslaved or free, could not be U.S. citizens, and that Congress had no authority to ban slavery in the territories. This ruling enraged abolitionists and strengthened the Southern pro-slavery stance. The final breaking point came with the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860. Lincoln, a Republican, opposed the expansion of slavery, but reassured Southerners that he would not interfere with slavery where it already existed. However, his election signaled to the South that their influence in national politics was diminishing. Believing their way of life was under threat, Southern states began seceding from the Union, starting with South Carolina in December 1860. By early 1861, 11 states had left the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. With secession complete, war became inevitable. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired upon Fort Sumter in South Carolina, marking the beginning of the Civil War. The years of rising tensions, failed compromises, and deep-seated differences had finally erupted into open conflict. The war that followed would become the deadliest in American history, reshaping the nation forever. In the wake of Abraham Lincoln's election in November 1860, the United States faced an unprecedented crisis. Lincoln, the first Republican president, was viewed by the Southern states as a direct threat to their way of life, particularly the institution of slavery. Although he had not campaigned on an immediate abolitionist platform, many Southerners feared that his presidency would lead to the end of slavery and the erosion of states' rights. This fear ignited the first major steps toward disunion and set the stage for the most devastating conflict in American history. On December 20, 1860, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union. The decision was made during a special convention in Charleston, where delegates voted unanimously to leave the United States. South Carolina's leaders argued that the federal government had overstepped its authority and that states had the sovereign right to withdraw from the Union when they felt their rights were being threatened. This act set off a chain reaction across the South. By February 1861, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had all followed suit, officially breaking away from the United States. The secession movement gained momentum as pro-slavery politicians and newspapers encouraged the idea that the Southern way of life could only be preserved through independence. As the seceding states sought to organize their own government, they convened in Montgomery, Alabama, in February 1861 to form the Confederate States of America (CSA). The delegates drafted a constitution that closely resembled that of the United States, but with key differences, including explicit protections for slavery, a prohibition on protective tariffs, and a stronger emphasis on states' rights. The Confederate Constitution also limited the central government's ability to interfere with state laws, further reinforcing the Southern belief in sovereignty. On February 9th, Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi and Secretary of War, was elected as the Confederacy's first and only president. Davis, along with Vice President Alexander Stephens, worked to consolidate the new government, appoint military leaders, and prepare for the possibility of armed conflict with the North. Stevens, in his infamous cornerstone speech, openly declared that slavery was the foundation of the new government, further cementing the divide between North and South. Meanwhile, President-elect Lincoln maintained a careful stance. His primary goal was to preserve the Union, not to abolish slavery immediately. He repeatedly stated that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed, but he firmly opposed its expansion into new territories. This position was unacceptable to the seceding states, which saw any limitation on slavery as an existential threat to their economy and society. As Lincoln prepared to take office in March 1861, the country remained deeply divided, with tensions escalating rapidly. The outgoing president, James Buchanan, did little to prevent secession, leaving the crisis to escalate. Many Southern leaders mistakenly believed that Lincoln would not take military action against the Confederacy and that secession would be peacefully accepted. One of the most critical flashpoints during this period was Fort Sumter, a federal fort located in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. By early 1861, the fort was one of the few remaining Union strongholds in the South. The Confederate government demanded its surrender, but Major Robert Anderson, the Union officer in command, refused to comply. As negotiations dragged on, Lincoln faced a difficult decision. Reinforcing the fort could provoke war, but abandoning it would signal weakness. Ultimately, he chose to send a resupply mission to the fort, a move that Confederate leaders saw as an act of aggression. The Confederate government, led by Davis, determined that allowing Lincoln to maintain control of the fort would undermine Southern sovereignty. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard opened fire on Fort Sumter, bombarding it for 34 hours. Anderson and his garrison were unable to hold out and surrendered the fort on April 13. Though there were no casualties during the battle itself, the attack on Fort Sumter marked the official beginning of the Civil War. The news of the attack electrified the North, uniting many who had previously been divided on how to handle secession. In response, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteer troops to suppress the rebellion, prompting 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, to secede and join the Confederacy. The Confederacy now stood at 11 states, and both sides braced for a prolonged conflict. Many believed the war would be short-lived, but they were gravely mistaken. The American Civil War had begun, and its impact would shape the nation for generations to come. The first years of the American Civil War were marked by early battles that shattered the illusions both sides had of a quick and easy victory. Initially, the Confederacy had the advantage of fighting on familiar territory, but the Union, with its superior resources and manpower, had the potential to overwhelm the Southern forces. Both sides, however, believed the war would be over within a few months. They could not have been more wrong. The war began with the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the First Battle of Manassas, fought in Virginia on July 21, 1861. The Union Army, under General Irvin McDowell, marched toward the Confederate capital of Richmond with the hope of ending the war quickly. The Union forces were largely composed of inexperienced soldiers, while the Confederate forces, commanded by General Pierre G.T. Beauregard and General Joseph E. Johnston, had a more cohesive army. The battle was a chaotic, brutal affair, and the Union forces were initially successful. However, the Confederates, reinforced by General Thomas Stonewall Jackson's troops, mounted a fierce counterattack that sent the Union Army into retreat. The sight of the panicked retreating Union soldiers was a wake-up call for the North. proving that the war would not be over quickly and would require much more effort than originally anticipated. Following the Union defeat at Bull Run, President Lincoln made a significant change in military leadership. He appointed General George B. McClellan as the new commander of the Army of the Potomac, hoping that McClellan's organizational skills would improve the Union Army. McClellan was highly cautious, however, and his hesitance to attack the Confederates, even when the opportunity arose, would become a major criticism of his leadership. Nevertheless, McClellan's leadership was vital in the early stages of the war, as he helped to strengthen the Union's army and prepared for future campaigns. Meanwhile, the Confederacy was led by one of its most capable generals, Robert E. Lee, a former U.S. Army officer. Lee had been offered command of the Union Army, but chose to remain loyal to his home state of Virginia when it seceded. His military genius and bold strategies made him a formidable opponent. In 1862, Lee took command of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, leading it to a series of victories against Union forces in the Eastern Theater, including the 7 Days Battles and the Second Battle of Bull Run. Lee's ability to maneuver his troops quickly and his keen understanding of battlefield tactics gave the Confederacy an edge in the early years of the war. In the West, Ulysses S. Grant emerged as the Union's most successful general. Grant, who had struggled with a career in civilian life before the war, was appointed to lead Union forces in the Western Theater. His first major victory came at the Battle of Fort Donelson in February 1862, where he demanded an unconditional surrender from the Confederate defenders, earning him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. Grant's decisive victories at Shiloh and Vicksburg in 1863 would further cement his reputation as one of the Union's most aggressive and effective military leaders. Grant's willingness to engage in battle and his relentless pursuit of Confederate forces would ultimately make him the Union's greatest general. One of the significant developments during the early years of the war was the emergence of new military technologies. The rifled musket, a firearm with grooves inside the barrel that allowed for greater accuracy and range, became the weapon of choice for both Union and Confederate soldiers. This innovation made traditional tactics, such as massed charges, increasingly ineffective and led to horrific casualties in battles like Antietam and Fredericksburg. The use of railroads also revolutionized the logistics of war. Both sides quickly understood the importance of transporting troops and supplies efficiently, leading to the rapid development of railroad networks to support their armies. The telegraph, which allowed for near-instantaneous communication over long distances, became another key tool for both sides. It enabled military leaders to send orders quickly and stay in contact with their troops, even during large-scale battles. In addition to these technological advancements, the war at sea became a focal point of the conflict. The Union Navy implemented a naval blockade of southern ports, which aimed to cut off the Confederacy's access to foreign supplies and trade. The blockade was not immediately effective, but as the war went on, it began to take its toll on the South's economy. The Confederacy, in response, built its own ironclad warships. The most famous of these was the CSS Virginia, which was built from the remains of the scuttled USS Merrimack. The Union responded with the USS Monitor, a revolutionary ironclad ship that had a revolving turret. The two ironclads met in the Battle of Hampton Roads on March 9, 1862. Although the battle ended in a draw, it marked the first meeting of ironclad warships in combat and signaled the future of naval warfare, rendering wooden warships obsolete. As the war raged on, both sides learned the brutal reality of the conflict. The expectation of a quick victory had vanished, and the war would continue for years, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. The early battles of the Civil War set the stage for the long and bloody conflict that would follow, with both sides committed to their causes and unwilling to back down. By 1863, the American Civil War had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and its course was far from predictable. At the outset of the conflict, the Union's primary goal was to preserve the nation and restore it to its former state. However, as the war dragged on and more lives were lost, the question of slavery became increasingly central to the conflict. President Abraham Lincoln, who had been reluctant to take bold action on the issue, now saw that the war could not be won without addressing the moral and political challenge of slavery. This shift led to one of the most significant acts in American history, the Emancipation Proclamation. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a wartime executive order that declared all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory to be free. While the proclamation did not immediately free all enslaved individuals, since it applied only to the states in rebellion, it signaled a fundamental shift in the Union's war aims. What had been a war to preserve the Union was now, for all practical purposes, a war to end slavery. Lincoln's decision to issue the proclamation was both a moral and a strategic one. He understood that the Union could not fully defeat the Confederacy without addressing the root cause of the conflict. Furthermore, he hoped that the proclamation would weaken the Southern war effort by encouraging enslaved people to escape, undermining the South's economic and military resources. The impact of the Emancipation Proclamation on enslaved people was profound. Though the proclamation did not immediately free every enslaved person, its effects were limited by the Union's ability to enforce it. It gave hope to millions of enslaved individuals. Many ran away from their Confederate masters, seeking refuge in Union-held territories. In addition, the proclamation provided a new sense of purpose to the Union cause, energizing both soldiers and civilians. By the end of 1863, thousands of formerly enslaved people had begun to serve as soldiers and laborers in the Union Army, contributing to the growing momentum for the Union's cause. One of the most iconic contributions of African Americans to the Union effort was the formation of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments in the United States military. The regiment was composed of free black men and former slaves, and its members fought with extraordinary courage during the war. The regiment's most famous action came during the assault on Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in July 1863. Though the regiment suffered heavy casualties, their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds became a symbol of African American valor and determination. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment and other black units helped demonstrate the capacity of African Americans to contribute to the Union's cause, both on the battlefield and in the broader struggle for freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation also had significant international ramifications. Before the proclamation, both Britain and France had been considering recognizing the Confederacy as an independent nation. Such recognition would have been a major blow to the Union's efforts, as it would have opened the door for foreign support for the South. However, the Emancipation Proclamation shifted the moral landscape of the war. By making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union, the proclamation ensured that Britain and France, both of which had abolished slavery within their own empires, could not publicly support a confederacy that fought to preserve it. Public opinion in both countries shifted, and both governments ultimately decided against recognizing the Confederacy. This diplomatic victory was crucial for the Union's war effort, as it prevented foreign intervention that could have changed the course of the war. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation transformed the Civil War into a moral battle, not just a political or military struggle. For the Union, The war was no longer merely about reunification, but about the abolition of slavery and the preservation of human dignity. Lincoln's moral leadership inspired millions of Americans, both black and white, to fight not only for the preservation of the Union but also for the ideals of freedom and equality. The Emancipation Proclamation, while limited in its immediate impact, was a turning point in the Civil War. It made it clear that the Union was fighting not just to defeat the Confederacy but to ensure that the ideals of liberty and justice would prevail. By the end of the war, the proclamation would have helped to enlist over 180,000 African American soldiers in the Union Army, and the promise of freedom and equality would help fuel the ultimate victory over the Confederacy. The Emancipation Proclamation also laid the groundwork for the eventual passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December 1865, which would permanently abolish slavery in the United States. Lincoln's decision to shift the war's focus to emancipation fundamentally changed the nature of the Civil War, ensuring that the Union's victory would also be a victory for freedom and human rights. By mid-1863, the Civil War had reached a critical juncture. After years of bloody fighting, both the Union and Confederacy were at a crossroads. The Confederacy, under General Robert E. Lee, had experienced a series of tactical victories, but the Union had superior resources and manpower. The course of the war would soon change with two pivotal battles, the Battle of Gettysburg and the Siege of Vicksburg. These battles, fought in the summer of 1863, marked the beginning of the Confederacy's decline and set the stage for the Union's eventual victory. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1 to July 3, 1863, in Pennsylvania, was the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia had made significant gains in the previous months, and after defeating Union forces at Chancellorsville in May 1863, he decided to take the war to the north. Lee hoped that a victory on Union soil would not only relieve pressure on Southern farms but also encourage foreign powers, particularly Britain and France, to recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. The Union Army, under General George G. Meade, met Lee's forces at Gettysburg, a small town that would become the site of the largest battle ever fought in North America. The battle began on July 1st, when Confederate forces attacked Union forces stationed in the town. Over the next 2 days, the fighting intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Union forces initially retreated, but regrouped on a series of defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, where they held their ground. Lee, determined to break the Union line, ordered a series of attacks, including the infamous Pickett's Charge on July 3rd. Confederate forces attempted to break through the center of the Union line, but were repelled with heavy losses. By the end of the third day, Lee realized that his army could not win the battle and began a retreat back to the south. The Union victory at Gettysburg ended Lee's invasion of the North and marked a turning point in the war. The Confederacy had lost its best chance at securing foreign recognition and potentially forcing the Union to negotiate for peace. The Battle of Gettysburg was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but the Union also faced a crucial challenge in the West. For much of the war, the Confederacy controlled the Mississippi River, which was a vital route for transportation and supply. The Union, under General Ulysses S. Grant, had made several attempts to take control of the river, but had been thwarted by Confederate forces. In 1863, Grant turned his attention to Vicksburg, Mississippi, the last major Confederate stronghold on the river. Grant's campaign to capture Vicksburg was one of the most significant military achievements of the war. The siege of Vicksburg began in May 1863 and lasted for more than a month. Grant, unable to directly assault the heavily fortified city, instead surrounded it and cut off Confederate supplies. As the siege dragged on, the residents and Confederate defenders endured extreme hardships. The Union forces bombarded the city and starved its inhabitants, forcing Confederate General John C. Pemberton to surrender on July 4, 1863. The fall of Vicksburg gave the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy in two and severing an important supply route. The victory at Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg, turned the tide of the war in favor of the North. With the Mississippi River in Union hands, the Confederacy's ability to wage war was significantly weakened. In the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg, President Abraham Lincoln delivered one of his most famous speeches, the Gettysburg Address. On November 19, 1863, he traveled to the battlefield to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. In his brief but powerful address, Lincoln redefined the war's purpose, emphasizing that the struggle was not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principle of equality. He declared that the nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln's words helped to transform the war from a fight for the Union into a battle for freedom and human dignity. His speech resonated deeply with a war-weary public and solidified his moral vision for the nation. The significance of Gettysburg and Vicksburg cannot be overstated. The Confederate Army's defeat at Gettysburg shattered its ability to wage offensive operations in the North, while the Union victory at Vicksburg split the Confederacy and severed a critical supply line. These twin victories marked the turning point of the Civil War. For the Confederacy, the losses at Gettysburg and Vicksburg were devastating. Lee's army would never again mount an invasion of the North, and the South's ability to sustain the war effort was severely crippled. The war would continue for nearly 2 more years, but the Union had gained the upper hand. As the Confederacy began to lose momentum, the Union grew more confident in its eventual victory. The successes of Gettysburg and Vicksburg were the beginning of a long and hard-fought path toward the defeat of the Confederacy. For the Union, the battles had proven that victory was possible, and the resolve of the Northern forces would only grow stronger as the war progressed. By 1864, the tide of the American Civil War had clearly turned in favor of the Union. After years of bloody stalemates and incremental victories, the Union leadership under General Ulysses S. Grant and President Abraham Lincoln adopted more aggressive tactics to bring an end to the war. As the war dragged on, the Confederacy faced mounting challenges. Its economy was crumbling, and its ability to sustain the war effort was increasingly strained. The Union, in contrast, was benefiting from superior industrial capacity, larger manpower, and a more well-coordinated war strategy. Two of the most significant developments in 1864 and 1865 would be General William Tecumseh Sherman's devastating march to the sea and Grant's relentless overland campaign, both of which helped bring about the collapse of the Confederacy. General Sherman's march to the sea was one of the most notorious and effective campaigns in military history. In the fall of 1864, after capturing Atlanta, Georgia, Sherman was given orders by General Grant to march through the heart of the South, aiming to break the Confederate war effort. His goal was to destroy not only the Confederate military, but also the South's economic infrastructure and morale. Sherman's forces embarked on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The strategy of total war, targeting civilian infrastructure, including railroads, factories, and farms, was designed to cripple the Confederacy's ability to continue the fight. Sherman's army looted, burned, and destroyed vast swaths of the South, dismantling the economic foundation of the region. The psychological impact of Sherman's march was just as significant as the physical damage. The South, which had relied on its agricultural economy, found itself in disarray as food supplies were destroyed and transportation networks were obliterated. The march demoralized the Southern populace, who were already suffering under the weight of the war. By December 1864, Sherman reached Savannah and captured the city, giving President Lincoln a much-needed victory in time for the Christmas season. Sherman's success in Georgia set the stage for his subsequent march through the Carolinas, continuing his strategy of devastation. The march to the sea is remembered as a decisive moment in the war, as it exemplified the Union's shift to total war and underscored the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the superior Union forces. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Theater, General Grant's strategy was to engage General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in constant combat. Grant, appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies in 1864, adopted a strategy of attrition. He understood that the Union could afford to suffer losses while the Confederacy could not, given the South's dwindling resources and manpower. Grant's plan was to keep pressing the Confederate forces, wear them down, and eventually force Lee's surrender. The Overland Campaign, which began in May 1864, saw Grant's forces engage Lee in a series of brutal and bloody battles in Virginia. The first major confrontation was the Battle of the Wilderness, where both sides suffered heavy casualties. The terrain was dense with thick forests, making it difficult for either side to gain a clear advantage. Despite the high casualties, Grant did not retreat, and he continued to press forward. The subsequent battles, including the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse and the Battle of Cold Harbor, saw no decisive victories but continued the relentless pressure on Lee's army. Unlike previous Union commanders, who had been defeated by Lee's tactical brilliance and often retreated after heavy losses, Grant was determined not to give Lee any respite. He famously declared, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." His strategy of constant pressure ultimately paid off. In the face of the Union's unrelenting attacks and overwhelming numbers, Lee's army began to falter. The prolonged fighting at places like the Siege of Petersburg further drained the Confederacy's resources and morale. The Confederacy's inability to defend its capital, Richmond, and its vital supply lines was becoming more apparent by the day. As the Union continued to gain ground, the Confederate economy collapsed under the weight of blockades, internal strife, and the devastating effects of the war. The Union's naval blockade, which had been in place since 1861, had severely hampered the Confederacy's ability to import supplies and export cotton, which was its primary source of revenue. The South was also plagued by internal dissent, as various states and factions struggled to maintain unity in the face of mounting hardships. The Confederacy's currency became virtually worthless, and inflation soared, further weakening the Southern economy. By the spring of 1865, the writing was on the wall for the Confederacy. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had once been the backbone of the Confederate war effort, was now a shell of its former self. Starved of supplies and manpower, Lee was forced to retreat toward the town of Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, with his army surrounded and exhausted, Lee surrendered to General Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. Sherman's march through the South and Grant's strategic brilliance had dealt a final fatal blow to the Confederacy. The Union's shift to total war, led by Sherman's destruction of Southern infrastructure and Grant's strategy of attrition, proved to be decisive in ending the conflict. The Confederacy's collapse was a direct result of its inability to sustain a war against an opponent with far superior resources and industrial capacity. With the surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox, The Civil War came to an end, and the United States began the long process of healing and rebuilding. By the spring of 1865, the Confederacy was on the brink of collapse. The Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant and with General William Tecumseh Sherman continuing his destructive march, had gradually worn down the Confederate military and economy. The South's inability to replenish its dwindling supplies, manpower, and infrastructure had left it vulnerable. Key Southern cities had fallen, and the Confederacy's leadership was in disarray. The final days of the war would see the fall of Richmond, the Confederate capital, and the eventual surrender of General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, marking the end of the Confederacy and the Civil War. On April 3, 1865, Union forces captured Richmond, the heart of the Confederate government and the symbol of the Southern cause. The city had been under siege for months, and General Lee's army had been unable to break the Union stranglehold. With the Confederacy's capital now in Union hands, the writing was on the wall for the Southern cause. Richmond had been the center of Confederate industry, and its loss was a devastating blow. As the Union forces entered the city, they found it in chaos. Confederate officials had evacuated the city, and the Confederate treasury had been moved. The fall of Richmond symbolized the collapse of the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war effort. While the fall of Richmond was a significant blow, the war was not over yet. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, though severely weakened, was still fighting in the field. Lee's forces had been retreating for months, trying to evade total defeat while attempting to regroup and maintain a semblance of Confederate resistance. However, Lee's options were running out. The Union's continued pressure, combined with the loss of key cities and critical resources, left Lee with little choice but to seek a surrender. On April 9, 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, General Lee met with General Grant to discuss the terms of surrender. The meeting, though formal, was cordial and marked the beginning of the end of the war. Grant, mindful of the heavy toll the war had taken on both sides, offered generous terms to Lee and his soldiers. Lee's men would be allowed to return home with their horses and personal belongings, and they would not be persecuted for their roles in the war. Grant's leniency was a reflection of his desire to bring the war to a peaceful conclusion and begin the difficult process of healing a divided nation. The surrender of General Lee was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but it did not immediately end the fighting. Confederate forces across the South continued to hold out for a short time. However, Lee's surrender was a clear signal that the Confederate cause was lost. In the days and weeks following Lee's surrender, other Confederate commanders also surrendered their forces. General Joseph E. Johnston, who had been in command of the Confederate forces in the Carolinas, surrendered to General Sherman on April 26, 1865. By the end of May 1865, all major Confederate armies had surrendered, and the war was officially over. The surrender of the Confederate forces left the United States with a daunting challenge. What happens to the Southern states now? The Union victory had preserved the United States, but the question of how to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union was fraught with political, social, and economic complexities. The question of slavery, which had been the central issue of the war, still loomed large. Though slavery had been abolished by the Emancipation Proclamation and the passage of the 13th Amendment, the South's racial and social system had been deeply affected by the war. The issue of how to rebuild the Southern economy, address the needs of the freedmen, and ensure civil rights for African Americans would become the central issues of the Reconstruction era. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the nation faced the monumental task of healing the wounds of a brutal conflict. With the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865, Vice President Andrew Johnson assumed the presidency. Johnson, who was from Tennessee, had been a staunch Unionist throughout the war, but his approach to Reconstruction would be controversial. The South, still reeling from defeat, had to rebuild its shattered infrastructure, economy, and social order. At the same time, former slaves were now free citizens, and their path to equality and full participation in American society would be a difficult and often violent struggle. The fall of Richmond and the surrender of Robert E. Lee marked the end of the Confederacy, but it also marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history. The Civil War had preserved the Union, but the challenges of Reconstruction, racial equality, and national reconciliation were just beginning. As the Southern states were reintegrated into the Union, the United States would have to confront the deep divisions that the war had exposed and work to heal the scars of a conflict that had torn the nation apart. On April 14, 1865, just days after the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, the United States was struck by a tragedy that would forever alter the course of its history. President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had steered the nation through the Civil War and had just achieved victory, was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, an actor and Confederate sympathizer. The assassination, carried out at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., shocked the nation and left the country in a state of mourning and uncertainty. Lincoln's death marked the loss of one of the most revered and effective leaders in American history, and it also raised serious questions about the future of the Reconstruction process. On the evening of April 14, 1865, President Lincoln and his wife Mary Todd Lincoln attended a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater. As Lincoln sat in the state box, Booth, who had planned the assassination meticulously, slipped into the box and shot the president in the back of the head with a pistol. Booth then leaped from the box onto the stage, shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, a phrase attributed to Brutus during the assassination of Julius Caesar. After his escape, Booth fled the scene, eventually making his way through Maryland and into Virginia. The attack on Lincoln was part of a larger conspiracy to kill key members of the Union government. Booth's co-conspirators were tasked with assassinating Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary of State William H. Seward, but those attempts failed. Seward was severely injured in an attack by one of Booth's associates, but Johnson was never harmed. Despite these failed attempts, the assassination of Lincoln remained the focal point of the plot, as it was the death of the president that shocked the nation to its core. President Lincoln succumbed to his wounds early the following morning, on April 15, 1865. The nation was gripped by a profound sense of grief and disbelief. For the Union, Lincoln had been a symbol of resilience, strength, and hope. His leadership had been instrumental in preserving the United States and in ending the institution of slavery. With his death, the nation faced not only the loss of a beloved leader, but also the uncertainty of what would come next, particularly with the challenges of Reconstruction looming. In the wake of Lincoln's assassination, Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Unionist from Tennessee, assumed the presidency. Johnson, however, was a much weaker figure compared to Lincoln. While Lincoln had been a masterful politician and negotiator, capable of bringing together a deeply divided nation, Johnson lacked the charisma and political savvy that had defined Lincoln's leadership. Johnson's background and views were complicated. He had opposed secession and supported the Union, but he was a Southern Democrat with a deeply sympathetic view of the South. He believed in quickly reuniting the nation without granting full civil rights to freed African Americans. Johnson's approach to Reconstruction, which he implemented in the aftermath of the war, was controversial and faced opposition from both the radical Republicans in Congress and many in the northern states. Johnson's plan offered pardons to former Confederates who swore loyalty to the Union, and he allowed Southern states to re-enter the Union quickly without imposing strong protections for African Americans. This leniency angered many in the North who had fought to end slavery, and it alienated the radical Republicans who pushed for a much more stringent and far-reaching approach to Reconstruction. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln not only left the nation in mourning, but also set the stage for the difficult and contentious years that would follow. Johnson's inability to unite the country and his lenient policies toward the South led to fierce struggles over the direction of Reconstruction. The legacy of Lincoln's leadership was one of preservation and healing, but with his untimely death, the nation faced a challenging road ahead in its efforts to rebuild and address the issues of slavery, racial equality, and Southern reintegration. John Wilkes Booth's assassination of President Lincoln remains one of the most significant and tragic events in American history. Lincoln had steered the nation through its darkest hour, and his vision for the nation's future, one of reconciliation and unity, was cut short by an act of violence. The nation would never be the same again, and the period following Lincoln's death would be marked by political conflict and struggles for civil rights that would extend far beyond the Civil War itself. The period of Reconstruction, spanning from 1865 to 1877, was a time of immense transformation and conflict in the United States. Following the Civil War, the Southern states were left in ruins, and the nation faced the daunting task of rebuilding both the South's physical infrastructure and its social and political systems. The federal government, under the leadership of Presidents Andrew Johnson and later Ulysses S. Grant, worked to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union, while also addressing the pressing question of what freedoms and rights would be granted to the newly freed African Americans. One of the first steps toward addressing the institution of slavery was the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. This amendment officially abolished slavery in the United States, ensuring that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, would exist in the country. This was a monumental victory for the abolitionist movement and for the millions of African Americans who had endured centuries of enslavement. However, while the amendment abolished slavery, it left many important questions about the status and rights of freedmen unanswered. The struggle for civil rights for African Americans continued throughout Reconstruction, particularly with the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. The Freedmen's Bureau was a federal agency created to assist newly freed slaves and poor whites in the South by providing food, shelter, education, and legal aid. While the Bureau had notable successes, it was also met with resistance and had limited resources. The Bureau faced significant challenges in ensuring that freedmen were protected from the violence and exploitation of the South's white elite. As part of the broader effort to secure civil rights for African Americans, Congress passed the 14th and 15th Amendments. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, and guaranteed equal protection under the law for all citizens, regardless of race. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, extended voting rights to African American men, ensuring that the right to vote could not be denied based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. These amendments were groundbreaking achievements in the fight for racial equality, but their full implementation would prove difficult in the face of Southern resistance. In the South, resistance to Reconstruction was fierce. White Southerners, many of whom had supported the Confederacy, sought to reassert their dominance over African Americans and prevent them from enjoying the full rights of citizenship. One of the most violent and prominent groups to emerge during this period was the Ku Klux Klan (KKK), founded in 1865. The KKK sought to intimidate, terrorize, and ultimately suppress African American participation in political and social life. Their violent tactics, which included lynching, arson, and murder, aimed to maintain white supremacy and undermine the Reconstruction government. Despite federal efforts to combat the Klan, including the passage of the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1871, the group remained a powerful force of resistance throughout the South. Another major obstacle to African American rights in the South was the introduction of black codes, laws designed to restrict the freedom of African Americans and maintain a system of racial control. These codes varied from state to state, but they generally sought to limit African Americans' ability to own property, work for fair wages, and move freely. In many ways, the black codes were a continuation of the pre-Civil War system of racial subjugation, disguised under the banner of legal restrictions. In response to the black codes and other forms of Southern resistance, the federal government pushed for more sweeping civil rights protections and sought to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments through military occupation and the presence of federal troops in the South. While there were significant gains for African Americans during the early years of Reconstruction, the period also saw the rise of segregation and the institution of Jim Crow laws. These laws, which emerged in the late 19th century, were a systematic set of state and local laws that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. The legal framework of Jim Crow laws would continue to oppress African Americans well into the 20th century, undermining the progress made during Reconstruction. The end of Reconstruction came in 1877, after the contested election of 1876. In a political compromise known as the Compromise of 1877, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This marked the end of federal intervention in Southern politics and allowed the white supremacist Democrats to regain control of the Southern states. As a result, many of the gains made during Reconstruction were reversed, and African Americans in the South were left to face an environment of intense racial discrimination and violence. Reconstruction remains one of the most complex and contentious periods in American history. While it achieved important milestones, such as the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to African Americans, the era also revealed the deep racial divisions and tensions that would persist for many decades. The legacy of Reconstruction is marked by the unfinished struggle for equality, as the promises of freedom and civil rights made during the period would be denied for many African Americans for generations to come. The legacy of the American Civil War is far-reaching and has had profound effects on the United States, both in the years immediately following the conflict and in the centuries since. The war not only shaped the course of American history, but it also influenced military strategy, technology, and the global balance of power. As we reflect on the impact of the war, it is clear that the Civil War played a crucial role in defining modern America and continues to resonate in contemporary debates on race, federalism, and national unity. One of the most significant and lasting consequences of the Civil War was the transformation of federal power. Prior to the war, the United States operated with a more decentralized system where states retained significant autonomy. However, the war fundamentally changed the relationship between the states and the federal government. The Union's victory reinforced the idea of a strong centralized federal government with authority over issues such as civil rights, national defense, and economic policy. The war also affirmed the supremacy of the federal government over state sovereignty, a concept that has shaped the political landscape of the United States ever since. In terms of civil rights, the Civil War was a turning point in American history. The abolition of slavery through the 13th Amendment was a monumental achievement, but the war also laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. The struggle for racial equality did not end with the Emancipation Proclamation or the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Rather, these events were the beginning of an ongoing battle for African Americans' full rights as citizens. While Reconstruction failed to deliver lasting change in the South, the fight for civil rights would continue in earnest throughout the 20th century, culminating in landmark legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Civil War's legacy in shaping modern race relations is undeniable, as the war forced the nation to confront the deeply embedded issue of slavery and racism. The Civil War also had a profound impact on military strategy, technology, and warfare. The conflict introduced new tactics and technologies that would shape future wars both in the United States and abroad. The war saw the first large-scale use of rifled muskets, which allowed for more accurate and deadly long-range fire. It also marked the beginning of modern warfare, with the introduction of railroads and telegraphs, which revolutionized the speed and communication of military operations. Additionally, the Civil War was the first conflict to feature ironclad warships, which would change the nature of naval combat. These technological advancements would influence military strategies and warfare for decades to come, including in future conflicts such as World War I and World War II. The cultural legacy of the Civil War is also significant. The war has been the subject of countless books, films, and monuments, and its impact on American culture cannot be overstated. From the classic works of literature, such as Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, to films like Gone with the Wind and Gettysburg, the Civil War has been portrayed and remembered in a variety of ways. Monuments to the war's battles and soldiers dot the landscape of the South, while the ongoing debates over the display of Confederate symbols and statues show that the war's cultural memory remains contested and divisive. The war's legacy continues to be a powerful force in shaping how Americans view their history, their identity, and their values. Finally, the lessons of the Civil War are still relevant in modern America. The war's outcome reinforced the importance of national unity and the consequences of division. The Civil War was fought over deeply entrenched issues, including slavery and states' rights, and its resolution showed that the preservation of the Union was paramount. In today's political climate, the lessons of the Civil War remind us of the dangers of division and the importance of compromise and reconciliation. The war demonstrated that the nation must find ways to bridge its differences, uphold the principles of democracy, and ensure that all citizens, regardless of race or background, have an equal place in the American story. In conclusion, the Civil War was not just a pivotal event in American history, it was a turning point in the development of modern society, both in the United States and the wider world. The war reshaped the nation's political, social, and cultural landscape, and its impact continues to be felt today. The Civil War's legacy is a testament to the enduring struggle for freedom, equality, and national unity, and it serves as a reminder of the complexities of building a nation that truly lives up to its ideals.